over 100 years, Somerville Laundry Lomax has been a cornerstone in our community, supporting individuals, families and businesses through the moments that matter most. When you need legal support, someone who'll stand beside you, turn to the team trusted by generations. Somerville Laundry Lomax, for all matters when it matters most.
And we are back. This is finals day. 250 athletes, 6 days, 10 months of planning, and well, a lap around the world for a year. We are back here, 2026 finals day, and it is about these two making the final. One more step for Sol Grundling from Bondi, the Australian Brazilian surfer, Lockley Argios, surfer in blue from Kingscliff. Dane Henry's bestie, looking to make the final. My name's Crispy. Semi-final, and good morning, Juniper Harper.
Good morning, Crispy.
Yeah, quarter-final action. We just added to yesterday from a big day, and our amazing Australian Lifeguard Service safety team. Here we go, Sol Grundling looking to make a step closer to the semi-final. Incomplete, nice intentions, and smaller waves, cleaner waves, northwest all morning. Peaking
Beautiful.
up to about 15 k's, but heading down to a low tide. And a big shout out to Surfline, our great sponsors. Check out the long range forecast. And we did promise sunshine from day one. It got here day 4 to right now for finals day.
Yesterday was beautiful weather. Looking like promising today as well. Got some sun this morning. Hopefully it sticks
Yeah.
around.
Here already we've had some big glare. There is our Australian Lifeguard Service, our safety team out there. We've got Planko and all the crew. And again, a big shout out to them, and some great support from the government with drone technology and beach goers safety. So we've had our drones on the spot every day, and also in our board riders at Lebar. So big shout out to the Australian Lifeguard Service, and also Surfing New South Wales and Surfers Rescue. Amazing programs. Alright, action first wave of Soul Grundling at 0.57. And really see Lachlan having priority these 2-person heats. You did a few in your junior career. How did you like the change, or did you like 4-person heats better or the 2-person? What was the difference?
I think the 2-person is obviously better because, you know, in your mind you only have to beat one person.
That's
But
right.
I guess with a 4-person heat, you have like two spots of where you can advance, whereas here you have to win the heat to get through. So I don't know, 2's good though because there's just less people in the water, you got more opportunity. You only got to beat one person.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's the same 50%, but again, if someone's having a blinder, or you're doing the Lockley Argios where you're falling off, you can still get a wave and get through. Just like Willow Hardy, who's made 2 finals. Remember that day 2, big turn, fall off, 2.5. Day number 2, she's now through. She's made amends. She's got her waves back, and she sees herself the only athlete making 2 finals. I think actually Talia Teb, the other second athlete. A demonstration of surfing junior prowess. Alright, right now it's a fight over who's got a better wipeout. Lachlan Argios is in there, a 1.5, and Soul Grundling a 0.57. Early days, 5 minutes gone, 15 remain, and a very welcome all those at home. And I hope you're watching. I'm half English, my dad's from Essex, so go England, and good luck to Norway in the World Cup quarterfinals as well. Been exciting 6 days of surfing, exciting month of World Cup soccer.
And we're on to finals day today.
We are. We're going to crown 8.
Day. We're going to crown our champions.
Well, we couldn't get here without our sponsors. Big shout out to Soundbox and O'Neill. And this division, big shout out to Traeger. So Eli and all the crew. Traeger Woodfire Grills. Here we go, Soul Grundling. 18 years of age, average heat score 902, which is pretty good. And ranking number 16. And this is for WSL Pro Junior. Some great stats.
Like there might be a few waves coming through right now. Looks like the conditions, it's definitely dropped off a bit since our first day.
With priority, that is Soul Grundling. Nice looking right. 2 big snaps. Drops a wallet like a bit of a slide for that last one, and getting the connection. Turn, but still complete.
Yeah.
2 bankable turns. He will go to the lead with that one. Soul Grundling getting the upper hand.
He did well to get that last turn. It looks like that section was going really fat.
Oh.
Left that wave really well.
And again, he's looking at the structure, looking at the priority. He'll be looking in line with shower takeoff.
Yep. Shower takeoff.
Got a couple of big pine cones here, but look at the surf mud replay. What do you think? Look at this. Good wave.
First turn was nice off the top. This turn was where he really pushed, slid the tail, and then kind of got through this fat section and did really well to get to the end and get a little finish on that one, even though that wave just dying out. But yeah, he'll definitely go into the lead with that last score.
Definitely going to boost his rankings up. This is stop number 4, currently sitting in 22nd on the WSL Australian. Oceania SOP picking up a couple of handy points for Sol Grundling. And Lockie Argios got heat rankings leader Ocean Lancaster. And again, end of the year, off to the World Juniors, take the winnings and the trophy.
Yep. And here comes Sol's score. Bling on in now.
Yeah, I like it. I think it's a flat 4, which is pocket 4s are good for a start. And wait around 10 minutes to get it back up. Sol Grundling getting the early lead for the semi-final berth today.
Yeah.
Shout out to FCS, Lebar Board Riders. Guess what's on special today?
Oh, what?
Chef Carly, chili hot dogs, nasi goreng. Get on down here for finals day. And a few cheeseburgers. And not just cheeseburgers, I'm talking carnivore organic meat. Look at this drone angle. There we are, the judges up the top. Priority board 1 and 2. Webcast booth. And all the athlete area. Thank you to our great scaffolding. LJ Signs, CAV Audio, Visual. All the roofing craftsmen and all the supporters of this community. Best junior event in the world right here at Lennox Head.
Yeah. Just coming down to the halfway mark in this heat, and there it is, Sol's last wave coming in at a flat 4, so that's taking him straight into the lead, leaving Lachlan now chasing a 3.08, so he's going to be out there with priority. Up next, we're going to have Mitchie P and Caden Francis. Mitchell Peterson in the red, Caden Francis in the blue. So that's going to be a really good matchup to watch. I'm excited for that.
Yeah.
Finishing off the quarterfinals this morning. We had the first 2 yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, all the way to dark. Well done to Lennox Head Hotel, our VIP night. Thanking all the sponsors. Had our mayor there, Sharon.
Mayor.
The mayor. And the mayor of the ocean, we know who that is. He was there as well. Big shout out to all our sponsors. Lennox Head Hotel, McAvoy Electrical. Macca was there, making sure everything's signed off. Club Lennox Sports, Lennox Gelato, the bakery. Here we go, Lachlan Argios. Looking to fight back.
Oh.
Wow. That is the way when you hear your competitor drop his best score, a 4, and then Lachlan Argios only needing a 308.
I think he definitely got that. I think that
it's a
will
definite.
be the wave of the heat. Really liked that one.
And this is where you don't know what's going to come with the sets.
Yep.
He was patient. There's no stress. The athletes are sitting there. They're just waiting for their takeoff position, selecting the wave with priority. Priority will go to red now. But look at this surf mud replay. First turn. You can see his intentions known, and bang. Nice snap to get rhythm. Goes back down, gets the energy, and drives off that tail, and bang. Is he going to go to the air? Sol Grundling. Nice quick snap. Draws off the bottom. Just a bit late to the lip. Goes down. Priority will go back to blue, but stand by for blue. I feel it's going to go to the 6s. Sol will throw that one away as a 2.
I mean, that last wave of Sol will better his situation as his backup's a 0.57.
Yes.
So, yeah, we'll see it again. He just was a bit late to that end section and couldn't quite stick that last turn. But, yeah, he will better his situation ever so slightly. But Lachlan, his wave, yeah, I think that's going to be the best wave of the heat. Nice surfing, fast surfing. That second turn was really nice, and there it is, crispy.
Yeah.
5.5.
Yeah, good score. That was that one, remember? Day 2. That's nice. Nice score for Lachlan Argios. And again, go to what are the judges looking for? That that eternal question. They're looking for great surfing, attacking surfing, strong maneuvers, and they're looking for rhythm. It's called flow. Bottom to top turning, spray demonstrating power. Lachlan Argios just getting in rhythm, getting the 5-5 wave of the heat, making it look so seamless. Here is one of our athletes.
This is going to be an interesting last 6.5 minutes because it's going to be up to a game of the backups, as we see Keenan Chris making a entrance in the booth just now.
Well, he'll be lapping up that chili hot dog and
he looks like it
morning coffee. Like Dino. Dino cappuccino, please. That could be the morning. So Lachlan Argios, a 5-5 and a 1-5. And I was thinking that too, his soul, even that one snap turn, it was sort of a check turn and a 1-6-3. So all scores are in. Blue holding priority, and look at that. Took him to the line. Goofy's going left. And Lachlan Argios.
Yeah, so there we have it. There's his backup. That is going to get rid of that 1.5 as we see the surf mud replay of Lachlan's last. Nice first turn off the top and nice, perfect timing on that end section. So that's exactly what he was looking for to really put the pressure on Sol. Now he's going to have 5 minutes. He's got priority, but yeah, he's going to be looking for a more healthy number after that last of Lachlan.
I like the way last quarter, think about a quick start of Sol Gronling, and this is where it comes down to your game plan. You can't just have your stock standard, but go back to it. Completion the key. Lachlan Argios had the patience, he used priority, got his turns done, waited for the moment, grabbed it with both hands. Last wave, he knows there's lefts there. This is where the time spent on the bank, he's done the regionals here with our region representing Kingscliff, the decades as a junior with his sister.
Yep.
Very successful campaigns, but leaning on, utilising that priority and going left. And Sol Grundling was taking that wave, and he just pulled back where he let a bit of whitewash, didn't disrupt the situation, but now he'll look to close down the heat and even take a wave.
No, he won't.
He is searching. You can see the heart rate's gone up in the paddles.
Oh, and Lachlan's last is in. It was the best wave of the heat, 5.77.
Agree.
The judge is really liking that last one of Lachlan's, and that's left Sol now chasing a 7.27. So he's really put the pressure on now.
Try and get the replay of last of Blue, but 2 turns on a left. That is pub innies at its finest. We love pub innies. Such a great training ground. 5.77 on the scale. 2 nice scores, 2 good scores for Lachlan Argios. He's waving his hand saying, give me time. I love that. Specific, points to wants to know the time off the beach marshal.
So these two just sticking really close by each other. It is Sol with priority, and he is chasing a 7.27. So see if he can do it with just under 3 minutes remaining now. Yeah, Lachlan has he's ended up putting a really nice heat together, 5.77 and a 5.5.
Sunday morning, and people are a bit slow on a Sunday morning.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes. Blue leads, red second, but Lachlan, the junior, a year under, but showing experience beyond his years. And this is the 2-person heats. This is the one where Lachlan, does he love 2-person heats? He's lapping it up at the moment. running rings around Sol Grundling, but Sol Grundling's such a powerhouse surfer, big wave surfer, loves a big slab at Deadman's.
Yeah.
Really coming of age over the years, and a junior surfer, doing a few trips to Hawaii. Check out his social, Sol Grundling.
You can see Mitchy P on his way out in the red jersey.
Next tee, Mr. Noosa versus Mr. Gold Coast.
Yeah.
Queensland getting 2 in this next heat. This one's in New South Wales, so what a battle. Will it be replicated like the football? New South Wales to win.
What stats ticking down here is going to see Lachlan just sneaking one under priority. Oh, nice 2 turns off the top. That one just fizzling out, but don't know that will better his scores, but I think he's just trying to keep busy.
Well, good identification of Sol Grundling not to take it, but utilise priority, because that's what Lachlan's trying to grab back to steer the heat into the next round semi. But Sol could have went for an air rev then, or something innovative, or stand by, wave to come as the ocean starts to rise at this low tide. Here we go. Sol Grundling looking for the last ditch effort. He's going to go to the air and just coming off like the first, and well, that will spell an equal 5th finish for the man in red from Northern Beaches, Manly.
That would have been his last opportunity there, so a shame that he couldn't quite stick.
Here's the winning wave, pub innies at its finest for the Goms. 2 turns, that is Sol Grundling. Thank you, Traeger. Surf Mud replay. Lachlan Argios from Kingscliff, Australia, taking a win. Sol Grundling, commiserations, equal 5th, and we'll be back after a short commercial break here from our great sponsors with heat number 4 of quarterfinal Woodfire Grills. See you soon.
Come experience nature's greatest migration with Ballina Byron Marine Adventures. Locally owned, family operated, and passionate about sharing our incredible coastline. Your whale watching adventure starts here. Book now at ballinabyronmarineadventures.com.au.
Alrighty, welcome back, and well, finals day, and look at these beautiful sunrise offshore. 2 feet, few bigger sets, and there is our quarterfinal rejoin, heat 4, Traeger Woodfire Grills Pro Junior. Just saw Lachlan Argios from Kingscliff move on through to the semi-finals. Congratulations, that'll be on soon. My name's Crispy, and good morning. Finals day, welcome back. Chris Binns, what a run. This is finals day, day 6.
Yeah, and this is just a big clash. This could easily be a final. Mitchell Peterson, Caden Francis. Caden taking the win last week in the under-18s at the Oki Gromcom. And Mitchell Peterson, I'd say those two and Jesse Ferguson are kind of the 3 guys who've just been on a tear in Queensland the last year or two. And, yeah, these guys wouldn't be used to meeting so early in the draw.
Yeah, that's right. And don't forget, Rico Haybiddle, he got through on the last 5 seconds. That he's the Queensland champion over the years and Australian champion. He's in the mix. Huge powerhouse of surfing in Queensland. And versus the New South Welshman. So Lachlan taking down Sol from Northern Beaches. And then we had Freddie Carmody getting taken down from Bondi. So great talent pool.
Yeah, so both of these heats were meant to have been run last night. I was surfing after the last heat yesterday with Sol Grunling, and it was kind of pumping, and he was like, oh, kind of wish we were surfing right now. So
Yeah.
he'll be a little bit upset that he's come back this morning and not really put much together against Lockie Argros, but that's the way it goes sometimes. It's a beautiful morning here at Lennox Head, day 6 of what has been a massive competition, 200 plus in the field. One of the few events where surfers can double dip, so you can surf in a few divisions and in the Traeger Grills Pro Junior.
Well, again, creme de la creme. You've got to qualify through the ranking system. It's the top 32 or Traeger Pro Junior, top 64 for the men. They even threw in 78. There's a few of the girls. They lapped up the 24, so there was a couple of extra spots. So well done to the officials. And again, 10 months of planning, literally a year. Wow, there is just a quick one there. So that was Caden Francis. He doesn't lose anything, doesn't gain anything. And wow, there we go. The morning Dolphins. That looks like the 7:30 show.
Just going for their morning stroll.
Yeah, beautiful dolphins there. So we saw some amazing footage of some whales as well yesterday with the drones. A few big whales, a few baby whales, all going north.
If I wanted to go out and have a look at a few whales, would you know of anywhere I could do that?
Do, and that is the Beyond Blue, the beautiful Ballina Chartered Tours, Ballina Byron Chartered Tours, 20% off. Just put in Osgrom on socials. Again, an amazing Mango and Dino. Get on board. But this week, 20% off. Otherwise, you're guaranteed. If you don't see whales, you get another run on the boat. So check them out. Ballina, Byron. The Whale Tours, whale watching. Great supporter of this event. Yeah, don't forget, we're crowning 8 champions today. 2 in this division, taking home $4,000 Traeger wood-fired grills. Connor O'Leary got the first one yesterday. There was 3 for the heritage heat and the soundbox system.
He was pumped.
Woody got
Not
a t-shirt.
Pumped. Yeah, he was unimpressed. And Connor was riding one of Woody's shapes as well.
The pub shuffler, twin fin, unbelievable. Well, there's your man. All the best to Norway. Dead set looks like Dolph Lundgren versus the Avenger, Mr. Kane. How good is soccer as well as surfing? Big shout out to Zach the coffee guy. He's grinding coffees all the way till presentation time. And all the volunteers today, chili hot dogs, cheeseburgers with carnivore organic on a brioche bun, steak, and some great hydrations for some of our staff down here. The VIP night, it was a long one.
All right, this looks like Mitchell. Is that Mitchell into the sun?
Yeah, this is that glare that the judges are talking about. Really tricky to see the full protection. We can't even see what colour, so you're really going off. It does look like Mitchie P smashing style. We're looking for the the blonde fringe, but right there when the cloud dissipates, got the sun behind you, that is blue. So this was first one to Mitchy P. What do you think, Chris?
Well, it's going to be the best score of the heat so far. Bulk of the points just for that first turn. Had to go hunting a little bit, and the wave quickly filled up with water. So surfers are a long way out to sea. A good couple of 100 metres off the beach. And it has lost a little bit of its sting over the last few days. Beautiful conditions though, just glorious down here. Not much wind. Not much more you could ask for in a junior comp.
Yeah, it's been a contest of 4 seasons in 1 week. Opening with 40k southerly, southeasters for days, but big 5 to 7 feet double overhead. Finish day offshore, nor'west all day. Don't forget Surfline. Amazing supporter of this event. Again, Osgrom, get your premium, 20% off for all competitors in this, and scan the code also for monthly or annual subscription discounts.
Well, Mitch Peterson got a 6.5 for his opening wave, and he's going to look to add to that right now. Not going to happen, but a 6.5, a strong opening score for the Sunshine Coaster.
Yeah, just a small high tide this morning, 1.2 at just before start at 6:56, and 11:45.2 metres. Water's still a tasty 20-21 degrees, but 2 to 3 foot waves. Binsey, we're seeing it. It's unfolding. And what a place for finals day to crown 8 champions. 6 in the Soundbox Osgrom. 2 crowns for the Traeger Woodfire Grills Pro Juniors. And wind nor'west isn't bad here. It's actually a bit lumpy and bumpy when you're out the point, but we are tucked in on the beach break, a bit protected from the houses and the trees.
So halfway through this heat, Mitchell Peterson, this last wave comes in at a 0.8. So he's in the lead with a 6.5 and a 0.8. Caden Francis, nothing to report so far. Just a couple of minor scores. Currently chasing a 6.53 to get up to second.
Alrighty, leading a charge, Mitchell Peterson. Again, shout out to new support riders, the Peterson family supporting him down here as well. 6.5 and a 0.8 to drive through to the semi-finals. Here's a surf mud replay, just in and off intentions for a nice little, just went a bit higher than the coping, gets a bit unstuck, gets a 0.8. Caden Francis looking for a 6.53 to get the lead. Holds priority, there we go, Caden Francis. So looking for the under the lip hammer, nice snap finish. Priority will now go to red. This is the surf mud replay. There, drives down, nice looking wave, drives off the bottom, nice snap finish on the coping, drifting the tail, showing the fins to the competitor as well out the back, Mitchy P. 8.5 minutes remaining. Stand by for score of blue. Senova, bragging rights, owning the table, the pool table at Lennox Head. Congratulations. Again, thank you to Lennox Head Hotel. Great establishment for live music last night. VIP night. Big shout out to all our sponsors. Again, thank you FCS. Thank you Ballina Shire Council. The Mayor came, opened up. Thank the community for such an amazing international, national and local junior professional comp.
Yeah, that was a great night last night. Real bringing together of the community and all the great sponsors. Okay, 7.5 minutes to go. Last score for Caden Francis was a 4.17, so that tightens things up a little bit. He's now looking for 3.14. Pie. Seven minutes to go. Mitchell Peterson needs to get rid of his 0.8 and make things a little bit tougher for Cato. And Caden wouldn't be totally thrilled that his high score at this point is a 4.17. You'd imagine he'll try and get rid of both of those scores. .6:15 to go.
Yeah, just waving his hands, wanting that score for how much ahead. Priority is with red. You can see that on our digital priority board. But Caden Francis needing only a 3.14 now, Binsey, so just under his best score, 6.5 for red, 4.17 for blue. 6 minutes remaining. Upper hand with red holding priority, holding the best wave of the heat. Nice little replay, Mitchy P. That is that big drifting fin waft.
That's the turn that the whole heat is hanging on at the moment. A 6.5. So the judges have shown over the course of the last 6 days they're not afraid to throw a big score at one big turn. They're rewarding quality over quantity. And I really like that. It encourages Groms to just go for it.
Yeah.
There's no playing it safe. I think Kai Engel and the panel this week have done a really, really good job of being instructional with their scores. You don't need to watch too many heats to figure out exactly what they're chasing. And they've been really consistent all the way through as well. So
yeah, big shout out. Their retinas would be screaming.
Pride.
Big shout out to our officials, our community, Lebar, all our officials, the priority judges too, Zippy and the crew. There we go. You're excited. Your homeland's in the lead.
Looks like Norway's just found the back of the net for the first time. 1-0 in Miami.
Well, back to the action. 4 minutes remaining here in the ocean at Lennox Head, Australia. Beautiful morning, beautiful sunrise. We've seen the dolphins already. Our safety team right there supporting these athletes. And right now, Mitchy P from Noosa, the Queenslander, in the lead, a 6.5 and a 0.8. Caden Francis requiring just a small score. Have come here from day number 3. Big cleaned conditions down to small offshore all day for finals day northwest. Thank you, Surfline. Winter's pretty good here, Binsey.
Sure is. It was a bit too wintry the first couple of days we were here, but it's just been a delight the last couple of days. So 2.5 minutes to go. These guys would both want to get a hold of another wave or two.
I love the way they're having a bit of a chat. There's no animosity between them. They're both professional junior athletes. But is there a bit of head talk from Mitchy P?
Nah. I reckon they're both pretty good lads, so keep it nice and clean in the water.
Now, beautiful land shot. A big shout out to the webcast crew, Fresh Air Broadcast, Sammy, Toto, and all the people behind the lens doing a great job. The drone pilots, ALS, safety team Planko and Bodie Williams. Athlete safety, our Con-S director, Cam Lindsay.
So 90 seconds to go, a very slow and sleepy affair. That's our second one. Lockie Argros, the only surfer to crack double figures so far this morning.
Yeah, next heat coming up as well, so we'll slip back to live heats after that one. Pro Junior.
Oh, the boys are on the move right now. Mitchell Peterson does have priority. Caden Francis trying to get away and get himself a bit of separation. He scratches into this one. It's just going to be the one section. So he's still, that's not going to be a 3-1-4.
Tell you what, if it was a left, just like Lachlan Argios from the start, he posted his best 5.77. That one, just a quick turn. So Mitchy P playing it well, holding priority.
Yep, just trying to get over to Caden. Keep a close eye on him.
Well, there's the splash. Looks like it's all she wrote for Caden, but well fought. He'll take an equal fifth if nothing comes through. And Mitchy P will fly into the semi-final.
10 seconds remaining. There's still one score to come in for Caden, but we doubt it's going to challenge for the lead. The siren will sound, and unfortunately for Caden, this wave's not going to count. And this was a 1.87, so just narrowly going down to Mitchell Peterson. Mitch's 6.5 making all the difference in that heat.
Come experience nature's greatest migration with Ballina Byron Marine Adventures. Locally owned, family operated, and passionate about sharing our incredible coastline. Your whale watching adventure starts here. Book now at ballinabyronmarineadventures.com.au. Come experience nature's greatest migration with Ballina Byron Marine Adventures. Locally owned, family operated, and passionate about sharing our incredible coastline. Your whale watching adventure starts here. Book now at ballinabyronmarineadventures.com.au.
Welcome back to the Soundbox Osgrom Open presented by O'Neill. It's finals day here at beautiful Lennox Head. Crispin's in the booth, joined by one and only Chris Enever. We've got Evie Borden and Rosie Annesley in the water. This is semi-finals of the under 14 girls. You can tune into all the action on live heats and the WSL YouTube channel as well.
Yeah, Binsy, Sundays don't get much better than this. We're crowning champions down here today at one of the most prestigious Grom comps in the world. It's been a marathon week of action, and now we come right to the pointy end of the draw, and as we see the semi-final action in the water right now.
Yeah, that's semi-final number one. The heat 3 on screen is, we need to tidy that graphic up. Can't really have 3 semi-finals.
No, we can't. We've had them all week though. But yes, into the 2-surfer format. Man on man, and one will progress through to the finals, or the final should we say. Right now in the 14 girls division. You can jump over to the 2026 Surfing Australia Junior Series rankings. You can check out all the live rankings for the year. I'm just having a little squeeze here. Evie Baldwin and Rosie Annesley. Rosie currently sitting in 8th on the rankings. So this is going to be a huge push for her up the rankings. They come into the back end of the year. And Evie Baldwin down in 32nd. So wow, that's going to be a huge boost for her. We see today the conditions slightly backed off, Binsy. We've had some pretty solid swell all week, and now sitting in that, probably that 3-foot range with the odd 4-foot set. Very favourable tides throughout the whole day and finals day here today, and we've seen most afternoons that high tide start to gobble up the swell somewhat, but we're lucky today. It's we're going to be running through favourable tides for the majority of the day, and just a mammoth weekend of sport in general. World Cup, Wimbledon. What else is happening? Conor McGregor's on today against Max Holloway. Just what hasn't happened this weekend? The mighty Dockers.
Freeman, I have forgotten about them. Oh wow, England's just scored 1-1. And guess who? It's that man again, Jude Bellingham.
We'll check out the rest of the schedule for today. It's going to be a really exciting day of action as we roll through all the heats today. There's a few key standouts in the draw that we've seen, especially the likes of Talia Tabb, dual finalist in both the under 16 girls and the Pro Junior division, which is going to be super exciting to see. And she's been in red hot form.
Yep, she rips.
Proper ripping this whole week, and well, I feel like right now we are seeing a bit of a slow start to this heat. I haven't seen too many waves hit that bank, but I do glance over my shoulder. I can see the surfers. They are up to the north of the competitors' bank competition zone. They finding that end section to be the pick of the bunch, but there is waves all up and down the peak that, well, there is opportunity all over this beach, which has been great all week. And Leno Hotel turned it on last night again. It was sponsors night last night, Pinsy, and it's good to see the town just embrace this event. It really is a incredible community event. The Lennox Head Border Riders, the Lee Bar Border Riders have had the Barbie fight up all week, and
like, you've got your stock standard Bunnings sausage sizzle.
this is
dirty snag between a bit of white bread, and then you have the Lee Bar Board Riders running the Lee Barbecue, the Traeger wood-fired grills with the carnivore meats from the local butcher. That steak sandwich is $50 at
Next
a restaurant.
Here we are, checking out all the live action on liveheats.com.
I'd come to this event just to eat.
Yeah, honestly, that's why you got to get down here and check it all out, because if you're nearby Lennox Head, there it is. You can check the drone angles out. Sleepy Sunday in the town so far, but it's going to get fired right up as it works through this finals day. Been a little bit of a sleepy start to this heat, but I feel like it's one of those things you notice in these small surf towns. You just cruise through and everyone's just, it's such a easy pace on a Sunday. It's a bit of a different feel than the Goldie, where everyone's just rushing around trying to get out to a surf and just heckling one another. No, it's a great lifestyle down here at Lennox Head. We'll wait for scores to lock on through. I'm going to jump on the live heats actually and see if we get an update there, because, well, there's first wave locked in for Rosie, a 1.5, so just a quick in and out. That will hand over priority to Evie Baldwin. The 13 minutes 55 on the clock. Have a look at some of the results that these two surfers have locked in throughout the year, because with the positions they are on the ranking currently now, Binsy, there's a huge opportunity for both of these girls to really rocket themselves up to the higher end of the rankings. I love the spray on Rosie's board. It really reminds me of, well, it might even be an old board of another really incredible surfer from Byron Bay region.
Rosie can't quite get that turn off. You think of Lehani Zorik?
It's the one I'm talking about. The mini shuckers. Lehani, she's been, I reckon it looks like one of her sprays, her classic spray she's had on her board since I've kind of known her. She's had that really cool pink and yellow spray. I wonder if that's one of her old boards, or maybe just her signature model that CI's bought out. But it looks very similar. And I tell you what, that is one surfer that, you know, these young 14 girls would probably look up to, you know. But she's similar age, but she's just the way she...
Did she compete this week?
I haven't seen her this week. I'm not sure where Lehani has been. I haven't seen her down here, but she's usually featuring multiple finals.
Sort of home turf around here.
Yeah, exactly. It does feel a bit strange not seeing Lehani in the draw. I'll have to double check, because I only got down here Friday, and it would have been a big upset if she had been knocked out early. But there's a nice little hit off the foam for our surfer in red. That's Evie. And up and riding now, that is Rosie. And a couple of nice little wiggles there to keep the momentum moving through this heat. And looking to build some rhythm. Only some small scores locked in, so no real score of substance locked in for this heat yet. It's just going to take one good wave to really break open this heat. When we look over to the rankings, Rosie has had, well, some pretty solid results this year, especially the last few events. She's really, found some consistency to her best score best result this year has been that third place last week at the Billabong Oche up there at Snapper. So she's matched that at least at this event. So she's really starting to find some form as she progresses through 2026. And West Australian surfer.
Yep, runner-up state champ last year.
Yep.
Older sister Stella rips as well. Here she goes, the goofy on her backhand.
Yeah, it looks like she took out the Margaret River round 1 of the WA Junior Surfing titles.
Yeah, it was pumping too. That was a big week of waves at main break. And here goes Evie Borden, the Sunshine Coaster, I believe. Yeah, Rosie's, the Annesleys are surfing royalty in Margaret River. Dad Rowan is just the lord of all lords at North Point. And Granddad Fredo is the lifeguard at Margaret River, or has been for years, and head of first aid at
Lots of staring into the sun
Pro
there.
every year. Oh yeah, his retinas are torched. But Fredo is one of the greats. A champion Ironman back in the day. Plenty of old black and white shots of him in Speedos, kicking around, running up and down the beach. Yeah, the Annesleys are great.
Yeah, so Evie from Queensland. Oh, that was a nice turn there for the surfer in blue. So dropped slightly today. It's still going to be that similar theme. The judges have been very obvious, after seeing a few days of action, what they're looking for. It's those major manoeuvres, bringing a point of difference, showing some flair, and they want to see the risk as well, because obviously with this wave, it's quite condensed out on that back bank. You're limited to how many sections you do get, and you really have to make the most of those sections when they present themselves, Binsey, because we've seen, some surfers connecting the dots, and it's been a real condense of 3s and 4s. We've seen a lot of those scores this week because, the opportunity that you get out there is pretty limited on how many turns you can do. But bringing that point of difference, that X factor, we've seen those surfers creep up into those 6, 7, 8 point ranges. I've seen a whole lot of excellent numbers this week. Wow, imagine being over in Norway watching the World Cup right now. It'd be unbelievable. So 7 minutes 30.
But gee, there's not much in it. Rosie Annesley's 5.35, doing all the damage right now. She's in front by 0.2. So Evie Borden needs a 3.04, but Rosie just wants to get rid of that 1.53 and make things a little bit tougher for the lady in red.
Yeah, I like that 5.33, that last one of Rosie. I'd love to get a replay of that one as well if we could get it, because that was that one big committed turn we saw, just really high, tight in the pocket. Had a bit of X factor to it, a bit of wow factor. Was one of those major movements on that wave, and she's definitely got the upper hand here. The 5.33 in her scorelines, definitely a bonus for Rosie. Evie holding on to a 3.83 and a 2.83, so she needs just a 3.04, but yeah, like you said, Binsey, that 1.53. Once she drops that one out, this is going to... she could be in a very commanding position for the back end of this heat, which is 6 minutes 23. It has been a bit of a slow heat. We've seen limited opportunity. And Evie, looking over at the rankings, the 2026 Surfing Australia Junior Series rankings in the under-14 female division. She's only surfed in 3 events this season. She got a 9th at the Parco. She did an 11th at the 2026 State Surfing Titles qualifier in Queensland, and last week at the Oki, a 13th. So this has been a breakout event for her this year. Now currently locking in at least a 3rd place. Could see herself into the final if she can manage to string together a couple of nice waves in the back end of this heat. But she is up against a very savvy competitor, as you mentioned, royalty from the West Australian coast, in Rosie Annesley. There's the surfers in the next heat making their way out. About to face the mammoth paddle from the beach to the back break here at Lennox. Will be in the red. Saw Estella paddling out now, and wow, that's a big.
Hold on to it.
Wow, that was that could have been the nail in the coffin right there. There was a huge manoeuvre from
You jinxed her.
Rosie. I know. It looked like she had it, and she did all the hard work. Just got a little hung up on her heelside rail as she landed. Just a little, probably a bit upright. As we see this one, the big turn there, just a little bit too much weight on the hillside rail, and I feel like she was waiting for the wave to shock back at her, and it didn't, and it just caused her to just go down on that one. But that was a big moment there that could have really put Rosie in a commanding position in the back end of this heat. I feel like that would have probably been the best score of this heat had she rode out of that, Pinsy.
Yeah, well, as it is, it's slightly extended her lead, so she's up to a 7.13. Evie Borden now chasing a 3.31. Three and a half minutes remaining.
And when Vincent got the win over in the
Yeah,
the Lido.
that's huge. Great warm-up for the Challenger Series.
I know.
Starting tonight.
2,000 rated event. He's in good form. Winter, and we've been staring at his backside all weekend. His big O'Neill poster right in the booth. And he's in such good form right now, and I feel like that event at Snapper, even though it didn't go his way up there, just giving him a taste of that CT arena feels going to be just a huge motivation push and a confidence boost for him.
All right, here goes Evie Borden looking to get herself back into the picture. She needs a 3.31. Oh, she got the one turn off and then the wave just died out. Where will the judges go with this score?
It's such a tricky number out here. We've seen so many surfers come unstuck needing threes this event. It's been one of those ones where, you know, it's almost like they take the smaller ones trying just to manufacture the score, but they really just need to. Oh, that was a big high turn in the pocket. That's going to extend her lead. So very smart surfing there from Rosie. The West Australian just tightening the screws ever so slightly on Evie, as we see Evie up and riding. See, this is a smaller wave, Binsey, and what tends to happen with those smaller ones, they hit that dead water quite fast. But here's a difference you see up and riding Rosie, just finding that bigger wave with more wall down the line, which really allows her to square up and get high in the pocket. And that 1.8, I dare say, is going to be long gone after that.
1 minute remaining.
You know, I feel like those one big turns, that's the 3-point ride that Evie's looking for. But her scores are probably going to push up now to about a 5.
Last score for Rosie Annesley is a 6.83.
Wow.
So Evie Borden is now chasing an 8.33. Feel like that could just about be checkmate. 30 seconds to go, so great surfing from Rosie Annesley.
Well, how exciting. She's going to make her first final of the season so far. If she can hold on, it looks like 15 seconds on the clock. She surely's done enough now. At 6.83 just was the icing on the cake. 5.33 is a backup, and we hear the beach announcer counting things down, and well, there it is. The first finalist in the under 14 girls is the West Australian. And we will go to an ad break right now at the Soundbox Osgrom Open presented by O'Neill, and come back with more action. Semi-final number 2 right after this. Do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen.
In a place where every corner tells a story and neighbours are more like family, having someone you can trust by your side makes all the difference. For over 100 years, Somerville Laundry Lomax has been a cornerstone in our community, supporting individuals, families and businesses through the moments that matter most. When you need legal support, someone who'll stand beside you, turn to the team trusted by generations. Somerville Laundry Lomax, for all matters when it matters most.
To make it easy.
All right, Sundays don't get much better than this. Welcome back to the Soundbox Osgrom Open presented by O'Neill. And we are into finals day. Myself, Chris Enever in the booth. Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, welcome. Finals day, mate. It's exciting. The sun's out here at the beautiful Lennox Head, and, well, 14 girls action underway.
Yeah, and thanks for the welcome, Chris. And, you know, early this morning I felt that nor'wester up home, and I went, ooh, geez, that generally flattens it up home very quickly.
Yep.
And I get down there, and this place, it freaks me out how many conditions it handles.
It's insane, isn't it?
It was southerly the other day, and it's still fine. It's nor'west today, nearly opposite, and it's still just peachy out there.
Oh, it is, and I feel like it's right in that sweet spot now. I mean, this morning, obviously a little bit slow with the fuller tide, but we've got some favourable tides throughout the day.
Yeah.
You'd know what time low tide is to the minute, wouldn't you, today?
Yeah, no, that's right. I mean, we're going to beat the tide. We're not going to be finishing on a high tide, because I think it will stop this afternoon sometime. So, but you know, it seems to me low tides maybe around about the 10:40 mark or something. So we've got an outgoing tide.
Yep, 11:44 today.
Oh, unreal. That's perfect.
Yeah, I know. We're really lucky. That was a great carving manoeuvre.
That was a day out.
From Estella there. This is a bit of a different heat compared to the last one. The first semi-final action we saw was two surfers that were quite far down the rankings, and I think so. Rosie was sitting in 8th position on the rankings, the Surfing Australia Junior Series rankings, and the other surfer was down in 32nd, Evie Borden. But this heat here, we've seen two of the form surfers throughout the series, and Estella, top of the rankings, sitting in number 1 position at 25,550 points. So she's got some big results she's locked in. She won the Taj Small Fry, she won the Parko, and she got 7th in the Oki Grom. So she's just been in red hot form across these major events. These 10,000 rated events, the premium events, she has just set her sights to, and pretty much...
Well, already just being in the semi-final, you pocketed some pretty decent points, and she started well.
She actually has an opportunity at this event to go a perfect 30,000 rated event points. It's your top 3 events that are counted.
Untouchable.
She's got two 10,000 rated events. She'd be... I wonder if that's... how many times that's been done. Topping the rankings on a perfect scorecard with 30,000 points.
Well,
it's a possibility now, and I mean, look at her scores. She's already locked in 15 points to start this heat. Wow!
She's had 2 amazing rides out there.
She is just looking unstoppable out here at Lennox Head, and what a way to start the heat. We haven't seen much of this whole week. You know, locking in 15 points, let alone doing it in the first 5 minutes of a heat. So very solid start. An 8.33 for her first ride and a 6.67. And she'd just be sitting out there with a smile ear to ear, but hearing those numbers come through, and Stevie O'Day is now got her work cut out for her.
You know, there's no doubt about it. I mean, you know, you're surfing competitions and you start with an 8.33. It is just smooth sailing.
Yeah.
Except for one thing, you hope the heat finishes real quick.
But the one thing as well we've seen is some surfers locking in these big numbers throughout the week, but even struggling to find a backup. And, well, she's just paddled straight back out after an 8.33, and, well, she couldn't have done it any better. Straight into a 6.67, and now she's just got, well, a near excellent heat total of 15 points, one of the highest heat event totals we've seen throughout the whole event. And it's the excellent numbers. They've been hard to come by this week.
Yeah, they sure have. I mean, but certainly to put 2 together in 5 minutes is miraculous. And I got down here and I was going, oh my gosh, it's still happening. Like, there's still waves, and there's still the opportunity to get an excellent score. So this is brilliant for a finals day. We've got 11, basically a lunchtime low tide. So, you know, we've got an early day, and yesterday afternoon the tide started to really kill it around that high tide mark.
Yeah, it does, and I feel like right now this is the sweet spot at this venue here, that 3-foot range. Hopefully we'll see a few bigger sets throughout the day, the odd 4-footer maybe, and but it is kind of sitting in that 3-foot range out there, and light offshore winds predicted to hang around for the whole finals day.
Yeah, just a magnificent setting, isn't it? Like, Lennox Head just nestled away there on the point, that beautiful hinterland in the background.
Oh, it's so untouched. Look out the back there. It's just untouched, pristine hinterland views.
And we saw before this fantastic view of Lennox Point itself and the headland untouched. That's where, you know, New South Wales just does it so much better.
Yeah.
It just does. They're really, the foreshore, the block on the foreshore development is just so good.
Yeah, it's really just keeps that raw feel to it as well. When you look up the headland and you see that untouched headland, and you get that as well at some other venues too, like even Cabarita's got a
all
nice,
of them.
You know, they do it really well, keeping those headlands untouched.
The Gold Coast kind of got away on it.
Yeah. Oh wow, that was just some incredible surfing. This is going to be a huge number for the surfer in blue, and Well, Stevie sitting at the back would have seen that one from behind and just went, oh dear Lord, I'm going to be staring down the barrel of a big total now because, well, Estella's just laid down a crazy combination on the backhand rabbit.
Love it. The versatility of this young surfer is mind-blowing.
Oh my word. And
come on, Stevie, let's get it going.
yeah, this is going to be a real test of composure here because you've got your back against the wall and I feel like now you just got to go out and have some fun. You've got to take the shackles off, and that's a lovely first carve and another searing turn and wraps it back around too. So
Oh, wow.
yeah, she's looking very solid on her feet.
And look at that. Knows how to paddle, duck dive, those little snaps, the beautiful snaps and carves. So Stevie O'Day, what a great exchange.
Yeah, very mature approach. I love that big searing carve all the way back to the power source. And the second one, cut that one a bit shorter, and then the third. So that first turn was really mature. I love the way she held the rail right around. It's one of the key elements that I feel like these younger surfers need to really dial in. That.
Yeah.
Because I feel like when, as times kind of progressed and the surfing's evolved, we've seen boards get so much shorter for the young surfers. I feel like when, back when, even when I was, 14 years old, I would be riding a much longer board, like I'd even be riding a 5.6, 5.7 type thing. And it wasn't until, those 5.2s, 5.3 boards weren't much of a thing then.
No.
Even those 4.8s you're seeing now and those tiny little boards.
It's funny, really, because when the shortboard revolution, there was two stages to it. Firstly, there was kind of like the Bob McTavish stage where they came down from 10-foot loggers to those 8-foot plastic machines. But the second phase, what I was involved with, the boards went ridiculously small.
Yeah.
Like I had 5.2s and 5.4s, and then it sort of came out to that like 5.10 to 6 foot range. And it sort of stayed there for a long time. But now it's look, surfboards are like mini Formula One, equipment now. They're amazing.
They are. They're incredible. And wow, looking at the scoreboard now, pocket 8.33s for Estella. She's locked in another excellent number, an 8.33 to match her first 8.33. 16.66 heat total. Stevie O'Day has just locked in a 4.67. So this has been one of the most incredible performances we've seen the whole event so far.
Yeah, and I'm trying to work out what's going on here. They like two young friends out there just having a fun time. Or is Stella going, right, you're in checkmate?
Yeah, and just gone and sat next to her and said, what are you going to do now?
I love it.
Yeah, just sitting right and just making her presence feel known and just, I think, keeping Stevie honest. Just going, hey, just in case you weren't sure of what I've scored so far in this heat, I've actually got 16.66 heat total, and I'm going to sit right next to you and make my presence felt.
But all still in a friendly atmosphere, and now she wants the scores, she wants the situation.
I wonder if she already knows what the scores are and she just wants them to get read out again.
I tell you what, wow, it is something else.
That's some Kelly Slater mind tricks. Jedi mind tricks playing there, but what an incredible start to this heat. And, well, 7 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Stevie O'Day, right now it's just take the shackles off and have fun. You've got to go out there and just really swing for the fences. No pressure at all because you've got the combination of 16.67 to chase down. It's requiring excellent surfing. And, I feel like you just got to let the pressure go and just enjoy yourself and just see what you can bring to the table. And swing for the fences a bit. And yeah, as we were touching on before with the boards, I feel like those longer boards that we had really promoted you to do that, drawn out surfing and get on your rails. And we saw, the likes of, Mick and Joel and that whole era was so good at rail surfing. And I felt like it went away from that slightly, and a lot of the juniors are really focused on, progressive moves and airs and spins and getting the tail release. But if you can get that foundation surfing of the rail surfing dialed in when you're young, and the progression comes later, I feel like that's the best foundation for the surfing.
No, I agree with that, and you tend to see it like kids who naturally got that ability in the air. They love it at the very beginning, and they do it, and then they sort of get to a point. Oh, there's another great ride here.
Yeah, and you can see here
The replay,
she's got such a good. Both of these surfers, Estella and Stevie, have just shown so far that their rail surfing is the strength of what they've got. It's the foundation, and it's laying down really nice full rail calves. It's impressive to see for a 14-year-old girl.
Yeah, and Stevie can surf. So she's a good little surfer.
Yeah, we saw that on her other wave. That 4.6 was pretty much the back of one turn. It was that searing calve that came right back into the pocket. And I get really excited watching under 14 girls surf and lay down big searing rail calves where they hold those mature turns.
Yeah, so getting back to that point, kids tend to get into the trick surfing, I call it, when they're, like 10 years of age. But then they sort of get to a point they go, no, I want to learn to carve and then come back to the air surfing. And I think that's the good foundation.
Yeah, it was even when Laura qualified for the tour, she had to go through an evolution of her surfing. When she first came on tour, she had this really progressive approach of blow tails where she'd blow the fins and go backwards, and the boards were customized to do that, so she had that release of the tail, and it was her real strength. And then, a year or 2 years into being on tour, she actually got the judges kind of said, well, look, we're not just going to score those turns as we were. She had that heat. She went all the way to the final in her first year and surfing at Steph in the final at Snapper, and was bringing out these blow tail turns and a progressive approach. And then the judges pretty much said, look, we want to really see rail surfing, and that's kind of where we're heading with the judging. And so she had to completely evolve her surfing. She jumped on DHDs, and they had to customize her boards for long rail surfing and rail calves. And it was a tricky period for her. She had to evolve things, but seeing these girls now just having such a strong rail game, it's such a good foundation of their surfing, and it is where women's surfing is at right now. You need to have that big, strong rail turns like see Carissa and Steph have. That's why they're still so competitive when they come to the events. And then you obviously see a lot of the other women on tour now, the younger ones that have the progressive approach. But in the end, the rail surfing is still always trumps it,
Well, and that's why this year was such an interesting year, because we've seen, Caitlin Simmers and Molly Picklum really take over the world in the last couple of years as the world champions. But then they come back this year with Stephanie Gilmore and Carissa Moore, and obviously Lakey's been there the whole time. And I was always really interested to see how that would mesh. And gosh, Lakey won Margaret's, Stephanie won Snapper, and then Carissa came on and won Raglan and El Salvador, and you went, okay.
I know.
It's still to the fore, this incredible rail surfing.
Yeah, there is a formula to it, and they understand it, that the experience to come back and then understand the formula and not get too caught up in trying to change their approach to, match that progression of the juniors. They've stuck to their guns, and it's shone through,
Yeah.
And they do bring out the progression when it's needed.
And I think as we go into the second half of the year, now the young guns, they'll respond.
Yeah, 100%.
We will see, because Molly and Caitlin are so good out there on the reefs. They're incredible.
Yeah, they are. They really are, and it's that's where the back half of this tour is going to shape up. We've got a lot of heavy water waves, and we're going to see some exciting stuff. And speaking of exciting stuff, Stella Carbonelli has been on an absolute heater in this event, and also this heat so far. She's looking for, once again, another finals berth. She has won 2 events this year, Taj Small Fries and the Parco. She had a little slip up at the Oki, I think came in 7th, but now she's found her form again, and she's on the cusp of another finals appearance.
Yeah, well, that's a throwaway 7th for the Oki one.
It is, that's gone.
She's in the final, so there's 7,800 points guaranteed.
And just looking so sure-footed. I really like it when you can see the surfers that are in that flow state. They're looking for the big sections, and they're not holding back whatsoever. They're really hunting the major manoeuvres.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm seeing with her as well, which is really putting emphasis on those big moves. And it looks like we've lost a bit of connection on the screen so far. A little bit of technical difficulties here. So this heat is coming down to a close, Rabbit, and we don't have visual right now, but we can jump on liveheats.com. We've lost visual in the booth, but
Yeah, well, we know that Stevie is in a combo situation, so it'd be a bit of a miracle for her to get a couple of nines she might need.
yeah, well, 56 seconds on the clock. I'm jumping on liveheats.com. You can actually, I love the addition of the visuals. Liveheats.com. They're just evolving and getting better and better.
Yeah.
Now you can check out all the live action on liveheats.com. Keep it on the same browser, there it is, 40 seconds on the clock, and Estella is sitting in the lead comfortably. Has those two 8.33s, one of the performances of the entire event, and what a time to do it on finals day. Here at Lennox Head, we hear the beach announcer counting in. So we're a little bit delayed on the live heats, but it is Estella, the rankings leader, once again into the final. And she will set up the opportunity to go a perfect 30,000 points, Rabbit. Wow.
Yeah, that's historical.
That is unbelievable, and I'd love to know how many other surfers have done it, or if it's been done before. We'll have to get some stats on that, but
okay.
We'll be right back with more action on finals day here at the Soundbox Osgrom Open. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back shortly after this ad break.
In a place where every corner tells a story and neighbours are more like family, having someone you can trust by your side makes all the difference. For over 100 years, Somerville Laundry Lomax has been a cornerstone in our community, supporting individuals, families and businesses through the moments that matter most. When you need legal support, someone who'll stand beside you, turn to the team trusted by generations. Somerville Laundry Lomax, for all matters when it matters most.
Squaring up to the reef really good. It just felt like a crazy amount of draw, and it was like I was riding uphill. I was on my back foot pretty much doing a wheelie in the barrel. I was held it for as long as I could until it just sucked me backwards and ended up going straight to the bottom. It was a pretty crazy feeling. I haven't really had a feeling like that in a barrel.
In a place where every corner tells a story and neighbours are more like family, having someone you can trust by your side makes all the difference. For over 100 years, Somerville Laundry Lomax has been a cornerstone in our community, supporting individuals, families and businesses through the moments that matter most. When you need legal support, someone who'll stand beside you, turn to the team trusted by generations. Somerville Laundry Lomax, for all matters when it matters most.
Welcome back to all the live action here at Lennox Head for our finals day of the Soundbox Osgrom Open presented by O'Neill. We are now into the under 14 boys semi-final. We have Jaya Sahendra in the red, Flynn Swicheski.
Yeah.
We just got correction on this pronunciation of the surname, so it's Swicheski. And well, he is out there in the blue. 16 minutes on the clock. These are, of course, 20-minute heats. So young Jaya just up the road from Byron Bay. Flynn around that Gold Coast area, surfs for Snapper Rock surf riders.
Yeah, and
shout out to everyone back up there if they're tuning on in.
Flynn's been on fire this whole competition, dropping a 9 yesterday in his quarter. So excited to see what these two can do out here. As we see the surf mud replay, this was Jaya's first. Oh, nice snap in the lip. And again. And again. That was a really nice wave for Jaya. And here goes Flynn. Nice backhand carve and gets the finish there. So first exchange for these boys. See how those scores roll in.
Yeah, I feel like Jaya might have got the better of that exchange just on those two waves.
Yeah, I definitely think so.
Well, if you're tuning in on the live heat scoring system, notice that there is a 1 and 2 next to those competitors' names. At the moment, it is the surfer in blue, Flynn, holding down first priority, meaning that he does have right away to any wave in the lineup as it comes on through. On screen there, you can see him waving his hands around in the air. That is to get the beach commentators' attention, hoping for an update. You'll be waiting for those scores to be locked in from that opening exchange. Well, it looks like the judges have gone into the excellent range. Jaya Sahendra has opened up with an 8-point ride. What a way to open up.
Yeah, I thought they were going to go high with that score because that was one of the better waves I've seen surfed this morning. So, best wave of the morning, actually.
Here he is, up and riding again. Just the one turn, but he's going to lock in that backup score pretty quickly. And, well, surfer in blue opened up with a 3.33, so he's on the back foot at this stage of the heat, playing catch-up. Thanks to the surfer in red, Jaya Sahendra, locking in that 8-point ride. Excellent surfing there from that young competitor. Well, Flynn surfed his wave too. He surfed it well. It's just that the wave didn't quite provide him with that pocket.
Yeah, his wave was a bit flatter and he was kind of late to that end section. So, yeah, it really is about wave selection today. We're seeing a lot of waves just kind of dying out into that gutter that you can see on the screen there. So picking a wave that's going to allow you to have a few steep sections is going to be really important today. We see the surf mud replay of like it might be Jaya's last.
Quick
That
up and
glare
out.
looking really tricky right now.
You can see the glare just glistening on the water there. I actually had a good watch when I was out of the booth this morning, and the surfers are actually surfing way north on the contest bank compared to previously in the week and even yesterday. With the conditions changing a bit overnight, the dominant bank is further north. They actually had to move the buoys this morning to extend the bank.
Oh, really?
We watch the surf mud replay for the surfer in the red, racing down the line, puts it up into the lip, gets a bit of a tail drift on the way down, just the one turn. He managed to lock in a 5.83, so
Wow.
Jaya Sahendra out there in first place with an 8 and a 5.83 with just under 12 minutes on the clock. It is Flynn Swieczewski playing catch up. He's looking for a combination of 2 scores totaling 13.84 if he's wanting to move on into the final. But this surfer here, he has just been on a tear, Juniper.
Wow, he's put together a really, really nice heat, and we're not even halfway through yet, and he's already got an 8 and a 5.83. So he has put Flynn into combination. So he's needing a combination score of 13.84, which, when he gets a backup score, he'll most likely break that combination, because he currently does not have a backup wave, but he's definitely got some work to do now. Whoa, that is Jaya. Again, just one turn on that one, so see if that betters his score line. And coming up to the halfway mark, up next we're going to have the Heat 2 of the semi-finals for the under 14 boys, and that's going to be Hayden Mee and Tally Crompton. So don't go anywhere, and as we see a whale out the back behind Jaya on that last wave. He's in a pretty comfortable lead right now, and he's going to be back out there now with priority, as we see. Surf Mud replay of Flynn's last. He's found a nice little left here, and went for the lip line and couldn't quite stick it, so that is not really going to help his situation at this point in time.
He's going to have to start this heat again with just over 10 minutes on the clock. He's still chasing 2 good waves to get himself back into the game and wanting to progress through to the main final, the under 14 boys Soundbox Osgrom Open, presented by O'Neill. Jaya Sahendra in the red, well and truly in the lead with an 8 and a 5.83. Flynn Swieczewski in blue in second, chasing that combo. He is more than capable. Just needs to get those waves as they come on through. Wave selection certainly key for competitive surfing. No matter how many you catch, you want to be on those best ones to allow yourself that scoring opportunity.
Yeah, and as we can see, it's that number, that combination score for Flynn is well and truly doable. Jaya's got his 2 waves within the first half of this heat, so with just only one other person out there, so surfing 2-man heats, he's going to have enough time and opportunity to still be able to catch 2 waves and have a shot in getting into the final of the under 14 boys. Looks like a nice set here, and Jay is going to be on it, and wow, this looks like a really nice wave. First top turn out of the lip.
Aww.
Second turn, just whacks it, and wow, gets the finish. So, oh my god, Jaya has been on fire this heat, and I think that's going to have to be the best wave of the heat.
That is, I feel like, certainly going to trump that 8 that he has in his scoreline. It was a bigger wave, more critical, good connection. I feel like, yeah, there was absolutely no downtime between those backhand turns. Judges going to have to really consider what they're looking at here. Comes hard off the bottom. Hits a little under the lip if I'm being critical, but belts that second section and straight up into the third. Gets a little tail drift on the way down. So excellent surfing there from that young competitor.
No claim on
in
that
the red
too. Yeah, wow, that was really sick. So
sure the Byron Bay Board Riders crew be stoked with that one as they're tuning on in, or maybe just visiting from up the road to support their surfer in the red. Just coming fresh off a 3rd place up on the Gold Coast for the Occy Grom Comp. Have the Surf Mud replay here.
Just seems so in rhythm right now. He's been on all the best waves of this heat and surfing them really well. See how that score trickles in, and there it is, Brett, 9.5. Wow. Very impressive surfing from Jaya, and Is he up again? No, just a bit of a closeout now. But, wow, what a heat. 9, 5 and 8.
Can't go much better.
Nah. Really, really impressive surfing from the man in red. Just under 7 minutes now, and Flynn he's going to be feeling it. He needs 17.5 combination scores. He needs 2 excellent scores to get the lead on Jaya, which he's well and truly capable of doing. But I think he's definitely going to be feeling the nerves now with 6.5 minutes remaining.
It is a huge ask, and it looked like he was looking for an update from the beach commentator to see what he needs exactly, or that might actually be red. The glare's pretty bad here this morning, but rest assured, the judges do have spotters. They're well and truly onto the right colours. We just can't quite see on our screen. At the moment, with just over 6 minutes remaining, Flynn Swieczewski chasing a combination of 17.51. Have to be one of the highest totals of this event so far. Jaya Sahendra on an absolute tear out here this morning, locking in that 9.5 and an 8. He is going to be hard to beat. Is of course our finals day.
Yeah, finals day. Finals day. So we're gonna have the semi-finals. These boys, we're gonna jump back into the Pro Junior, the Traeger Pro Junior, and have the semi-final for the men's. So there'll be 2 heats there, and then after that we just jump into the finals. 8 champions will be crowning today, and yeah, it's not long now. That first turn. Here's the replay of Jaya's 9.5, and wow, really, really impressive surfing. Really mature surfing. I mean, these guys are the under 14 boys, so 13 and under is the ages of these grums, and yeah, just surfing so maturely in really great rhythm with the ocean, really reading the waves well. And there's a bit of distance between the 2 surfers at this point in time. It is Flynn with the priority. So as the clock ticks down, that requirement for Flynn to get him into the final is going to start to feel less and less doable. Another beautiful day, Brett. Sun's finally out.
What a spectacular day we have here.
Yeah. Finally, some sun.
Sun is shining. I know I've got my jumper on. I might have to pull it off soon.
Yeah.
Got some sun in our booth, which is always nice. It was freezing throughout the first half of this event. On screen there you can see Jaya Sahendra's total of the waves he's caught so far. Opening up with that 8. And then, well, he locked in that 9.5 on that left-hander. Surfing with a lot of maturity in his approach. We talked about the separation, Juniper, in the lineup. It's one of those beaches that extends so far. Surfers really can separate themselves, particularly when there's only 2 surfers in the water. But at the moment, I feel like these 2 competitors aren't going to be too phased by each other in terms of the priority situation. I feel like the surfer in red is so far out in front that he doesn't really have to go into the tactics game.
No. Yeah.
3 minutes on the clock.
Yeah.
But you never know. At the moment, it's actually the surfer in blue that's got the first priority. So he has right a wave to any wave that comes on through the lineup. But he is chasing a 2-wave combo to take the lead. He's looking for 2 waves. Total of 17.51 with 2.5 minutes on the clock. It's going to be a hard ask for Flynn Swieczewski, but he will certainly, hopefully, get another opportunity just to showcase his surfing at this point.
Yeah, yeah. And you know, just 2.5 minutes, there is still time. But Yeah, I don't know if he can manage to get one and break that combination. I doubt that Jay is going to be letting him get another opportunity. But yeah, it just looks like the ocean's gone a bit sleepy.
Up
at
next,
the moment.
we have the under-14 boys semi-final heat number 2. It'll be Hayden Mee in the red up against Tully Crompton in the blue, who will get through that one and head on into the final. Well, only time will tell, but at the moment it looks like Jay Sahendra is on his way to be a finalist here at Lennox Head. The Soundbox Osgrom Open presented by O'Neill progresses through this heat. He would have done at least one better than his recent result, Occy Gromcomp. He just come off a 3rd place there.
He's had a good run of results. Just getting down to the minute mark now, and it is still situation the same. Looking like it's gonna be Jaya progressing into the finals, and I'm sure he's feeling pretty confident about that. Looks like there's a wave coming, so Jaya's gonna, both surfers up and riding. Like it was just the one turn for Flynn, and yeah, just the one turn as well. So both surfers on their way in. So yeah, I'm not sure what Flynn got done on that wave, but I think it was only opportunity for one turn. So it will be Jaya Sahendra, Broken Head Boy, advancing on through to the final of the under-14 boys.
Would be extremely happy with that one. A very convincing win as well. Commiserations to Flint Swicheski. Still a great effort. He will walk away with an equal 3rd in this event. It is
In a place where every corner tells a story and neighbours are more like family, having someone you can trust by your side makes all the difference. For over 100 years, Somerville Laundry Lomax has been a cornerstone in our community, supporting individuals, families and businesses through the moments that matter most. When you need legal support, someone who'll stand beside you, turn to the team trusted by generations. Somerville Laundry Lomax, for all matters when it matters most.
Welcome back to the live action here at Lennox for the Soundbox Osgrom Open presented by O'Neill. We are into the under-14 boys semi-final heat number 2 in the water. In the red we have Hayden Mee, in the blue Tully Crompton. Well, the winner of that previous semi-final was Jaya Sahendra, so we do have our first finalist for this division. Off to a quick start, that competitor there in the blue. That was Tully Crompton on his backhand. Beautiful first turn, but not able to get the completion on the second. My name is Britt Nicol, joined back in the booth with Juniper Harper. How you going, Ju?
Good morning. Good. How are you going?
Yeah, good. Oh, look at the little support crew on the beach. Very nice to see.
Yeah, all his mates just super stoked for him. They would have all been very impressed with that heat, and it looks like he's pretty pumped, as he should be. 8 and a 9.5 for J.R. Sahendra, so he was ripping last heat. As we see, Blue up and riding here. Oh, getting that one nice lip line, sticking the completion, and Red on the right. Getting the one turn, but stuck it. Nice turn, and yeah, we'll see. Blue had another wave. Blue on his backhand. Whoa, really nice first turn, and I just couldn't quite stick the completion on that one, but I think that might have been my favourite of that exchange, that last one from Blue. It's Jaya. Big smile on the dial. I see him outbroken all the time, and he's just always in the right spot getting all the best waves. And I'm like, oh, how are you always getting every good wave?
One of
He's
those
ripping.
frustrating ones to surf with.
Yeah. So he's in rhythm with the ocean, as we saw in that last heat. And it is Hayden Me and Tully Crompton out there. Semi-final number 2, so this is going to be the decider of who joins J.O. for the final. First score for Red has come in at a 5.83. Waiting on 2 scores now from Blue.
Off to an early lead, Hayden Me, with that 5.83. Like Ju said, we've still got scores to drop for Blue. And I agree, I like that first backhand turn that he did on that last wave. Really critical in the section. Here we go, here's the surf mud replay. Drives hard off the bottom, straight up in the lip, gets a little fin pop on the way up and down.
Yeah.
Kind of like came out of that turn with speed.
Yeah. I think that's going to be a pretty nice number for Tully. So there it is. Tully's waves have come in. First wave came in at a 4.67. And there it is, his second wave. Best wave of the heat at a 6.17. So that's got him straight into the lead. And it looks like he's going to paddle for this one again. Here goes Tully Crompton. One big section, and wow. Sticks the landing. That would have felt really good there for Tully Crompton.
Bit of a look back to the beach.
Yep. And
subtle confidence.
Yeah. As we've seen this whole event, the judges have really been liking these waves, the big sections, big committed turns. I think they're going to really like this one. Really perfectly timed. Stuck the landing, so.
It will be interesting to see where the judges go with that one. It's a bigger wave, bigger section, more critical turn. They gave him that 6.17 for the wave previous to that one, where he kind of wafted the fin.
But was definitely a smaller wave.
But it was a smaller wave and he didn't get the completion. So whether or not they lock it on in better or worse, but I feel like it could be better.
Yeah, I think so. Definitely drop his 4.67.
Surf mud replay of Hayden Me. Flying down the line, comes hard off the bottom, straight up into the lip. Nearly lose him in the whitewash there, but he reappears and gets the finish. That was Hayden Me in the red. He's now chasing a 7.11 because last of Blue, Tully Crompton, was a 6.77. So the surfer in blue has extended his lead. He's now got a 6.77 and a 6.17. Sitting in first place, it is the surfer in red in second, Hayden Me, with that 5.83. He's now chasing a 7.11. We watch the surf mud replay for Tully Crompton on his backhand. Beautiful first turn, but not much else on offer on that wave. I don't feel that's going to go into his top two. Another great performance in this semi-final. Looking for a spot in the final. Be up against Jaya Sahendra. He put on an excellent performance with a total of 17.5. He managed to lock in an 8 and a 9.5, so he is going to be hard to beat. Both of these surfers well and truly more than capable once they get the right waves.
So just under 12 minutes remaining now, and it looks like the boys are having a paddle for this one. Priority is with Blue, so he's going to take it. And really nice first turn up in the lip. Second turn, just gets a bit wobbly on that one, comes unstuck, but yeah, I don't think that's going to go into his top two. So it will be Hayden, me left out there now, looking for a 7-1-1 for Hayden, so very doable score. And up next we're going to be moving back into the Pro Junior for the men's, and it's going to be Jesse Ferguson and Rico Haybiddle back out there. And semi-final number 2 after those boys will be Lachlan Aragos and Mitchell Peterson, so stay tuned for that golden division, the Pro Junior. So these boys are going to be ripping, and they're fighting for a spot in the final, so they're going to be on fire. And here is the replay. Poor Tully couldn't quite stay on for the landing of that second turn, so 317 for that last one, doesn't go into his top two. As you can see on the screen, Jesse Ferguson just warming up, getting ready for his matchup against Rico Haybiddle. Rico, been coming here for years, one of my very good friends. He's always seems to be in great rhythm in the lovely Lennox Head, so I'm really excited to see these match up. Both surfers been ripping this whole event.
Yeah, that could certainly be a final between those two competitors. Jesse Ferguson and Rico Haybiddle. Semi-final number 2 for that division will be Lachlan Odraros and Mitchell Peterson. Another great matchup for the Traeger Wood-Fired Grills WSL Pro Junior. At the moment it is the under 14 boys semi-final heat number 2 in the water for the Soundbox Osgrom Open presented by O'Neill. See on screen there, these two competitors really separating themselves in the lineup, creating a little bit of distance between them. First priority is with red, second priority is with blue, but it is blue in the lead at this stage of the heat with that 6.77 and a 6.17. Surfer in red chasing a 7.11, and that's Rico Haybiddle on screen.
Go Rick. Very, very talented young man. So he's going to be feeling cool, calm and collected for this next heat. And as we see Tully Crompton, another big hit and sticks the landing, so we'll see how the judges score that one.
He's looking to replace a 6.17 from his scoreline if he's wanting to extend his lead. Personally, I feel like his other two waves were better than that one.
I think it will come in close, still a decent score, but I don't know that it will be replacing any of his keepers at this point in time.
Staying nice and busy on his feet. He is hoping for a spot in the final. Of course, finals day here at Lennox for the Soundbox Osgrom Open presented by O'Neill, and what a beautiful day we have here. The swell has tapered off a little bit, but still plenty of good waves in the lineup for these competitors to lock in some excellent scores. We saw that in our last heat. Jaya Sahendra locking in a total of 17.5, one of the highest of the event so far. A little overcast here this morning, but warmer than a lot of the other days throughout this week.
Yeah. I think as soon as that sun comes out, it's nice and warm. The first few days of competition were really rainy and cold, and there was no sun at all shining through the clouds. So, yeah, that sun just pulls it out of taking my puffer off. So, warming up a bit.
Fingers crossed. The rest of the day continues the way it has this morning.
Yeah, touch wood. Looks like maybe it might be Bodie Williams out there on the ski, watching over the grommets, keeping everyone safe. The Surf Life Saving crew have been doing a really great job this whole event, making sure everyone is safe, keeping an eye on everything going on out there. Thank you to that team. So 6.5 minutes now, and Hayden Mee is sitting in second, but he does have priority, so a 7.11 will get him the jump over Tully Crompton to land him a spot in the finals for the under 14 boys. Yeah, after we jump through the 2 semis of the Pro Junior men's, we go straight into the 14 girls final. So it's almost time to start crowning our champions, and I'm really excited for that.
Oh, we're talking about it. We've got some sun shining on through into the booth. I am definitely going to have to take off this jumper at the end of this heat. Heating up in here, not only in the booth but also in the water. At the moment, we're just over 5 minutes on the clock. Tully Crompton still out in first place. Looks like he's starting to paddle a little further south, potentially over towards his fellow competitor. There we go. We can see the other competitor on screen now, so this could be a little bit of tactics coming into play here. Hayden Mee in the red in first priority and chasing a 7.11. So he does have right of way to any of the waves that come through the lineup, but Tully Crompton in the blue is in first place, and it looks like he's just going to go sit nice and close and maybe try and pressure Red into a wave that potentially he doesn't want. So here we go. Red has taken off, drives hard off the bottom, up into the lip, gets critical, nice and compressed on the way down, and well, we'll wait and see where that sits on the scoreline. He's got a 5.83 and a 5. He's chasing that 7.11, Juniper.
Yeah, we'll see where that score falls. 7.11 required for Hayden Mee. The minutes remaining. He's going to be getting back out then, hoping to get another opportunity, as we'll see now that Tully Crompton will be given priority. And yeah, as we see the replay here for Hayden, really nice looking wave, and just that one turn, but definitely a solid turn. Big section, and I think it will be right there, but I don't know that will be the best wave of the heat, which is what he's looking for, a 7.11. So he might need another opportunity, and with 3.5 minutes to go, Tully Crompton is going to be sitting right on Hayden. He's going to be making sure that he can't get another opportunity.
I agree with you, Juniper. Although it was a really good, strong turn in the critical section of the wave, if we compare it to, say, that 6.77 in Tully's scoreline, that bigger wave, solid backhand turn into the lip, I don't feel like Hayden's is going to be that high.
Oh, and there it is. It's a 5.97, so not quite there. He has lowered the requirement ever so slightly. He's now looking for a 6.97, and just under 3 minutes remaining, sorry. the boys sitting very close by each other. Tully Crompton is going to be utilising his priority to make sure that Hayden can't get an opportunity to get that 6.97 that is required.
Red had a little look at that one, opting not to take off. It's going to be extremely hard for him to catch a wave under the watch of the surfer in blue. Well, it looks like they're actually choosing to paddle opposite directions. Surfer in blue electing not to go sit near red. Oh, here we go. He's had to think about it and turned it back around. Just under 2 minutes on the clock. It is blue in first place. Tully Crompton with a 6.77 and a 6.17. He's also holding down first priority, and well, he's having a committed paddle of this one. Up on his backhand, racing down the line. Puts it up into the lip, gets the tail drift, but just catches that rail on the way down. So that's not going to improve on his lead. It leaves the door a little ajar. Or Hayden Mee sitting out there now with first priority and chasing a 6.97 to progress on through to the final, but time may be the enemy. Just over a minute left on the clock. Will there be another opportunity?
Nerve-wracking times for Tully Crompton now as he uses his priority in that last one and isn't able to stick that turn. So not bettering his situation, he has left Hayden Mee out there with 55 seconds on the clock, and this is going to be an interesting finish. Will there be an opportunity for Hayden Mee, or will the ocean just go flat? He'll be sitting out there hoping that there's an opportunity for him.
Where it becomes the quickest heat, quickest 30 seconds for Hayden Mee and the longest 30 seconds for Tully Crompton. Here we go, this might be the last opportunity here with 25 seconds on the clock. Blue having a look, taking off.
Both surfers may be taking off.
Wow.
Wow. That was a really nice hit for Tully Crompton. Again, just the one turn, and not sure what Hayden Mee got done on the left of that wave, but mud replay of that one. So time is out. Well, here's the surf mud replay of that last of Tully. So he just got one really nice turn on that wave, and we've seen what Hayden Mee got done, and that's the big question. What did Hayden Mee do on that wave?
Come experience nature's greatest migration with Ballina Byron Marine Adventures. Locally owned, family operated, and passionate about sharing our incredible coastline. Your whale watching adventure starts here. Book now at ballinabyronmarineadventures.com.au.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is finals day down here at Lennox Head. We just saw the Soundbox Osgrom Open presented by O'Neill. Semi-final action. Now we roll into the Traeger Woodfire Grills Pro Junior. And we are in semi-final action. This is a WSL event. The Pro Junior division. Well, two standouts in the draw go head-to-head here, Binzi, in semi-final number 1. Jesse Ferguson, the man from Kira Surf Riders Club. He's been in devastating form this whole event so far. Just cannot put a foot wrong in this Pro Junior. And, well, he's up against a fellow Queenslander and, well, Kiwi as well, Enrico Haybiddle, who put down a very solid performance yesterday afternoon. And this is a big heat right now for the first spot to lock in for a final berth in the Pro Junior at the premier event down here at Lennox Head. It's the stomping ground. It is the original Pro Junior and Junior Series venue. One of the longest running events. And we are into the pointy end of the draw. Sunday is finals day. We're crowning champions today. Very exciting stuff.
Well, disappointing news in Miami. The English have managed to not fall over for long enough to score a second goal after Norway had their second disallowed. Still a little bit of extra time to go, so here's hoping justice prevails and the Norwegians can get back into this one.
That was a shocker by the keeper.
Yeah.
The 16 minutes 25 on the clock. You can jump onto the WSL app and follow along all the live action down here from Lennox Head. The Traeger Grills Pro Junior event. See there the two surfers, Jesse Ferguson in the red, Rico Haybiddle in the blue. Missable board, that yellow signature spray of Jesse Ferguson. Very powerful natural footer. As we jump over to the rankings as well, you can pull down the Junior Tour, Australia Oceania rankings. And we do see that, well, Jesse Ferguson, he's nowhere to be seen at the top of the rankings. He's quite far down, to be honest. I don't think he must. Maybe he hasn't done many events. Let's check out his results. He's sitting in 37th. And, well, he's done 2 events this year, though he did the Newcastle Pro Junior where he got 13th. So this is his second event, and, well, he's found himself into the semi-finals. Obviously got plenty more years in this Junior Series event, this Junior Tour. Is he in the 16s or the 18s in the Soundbox Osgrom Open? I can't remember which one he's in, but check the heat draw, but still lots of years remaining. He's going to be a force to be reckoned with for a long time. And he is up against none other than Rico Haybiddle. We jump into the rankings, have a scroll through, see where Rico's sitting on the leaderboard. And once again, not too far. He's definitely not up the pointy end of the rankings. So some great results here for two surfers that'll be looking to rocket themselves up the leaderboard on the Junior Series rankings. So Rico sitting in 71st. And that is a 33rd at Phillip Island Pro Junior, so a single event he's done as well. So two surfers that haven't dabbled too much in the Junior Series events, this year so far, Binsey. But they now find themselves both in the semi-finals at the premier event here at Lennox Head. So this is just going to be such a big confidence boost for both of these two surfers.
Oh, massive. Yeah, going up an age bracket and still getting down to the pointy end. That's pretty impressive stuff.
Yeah, especially Rico. I mean, 33rd last year. I'll have a look last year and see how many junior series events he did in 2025.
All right, here goes Jesse Ferguson. Flying down the line. It's going to be a one-turn wave. Got all kinds of drift out of the tail. Core strength being put to the test. Unfortunately, couldn't quite bounce back up and ride out of that one.
And that was a really exciting manoeuvre. I thought he was going to go to the air then. I feel like he was in two minds a bit. He wanted to throw the big punt. You could see he was eyeing it off. And then I think he was a little late to the section, so he kind of held back and went for the big lip line floater, projection floater, and kind of just overcooked it a little bit. I feel like that being in 2 miles between an air and a floater meant his board kind of over-rotated slightly, and he ended up on his heel side rail. Just too much, a little bit too much weight on the heels, and fell back, went into a layback, but used every ounce of strength he has to almost wrangle that one back, but just went on down. So that won't be a score of substance just yet. Back to the drawing board. No harm, no foul. Here it is here. We see this one, Binsey takes off. He's racing down the line. You can see him widen his stance and thought he was going to go for the air, but then
he just about rode out of it.
Big lip line floater and just got a little disconnected on the landing. And we saw that shocky come up and kind of hit the bottom of his board. I think just put him off as well. But looking at Rico Haybiddle's results for 2025, he dabbled in the junior series, did 4 events. Well, he had a 33rd at this event last year. So he's blown that out of the water. His best result last year was a 17th, which is, so this is new territory for Rico Haybiddle in the junior series. Finding himself in finals day.
England have fallen over again. This is a penalty. This is ridiculous. The Vikings are being penalised for being far stronger. Normally being stronger than someone's a good thing, but the Soap Dodgers have gone down again. And it's just a disappointing result.
So Jesse Ferguson will have a look for his 2025 season. Here we are in the booth, myself and Chris Binns. Here we are enjoying finals day action down here at Lennox Head with the best view in the house in the booth. Crispy, you're on screen. And
still waiting for these first scores to drop in. There it is, opener for Jesse Ferguson, a 0.6.
Yeah, we actually have an interesting stat here. So Jesse Ferguson last year, he did get a 3rd place finish in the Pro Junior. So he did find himself on finals day last year a number of times actually. Had a 7th at the Pro Junior Newcastle last year in the 2025 season. 7th at the Murph Electric Tweed Coast Pro. And a 3rd of the Traeger Grills Pro Junior here last year at this exact event. So he's matched his result from last year and he'll be looking to go, well, a couple better, that's for sure. And here's Rico, standby for liftoff. Big lofty air.
Huge wind up.
Wow, that was inverted, to say the least. Corked out, air reverse. Didn't even really go for the grab. With 9 minutes 30 on the clock, this has become very interesting heat so far. We've got 2 surfers who have been in standout form throughout the whole event, and well, 11 minutes almost passed, and the highest score on the boards is 0.83. So this is anyone's game. I feel like this is someone needs to adapt here and needs to come up with a strategy for the last 9 minutes in this heat. Otherwise, we could see a proper dogfight as it comes down to the last couple of minutes with no surfers having any scores of substance locked in. I mean, what do you do here, Binsey? This is kind of where you need to put your coach's hat on slightly if you're in the water. You need to come up with some form of strategy because the plan A hasn't been working for either of these competitors.
It's a tough one.
Because
it's a semi-final, you need big scores. You also need waves. You need any scores.
I know.
There are 2 scores in the system, so on screen at the moment, not quite right.
I know, it's a real tricky one because you could, essentially fall into the 9 minutes to go, put your competitive hat on and just get moving and try to lock in maybe a couple of threes. It looks like Rico maybe having a paddle here. No, doesn't like the look of that one. You could, sit in a little bit closer, maybe try and just get a couple of waves under the belt, build some foundation. It looks like Rico is having a sniff. Jesse Ferguson with priority. He's paddling, showing some intent right now. We'll see if he goes this one. No, he doesn't. So it looks like Blue will activate under priority here, and it looks like a bit of a closeout, but yeah, it just goes for the spin, and once again, cannot ride out. But I like the intent. I like the confidence. It was 7 minutes 40 on the clock in a semi-final.
Well, the judges have shown their willingness just to go for quality of turns over quantity. So with these little slightly lackluster conditions at the moment, it's just go for your biggest turn, and why not? Rico Haybiddle has a big swing at that one. It's just going to be another 0.8.
Well, you can sense it's what he's doing here. It's essentially live by the sword, die by the sword stuff here for Rico Haybiddle. He's not backing down. He's sticking to his guns. He knows he's got a very solid air game. He's very confident. His make rate's really high with those maneuvers. We saw him almost ice the landing on a huge air to start the heat, and that would have put him in a commanding position. And then he went down on the last one. He could have essentially, backed it off a touch and just gone for a re-entry on that last one. Probably would have locked in a 3. But the hard thing is, if you're going out and searching for 3s in your scoreline, all it takes is one wave of Jesse Ferguson to lock in a 6 or a 7, and your 2 3s become inconsequential. So it's a tricky one when it comes down to this late in the heat. But someone's going to have to make a move soon. And
yeah, we saw Mitchell Peterson earlier get through basically on the strength of a 6.5. So that one significant score can do you a massive solid. Still plenty of time for a couple of waves for each of our surfers though, just over 6 minutes remaining.
I like what I'm seeing here though, Binsy. I like Rico Haybiddle. He's under priority, doesn't have first priority, so Jesse does, but he's elected to move away from the surf with priority. What that means is if a wave comes to another peak, it's essentially adding a bit of luck factor in here, but if a wave or a set does come, he essentially could catch the same wave as Jesse further up the peak and probably just try to throw down an air or one big manoeuvre. Maybe even go left on the other side of the peak. But at least give himself a shot at catching the same set that does approach the competitive zone, but just on a different part of the peak.
So 5 minutes to go, yellow flag is just about to go up. And we can see now both surfers probably about 100 metres apart. Rico Haybiddle does actually have second priority. It's not on the screen, but it is in front of us.
Yeah, he does. And you can see his intention here, just shifting away. And because the waves are quite quick here, only 1 or 2 turn waves the majority of the time, he's probably going to be able to get that 1 or 2 turns in before he even gets to where Jesse is, if he does go right. But what you got to be careful of, as we saw yesterday, is that we saw Benny Zanardi get interference yesterday when one surfer, they almost crossed over, and it was essentially only a foam climb left in the wave, but Benny Zanardi, he went right, and I don't remember the other surfer who it was, but went left, and they almost crossed over at the end of the wave. Benny Zanardi without priority, got a priority interference, and that was his junior series campaign done and dusted. Losing a whole wave is just...
Oh, it's brutal.
It's almost... You can't come back from it. It's...
Oh, you could do it pretty easily right now.
Yeah, I know. But it'd be funny if you actually just logged on live and you just opened up the screen and you saw these 2 surfers in lineup with the surfers leading with 4 minutes to go with a 1.863, and Rico finally greases one. So was only a minor air, but still threw the progression element in. And Jesse up the back on a bigger wave. Nice big turn. So, well, this is becoming a full dogfight. And looks like there'll be a bit of a paddle battle here. Dare say Jesse will get priority first because he's a bit further out. Looks like...
Well, they're kind of on a bit of a similar line. You'd imagine that Rico's got the better of that exchange. Far more risk to that air reverse. Jesse Ferguson, after falling on his opener, might have just toned that last turn in, toned it down just a little bit to make sure he got the completion.
Yeah, either way, you know, they're not going to be huge numbers either. And look at, there was a smaller wave here for Rico, so it was an insider. The judges will take note of that. It was a bit of a softer section. So he went for the air rev, landed backwards, didn't get the full spin. It looked better from the drone angle. The front on showed the wave was quite small. And then if we compare that to Jesse's wave, it was definitely a bigger set at the back. You can see more shape to this one, more power, and a lip connection, not much risk thrown into that one though. A very stock standard rejection floater. Looks like Jesse's got another wave, so he's clicked into gear here. He's showing some urgency.
Rico was a far more committed turn. You could tell Jesse just wanted to make that. So probably smart from Jesse because that's going to be his highest score and will narrow the gap somewhat. This is the replay of...
That's his first one.
That's the first one. So he's got one more.
Yeah, and he did get a second one. Here it is. He's up and riding, racing on the line. So a lot of speed on this one. Eyes off the section and almost an identical turn. So
just a little bit bigger, I think. A little bit more tweak on the tail. Push that a little bit harder.
A bit more projection into the flats on that one, but
Rico gets priority.
Yeah, still your stock standard lip line floater, but that was what we were talking about, and I was saying at about the 6 minute mark. I was waiting for someone to just go bang, bang, back to back closeouts, one big major manoeuvre. Jesse's identified that, and well, he's going to put himself in the lead on the back of the two waves he's got. Rico will be in second. He'll have that one air reverse, but he'll be chasing a number with 1:30 on the clock, and this much time remaining, it's going to come down to, will the Ocean deliver? It looks like there's a lump approaching now.
So crucial exchange coming up right now.
Paddle is not going to get into it, so Fergo is up.
Got a left, bit of variety. Oh, he sort of got caught in two minds there, whether he was going to throw it all the way around to reverse or just smash it. And now Rico Haybiddle would love to put this one to sleep.
Oh,
and
wow.
Greases the landing. So you think advantage well and truly with Rico Haybiddle right now.
I was actually saying in my mind then, Binsey, I was like, don't go for the air. You don't need it, because I thought, well, Jesse's got these two scores to lock in. He's locked in 3-5 for his first lip line floater, so that's pretty much just as we thought about. He's going to go those two lip line floaters and probably find himself getting 2 3s. There's Fergo with an air of his own.
He's put himself back in the picture now, but time is in short supply. 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, so...
There is we are a half dozen scores behind right now, so the next heat's going to be delayed slightly.
Yeah, they're going to be on hold for sure. There's some important numbers to lock in. We can see Rico's first air he did a while back. It just locked in at a 4.17. So he did outscore Jesse with that lip line floater. Here's the second wave of Jesse's coming in. It locked in at a 5, so that was the best number of the heat. That was his lip line floater. We still have the air reverse for Rico and the last wave for Jesse to lock in.
Oh, okay, so...
And there's the air reverse of Jesse. It was a lot flatter, a bit more manufactured, but the one for Rico, I'm going to tip my hat because there was about 45 seconds on the clock. He had a set, he had one section, and look at him, he just does what he's been doing all event. That was lofty.
Tail high. You think that's going to go above his previous one?
I could see that honestly being the best wave of the heat. I could even see it going up, into the 6s.
So we have a score to come in for Jesse Ferguson. We've got a score to come in for Rico Haybiddle. And this is going to decide the heat. Currently, Jesse's high score is a 5 and Rico's is a 4.17.
Yeah, so Jesse has the advantage of the 5. He's got the highest wave score. He's going to better his score.
Upgrade.
He's going to upgrade his score in his last ride. We can see that locks in a 3.93. So the number required for Rico is a 4.77. And, well, after seeing that air reverse just the commitment and the confidence to go for that air on the very last roll of the dice of the heat. I think the judges will take that into consideration. Lofty air reverse, got plenty of pop. I mean, but for me, I think it's enough. Binsey, I believe it's going to be the best number of the heat. I could see it going up into the 6s. And,
yeah, I think you've nailed it, mate.
Or maybe even a 7. We see the scores coming through on the WSL app here, pushing up into the 7s.
And as they've done throughout, the judges rewarding risk and rewarding the surfers who are prepared to go for it, rather than play it safe. They've cruelled the surfers throughout the event for holding back at all. It's been really clear, and they've done it once again. So Rico Haybettle with a 6.83 and a 4.17 gets the win. Unfortunately, we say goodbye to Jesse Ferguson. Semi-final number 2 is in the water right now. We're going to have a quick break and come back with more action from the Soundbox Osgrom Open. This is the Traeger Woodfire Grills Pro Junior, right after this.
Kind of just a giant peak. It looked like it was squaring up to the reef really good. It just felt like a crazy amount of draw, and it was like I was riding uphill. I was on my back foot pretty much doing a wheelie in the barrel. I just held it for as long as I could until it just sucked me backwards and ended up going straight to the bottom. It was a pretty crazy feeling. I haven't really had a feeling like that in a barrel.
In a place where every corner tells a story and neighbours are more like family, having someone you can trust by your side makes all the difference. For over 100 years, Somerville Laundry Lomax has been a cornerstone in our community, supporting individuals, families and businesses through the moments that matter most. When you need legal support, someone who'll stand beside you, turn to the team trusted by generations. Somerville Laundry Lomax, for all matters when it matters most.
All right, well, there is your happy camper, Rico Haybettle of Queensland. Again, New Zealander. His dad was frothing with the team. His best mate, Jew, and his mate, Keenan, on the beach. He has made the final. What a last-ditch effort. Welcome back, Rabbit Bartholomew.
Yeah, thanks, Crispy. Yeah, that was an amazing semi-final. It all happened in the last couple of minutes. There was a flurry of activity. And this one looks like it started with a flurry.
Yeah, Kingscliff's Lachlan Argios, again, chipping through. He made a podium berth at North Narrabeen a couple months ago. But Mitchie P stands in the way. And these are two titans. Mitchie P from Noosa Board Riders, Queensland Surfer, the New South Wales. Again,
love it.
Those titles clashing. Two titans. Mitchie P, very fast natural footer, clinical, knows how to mix up a great heat plan to take a win in a podium. And Lachlan Argios, just such a season, grinding through, him and his sister Ava, grinding through the heats, and sparring partners like Dane Henry and Kingscliff Board Riders, the home of 8 titles, Steph Gilmore. These are your juniors stepping into the Traeger Woodfire Grills. Tell you what, it was on fire this morning cooking your breakfast. How good was that brekkie burrito? Thank you, Lee Bar Board Riders.
Oh, yeah, thanks, Lee Bar. Fantastic. And Mitchie P. They've both had a pretty good ride here to start the heat. Love this backhand attack. This kid's really got a great... That turn there is just money. It's going to be interesting because we've got the aerial assault of Mitchie P, and then we've just got a great carving there by Lachlan, and he's going again on his forehand now.
I was going to say, this is how he got through that last one, a 5.77 in the last heat, and wow, just going down. Bit of slid off, foot shifted to the rail and just dug it out, but intentions known. 4 minutes gone, they've already laid their first couple of turns in, built their house,
Wow, look at this. Mitchy P paddling with such intent on this wave. He had to get back to get this section in. Yeah. And finishes it flush. We've got a great heat happening out here, this semi-final. A bit of a slow start to the first one, and then it came on big time in the end. Jesse Ferguson had the lead all the way through it, and then right at the death. The Mitchy P. Bit of a check turn there, but this turn here, so mature.
Speed, and even navigating the conditions, northwest, you can see those ribs, Rabs.
Yeah.
There's that 11 to 15 k's, thank you, surf line, northwest winds. So still good. When you're out the point, it's a bit bigger, that speed hump. But you look at those images, thank you to our broadcast team, doing an amazing job these 6 days, 250 athletes, and we're getting to the pointy end where 16 remain, then we crown 8 champions, 6 in the Soundbox Osgrom Open, presented by O'Neill, and 2 in the Traeger Woodfire Grills, where we are right now. Best under 21s, Lachlan Argios, score to come for red. He'll have that throwaway. That won't come into the factor at the end after 20 minutes. But Mitchy P, you could say, got the upper hand. Nice wave, nice snap. The 2-wave combo, but again, combining his rhythm with speed, with power turns, and with that completion. Such a crucial element of packing a good heat.
Sure is. Well, Mitchy P, he's got 2 scoring rides to come in. One featured an air rev, and the other one was good carving. Lachlan, he's got that first big backhand attacker here. Very impressive. And they're really hunting these waves down. This one's looking a bit walled. No, he pulls back. 5167 for Lachlan's first wave.
All right, here we go. Surfer in blue, under priority 2, little sting and win there.
Yeah.
One big swoop. That's a way to not only get the cobwebs off your rails, Rabs, but maintain that humming engine of the rail turns, of momentum, and trying to sell also, keep that momentum until he gets that priority back. Trying to sell that wave or pull that surfer into a wave that he doesn't want is re-establish priority.
Yeah, no, that's right. There's always a lot of mind games going on when you get to this pointy end of the tournament. Just one huge here by Mitchy P.
That's going into his top 2s. Okay, first wave, let's look at it. Lachlan Argios gets a 5.67. Look at the difference. His last wave of 5.6, I dare say that wave then, maybe around the 4.45 range, but here we go. Pulls priority, Lachlan Argios, the goofy footer. He's like a mini Conor O'Leary, and think back to it, the kid that used to take down Slater, Mick Campbell. I was trying to think of it. Deep, critical turns.
Yeah, I brought his name up last week at the Occy Grom, Mick Campbell. He's got such a good he had such a great backhand.
Really reminds me of that. One of the Aussie legends, runner-up. I think that was his first year.
Yes.
Back in the 90s. Still a man of the ocean, still ripping when you see him round. And shout out to all of Port Macquarie. Even Mick Kane coaching some of these athletes, the Green Apple.
Oh yeah, Mick Kane's a great coach.
State champion himself, great surfer. Well, here we go, going to the air, Mitch Peterson. Going for the full rotation, and that's where the air game comes. That northwest wind favouring some airs, really holding that board level.
Yeah. That's right. Especially on the rights, that nor'wester, that little bit of rib in the face.
Yeah.
I can tell you, like up at Snapper, this is the worst wind you could ever possibly get.
Same as Byron.
Yeah, because the ribs are about half a foot high. Impossible on your back end. Absolutely, nearly impossible to surf. So here's this nice replay here by Lachlan. That first turn was so solid. This is a massive air attempt.
Yeah.
This would have been huge.
Dare saying he landed that. It was nearly rotation 360. Nice air rev. Nearly full rotation. Mitchy P. Look at these images. Drone operators, Ben Aboudi and all the crew. Our Australian lifeguard service on the safety drones, and then our webcast drones. Thank you, Surf Mud.
Yeah.
Jason Magella. Kids are frothed out. I think there's a lot of kids sleeping in, parents going, what have you done this week? They have surfed, they have eaten ice cream, thanks Lennox Gelato. They've eaten pies, Lennox Head. Bakery still grinding out and baking the pies. And then lots of fun activities, games. Thank you, Soundbox.
It's a magical week at Lennox, there's no doubt about it. Every year it is so good. This is, first of all, the athletes get treated like mini CT athletes. And secondly, the whole town, just the hospitality at Lennox is so phenomenal. The whole town turns out, and to make it even more fun, obviously Lee Bar Board Rider's doing a stellar job. And it's a big effort for a club to put on a big event.
Oh,
you know, it's basically the whole club volunteering.
it is, and I love that you said that. Already our Lee Bar volunteers, Little Lee Bar, like Evo, but live action, not live action, replay of Lachlan Argios, looking for a middle score of 516.
Yep.
Do you think that's a one? I think it's going to come close.
Yeah.
I just think there's no coping rabs.
No, that's right. I mean, the first turn was setting up big time, but it got a little bit flat, and you know the scoring potential dropped away.
I love Mitchy P's one. I was trying to think that one turn, 5-2-3, where it was going to sit in the mix of things. It sits right there, pocket fives, and Mitchy P in the lead. 2 turns and a 1 turn, and he's back up.
Oh wow!
There's our Ballina Byron showcase. That is a live Southern Right whale out there.
On its way to Harvey Bay.
Wow.
Yeah, holiday in Queensland. But this is where they, you know, on the way back, they come into the bays in the Gold Coast down the southern end, Byron Bay, here.
Yeah.
Before they do the big swim south.
Well, they actually scratch at Boulders. We got the peg there, which is a really black spot, dangerous spot, light danger point. They come in. They reckon sometimes they even see them scratching near the edge.
Oh wow.
Getting their barnacles off, and even sharps. That's probably the closest you'll ever get to a whale.
Yeah.
Apart from some lucky punters a few years ago at Lennox that went under them.
Oh yeah.
And there's footage of that. But sharps, you can be 30 to 50 metres away as they come in, because backside's flat rock is one. It's about a couple of metres. Some debate. It's the easterly tip of the East Coast. Some say Byron is.
Yeah.
But in our historical records, you see it at Ballina at the Surf Club. That's where the Southern Cross, they pinpointed in World War I and II off Southern Cross Flat Rock. Just
wow, that's amazing. I mean, I'm completely into stuff like that. I love to hear that.
And whether it's a couple of metres Byron, couple of metres Flat Rock, it's easterly. That's why the waves pump. And
that's why the whales are just so close here.
Yes. All right, back to the action. Lachlan Argios, how close?
Oh.
Last one, needed a 516, 487 rabs.
Yeah, that's what
bang
we thought.
On. Judges, bang on.
Yeah, and we thought that too, because it was going to be just short of the required score, because he got that first big snap in, and then the wave just petered out a little bit. So those hooking cutties, they don't score as much these days.
Well, shout out to all the Kingscliff board riders. They're going for the man in red. He holds priority, 7.5 minutes. They know he's got firepower to go. Big shout out to you, all those. This is, man, Rabbit 78, the immortal Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, busting down the doors. I love that movie, and what you've done. You know, I shredded my TV on rewind in the old VHSs with our Bunyip Dreaming.
Oh yeah.
How good were those? Bunyip Dreaming, all those days with the Billabong team, and still surfing with your mate.
Yeah.
The Goofy Footer. He's living down here, loving it. One of the best tube riders up there on his backhand. And still shaping.
Oh yeah, Neil Purchase Jr. I mean, he was such a phenomenal backhand tube rider. Probably still is, but my God, honestly, I used to watch him at off the wall D-bar, and you know, it's that wedging wave, and you'd be looking in, and you could see the foam ball, and you still couldn't see him. He was behind the foam ball. Never seen anyone do that so well. Yeah, and still, Occy travelling with all the Billabong team. Then the internationals, Shane Dorian.
Yeah. Ross Clark, Ross Williams. Yeah, they set the world on fire. Here we go, but talking about that, the juniors, Lachlan Argios. We call him Mini Mick Campbell. Yeah. There's the 2-turner, and again, he went with that last one. It's not that he kicked it. He went with the lip. He rolled over it. Is that going to be enough? Is that ticking off the criteria I don't know. We'll get the replay. What do you think on your first thoughts, Rob?
It's going to be close. It's going to be right there. I mean, they kind of haven't broken out of that mid-5 range yet, but he did get. This would be interesting to see.
Mitchie goes left. Up innies. Well.
Yeah, nice.
One big one.
He's done that a few times. Now, this is an interesting wave here, that first turn. Yeah, that's pretty solid. Yeah, I'm thinking...
float projection.
Yeah.
But I love the first turn. Attack.
I did too.
Vertical. Good spray, demonstrating power, kick, and completed both. So, disciplined surfing from Traeger Woodfire Grills. There's no falling off, but here it is, the replay they're looking at. Lachlan Argios from Kingscliff, Australia.
Surfing with incredible confidence, and here this compares to this is one huge move.
Yep.
Probably that was a
whippy,
a slightly better one turn, but Lachlan got the double in. And remember on his last wave, he only got the one turn and got a high 4s.
Yeah, I feel. Well, now this is the other thing. Throw into it the two-person heat, and this is the difference. The last quarter, yellow flags up, who holds priority, and it's the heat leader.
Yeah.
One would say once that score drops in for red and blue, that will determine how he utilises it, but stand by. He may improve. Already indications. Well, power gauge, only by 0.1, a 5.37. Last of Mitchie P extends the lead. So score to come for red, the two-turner. Is it a 5.3 or greater? The score's been lifted for requirement for red. There it is.
Yeah.
Well.
Yep.
Two-turner, Lachlan Argios.
Two-turner.
Mick Campbell, alike.
And I'm also thinking he'd be following Conor O'Leary every move right now too, in the in the modern era.
Well, he saw him yesterday.
That's right.
The Heritage Heat.
That's right.
He took a win, a Traeger Grills soundbox licence. Woody got a T-shirt. Woody Taipan, commiseration second. But Lachlan Argios digs deep, refined junior surfer through the pathway. Really big supporter and trained through Surfing Australia, living up that area. Part of the programs, part of the talent ID, him and his sister. But I think he'd also seen Lachlan up there a lot over the years. Part of that Linda's Farm school training. Surfing in school sports as well. What a great development to have that. How good would that have been in the subject in the 80s, 90s, 2000?
So good. And, speaking of Kingscliff, though, I mean, it's produced so many great families. The Glee family.
Yep.
Ray, world's, to me, the premier longboard rider,
Oh, we love all crafts, ocean lovers, and I'll tell you what, one big winner, definitely the community down here in Lennox, and look at that. How good's that? That is the drone footage. There's our two surfers, our buoys out the back. Thank you, Soundbox. This is one of Rico's. He would always dream of the wish list, and you'll love this, commentating and speakers out the back on the jet ski. Comment, how good would that be?
Oh, very good, yeah.
Maybe that's next year.
That's where we're heading. 2.5 minutes remaining, and that Lachlan's wave has really opened it up because Mitchie Peterson, he's been getting these great one-off turns, and Lachlan broke out of that 5-point range into the high 6s, a telling score, because now Mitchell Peterson actually needs the best wave of the best score of the whole heat to overcome this goofy footer who is just on fire on his backhand.
And I feel for Blue, he has priority, so he's got to move, and he looks pretty calm there, but dead set on the inside. He'll be, times 2 minutes, you can hear it from the beach commentary.
Yeah, well, one feature of this heat is that it's been consistent. Like it was due for a bit of a slowdown because since the get-go, they've been riding waves.
Oh, totally. And time remaining, he's just done a little duck dive.
Yep.
Little reset. Every surfer has their ways. What's some of the resets you had through your career in surfing?
I like a bit of a duck dive and just reset.
Yeah, wash off.
Yeah, wash it off and then come up and go, okay, I'm ready for a bit more.
90 seconds, 6.9, looks something they'll compare it to the 6.83.
Yeah.
But I like what he's got. Mitchie Peterson, those two of his big scores are one-turners. He brings that with another turn.
Exactly.
There's your 6.9, Robs. But
I think,
time the enemy.
Yeah, I feel Lachlan actually has been on the pick of the waves too. He's had you know, both his 5.6, his 5.67, which just shaded Mitchie P on the opening exchange, and then the 6.83. They were two turners, both of them, and really good backhand turns. He's showing a lot of maturity above his years out there. With 37 seconds remaining, we don't know if there's going to be more action. Mitchie P, he'll keep hunting waves.
Well, the Goofy can be taken on Rico Haybill if he holds out. Mitchie P's got priority. Upper hand just needs to connect to the ocean, and well, glancing to our ocean.
Yeah, don't think it's going to happen.
In the booth. Looks like it's a high five to his buddy, and this is sportsmanship right here. He knows nothing's coming. There's your equal third for Mitchie P. Well, Kingscliff comes alive again, and it's not Dame Henry, it's his mate Lachlan Argios taking a win. 6.83 and a 5.67. Rabs, wow.
Yeah,
what a contest.
An exciting semi-final. Great surfing by both combatants. Mitchie P probably just not quite getting those connecting waves that allowed him to completely open up, but all power to Lachlan Argios. The Goofy footer showing a backhand display that was quite a clinic.
Well, he'll be back on the last heat of the day, and that is crowning our 8th Traeger Wood-Fire Grills finals. Congratulations, Rico Haybiddle. That man, Lachlan Argios from Kingscliff. Queensland versus New South Wales. Yeah. They'll do battle, and we've got the ladies back, Britt and the crew, coming in to take us through the first final of 8. And we'll be back to you after we hear from our great sponsors. Back to the Soundbox Osgrom Open, presented by O'Neill.
In a place where every corner tells a story and neighbours are more like family, having someone you can trust by your side makes all the difference. For over 100 years, Somerville Laundry Lomax has been a cornerstone in our community, supporting individuals, families and businesses through the moments that matter most. When you need legal support, someone who'll stand beside you, turn to the team trusted by generations. Somerville Laundry Lomax, for all matters when it matters most.
Welcome back to Lennox Head for the live action here for finals day of the Soundbox Osgrom Open presented by O'Neill. My name is Britt Nicol, joined back in the booth with Chris Binns. How are you, Binsy?
I am all right. We are looking at Rosie Annesley and Estella Carbonelli right now. And this is Rosie on her backhand, opening her account in the final.
Rosie Annesley making the trek over from West Oz.
Yep, she had a good win in the previous heat against Evie Borden. This is Estella Carbonelli, the pride of Torquay. She's an incredible young surfer. Took out a big win at Taja Small Fries a couple of years ago and has had plenty of success all over the country ever since.
We have Red having a look at this one. Up and riding on her forehand and a nice looking wave. Beautiful first turn, looking for the carve back into the pocket. Great opener there for young Rosie Annesley. Ainsley, sorry. Received word that this is the first time that she's been surfing at this level. Our group chat. Surf mud replay there. Beautiful conditions here at Lennox this morning. The swell's dropped off a little bit. Clean, glassy conditions. Still pretty consistent with our sets. And what more could we want for finals day? Sun is shining. Water clarity is absolutely pristine. Couple of replays being shown. This is young Rosie. Second wave. Couple of nice forehand turns. She also caught that right as well before that. Just waiting for scores to be locked in from the judges. Blue seems to be looking at this one. Trying to scratch into it. Young Estella racing down the line. Puts it up into the lip. Gets one nice first turn straight into the second. Really pushing with that back foot to get a little fin tail slide. Fin release. Sure, all the Torquay crew are tuning on in, cheering on their surfer in the blue. Here we go, the surf mud replay. Nice bottom turn to top combo. Just lost her off screen there for a second. Just over 13.5 minutes remaining. Rosie Ainsley looking at this one on her backhand. Great first turn, straight up into the lip for the second. Just gets bounced on the way down. A great commitment from young Rosie in the red. There's our water photographer out in the lineup, capturing all the moments. I do believe that we have Crispy down there for a post-heat interview. Take it away, Crispy.
Yeah, thanks, Brett. Thanks, Benzie. I'm here with the man made the final, Lachlan Argios from Kingscliff, New South Wales. How's your week been?
A lot of ups and downs. I got knocked in my junior 18s, and I was a bit down about that because I was going into it feeling really good. But yeah, I had this feeling I was going to do well in this one because I learned a lot from that loss and kind of fired me up mentally and I just really wanted to go after it for this one, and kind of it's working out.
Mate, I've seen you through your junior career. You've done a lot of time at events, juniors, and like you said, ups and downs. What gets you through that? What do you learn? What do you take away? What are the little things you've changed, the 1%ers?
The big thing for this comp has just been trusting myself. I've said this 100 times to everyone around me. It's just one of the main things with me. I don't back myself enough, and it's all mental. It's all, if you back yourself enough and you trust your decisions out there, that's kind of all you need. And yeah, that's that 1%, I reckon. Yeah.
Well, there you go. Hey, who's some of your inspo? Hanging out with Dane Henry a lot and the crew, family back home?
Yeah, Dane Henry, obviously I look up to him. He's a big inspiration. Yeah, friends and family and all the Kingy Border Eyes crew for the support. And yeah, mum and dad, you guys are watching right now, and yeah, pretty happy.
What are you going to bring in the final? Go back to North Narrabeen. You had that one down there, made the final, got pipped at the post. Any secrets for this one?
I actually won Narrabeen. You
did, man. There you go. Yeah, just making sure your recall's good.
But yeah, I just do the same thing. Just go harder, and I've got Rico, so he's pretty good. But I don't know, I feel like if I back myself, like I said, and just go for it, get the best waves, should be able to do it, I think. So.
Lockie Argios, good luck. You're out there last heat, and what are you going to do? You take the win. Traeger Wood-Fire Grill, how good's that?
Sounds amazing, yeah. Dad will be stoked. Yeah.
He will be. Well, have a great time. Thanks for coming. Soundbox Osgrom Open, the Traeger. Good luck in the final. Back to you in the booth. Britt, that was our man. Looked like surfer Mick Campbell, and that is Lachlan Argios from Kingscliff Border Eyes in the final.
Thanks, Crispy. And, well, live action in the water. Estella on her forehand puts it up into the lip. Just unfortunately went down with the lip on the way down. Just waiting for some scores to be locked in on our screens. I can see that Rosie Ainsley in the red is in first place with a total of a 7.33. She's coming fresh off a third place just recently at the Occy Grom Comp just up the road. So she's taking the momentum straight into this event here for the Soundbox Osgrom Open presented by O'Neill. At the moment it is the under 14 girls in the water. This is our final. Rosie Ainsley from Western Australia.
Annesley.
Ainsley.
Annesley.
Getting it wrong. Annesley. Binsy's on it. Fellow West Australian.
This is Estella Carbonelli. And this is the goofy foot of Rosie laying some rail.
Almost looks like they were talking in the lineup then.
So it's Rosie with a 4.33 and a 3 who is currently in the lead. Estella with the best score of the final so far, a 5.5.
Nine minutes remaining. Estella Carbonelli from Victoria has gone into the lead. Here is our Surf Mud replay. This is Rosie up and riding on her backhand on a beautiful looking right-hander. It's the first turn straight up and over the lip. Nice and vertical for that second, but just can't quite get the completion. Stella Carbonelli in the lead with that 7.17, backed up with a 5.5. Rosie Annesley in the red in second place, chasing an 8.34 for the lead. This is, of course, the final. Go big or go home. Surfer in red chasing an excellent ride to move on into first place and take the win.
All right, Estella Carbonelli with a 7.17 and a 5.5. Out in front, Rosie Annesley has a 4.33. She now needs an 8.34 to take the win.
Current heat leader up and riding. Massive lip line turn. And she rides out of that looking very confident on her feet. She's looking to drop a small score of a 5.5 from her scoreline to improve her lead. I say small score, but a 5.5 is actually pretty good. It's just that that is her small score at this stage. When it comes back to the two highest waves in their scoreline. We watch the surf mud replay.
Oh, commitment plus from the natural footer.
Looks like Rosie's opted to paddle up towards the southern end of the bank, separating herself from her fellow competitor. Well, Estella Carbonelli in the blue from Victoria. She has just locked in a 7.23. She has put her fellow competitor in a combination situation. So Rosie Annesley now chasing a 4.41 total. So she's going to have to catch 2 waves to take the win off Estella. 6 minutes on the clock, still achievable. She's just going to have to reset her final. Stella Carbonelli in form here for the under 14 girls final. The Soundbox Osgrom Open presented by O'Neill. Looks like we have our under 14 boys finalists heading on out there. Five minutes on the clock. It looks like the surfer in blue's just gone to say hello to the surfer in red. Might try and pressure it into a couple of waves. They actually look like they're having a bit of a chat in the lineup. Even though Rosie is in second place, there's a positive in the fact that Estella's got her high scorers just with one big massive manoeuvre. So if Rosie can manage to get off a couple of waves, that she can just even lock in one huge big committed turn, she's going to get rewarded. Judges have identified that that's what they're looking for, that strong committed surfing in those big sections. Estella Carbonelli in the blue, locking in that 7.23 and a 7.17. Just over 4 minutes on the clock. Rosie Annesley now chasing that total of a 14.41, having to break it down to 2 scores. Blue, current heat leader up and riding, racing down the line, looking for a section. She's going to go big, puts it up into the lip and gets the finish. Personally don't feel that that's going to be better than her 7s that she's got, but huge answer back there from young Rosie in the red. Massive backhand turn. See if that gets her out of combination situation with the surf mud replay. This is our current heat leader up and riding. And we've also got the replay for Rosie. Huge vertical backhand hit.
Hangs onto it nicely, gets plenty of drift out of the tail.
Just under 3 minutes on the clock. I'm just waiting for that score to drop for Rosie. She's having a look at this one. Here we go. Taking off again.
Oh, throws it up into the lip. Her last score's looking like it could be a good one as well.
That was her opportunity. Unfortunately, just couldn't ride out of that second turn.
She's definitely going to get herself out of combination. Really needed to hang on to this turn. Unfortunately, pokes the nose and goes down.
See red on screen waving her hands in the air. She's urgently wanting that update with just over a minute and a half on the screen. There it is, a 6.07's been locked into the live heat scoring system. We have the Surf Mud replay for Rosie. This is her last wave. Fortunately, just couldn't get that last turn completed. I feel like that would have been close to the number that she would be needing. Well, actually, she needs an 8.33.
Yeah, so last score comes in at 4.87, goes into her top two, but she still needs an 8.33 with 1 minute remaining and Estella Carbonelli holding on to priority.
There's two Grommies hard at it for the under 14 girls final. I do believe that, although they live in different states, they have grown up surfing together. Their mums have been mates for over 30 years. Now the daughters are matching up against each other. 15 seconds on the clock. It looks like we will have our first final winner for the under 14 girls final here at the Soundbox Osgrom Open, presented by O'Neill. This young competitor here, Estella Carbonelli, up and riding on her backhand.
Victory lap
for
time.
the section. Certainly a victory lap.
So Estella Carbonelli, our first Soundbox Osgrom Open, presented by O'Neill. Champion for 2026, taking out the under 12 girls division. A high five from Rosie Annesley, who is our runner-up. And it's trophy time from now on through to the close of play. Congratulations to Estella Carbonelli. Congratulations to Rosie Annesley. Second is a huge result. We have the boys final, under 14. Coming our way, don't go anywhere. We're going to have a quick break. Back with more Soundbox Osgrom Open, presented by O'Neill. Action right after this.
You are. In a place where every corner tells a story and neighbours are more like family, having someone you can trust by your side makes all the difference. For over 100 years, Somerville Laundry Lomax has been a cornerstone in our community, supporting individuals, families and businesses through the moments that matter most. When you need legal support, someone who'll stand beside you, turn to the team trusted by generations. Somerville Laundry Lomax, for all matters when it matters most.
All right, there is your first winner. Down from 250, down to crowning a champion. Under 14, Torquise Carbonelli. She has been blitzing through the semis, dropping 8s. And there is your champion, under 14s 2026, Soundbox Osgrom Open, presented by O'Neill. Look at that champion.
Wow, that's so beautiful. And she's had a bit of practice at this. This is her third 10,000 point win this year. So she's on a perfect 30,000 points.
Wow.
And, oh yeah. You know,
love the shuckers, love the froth.
The surfing level of this young lady, you know, say 13 years of age, I don't know if I've seen that since the Steph Gilmore, the Tyler Wrights, you know.
Sally Fitz.
I mean, seriously, impressive surfing beyond her years.
Molly Picklum.
Molly, incredible junior careers.
Wow, so Estella Carbonelli, remember it?
Yep.
Sounds a bit Italian in there as well. I'd love to get the culture. Backhand.
Yeah, Torquay developing some champion surfers, that's for sure.
Shout out to all the crew down there. Cahill, Bell Warren. Super outfit, Victorian. And also the utilisation, again, go back to Lacana Collin, the pool practice.
Oh, yeah.
The wave pool technology, jet ski, high performance centre, the states, the grassroots, board riders.
Well, look, you know, I was just having a chat with Jesse Ferguson's dad, and you know, we were talking about that whole thing between the power-based carving rail games and the kids in the pools going next level aerial. And it's just going to be so interesting, you know. I mean, my theory is that great surfers push the envelope. They actually push the needle their way. So, you know, when Medina and Italo came on board, you know, and then along comes Ethan Ewing and kind of brings the needle back a bit. Well, it kind of
I like that.
Brings it his way.
Yeah.
And it's the surfers that do it.
Well, think about this, that, you know, when laybacks went out of style,
yeah.
Who brought it back at WA? John.
Oh, yeah.
When he was dropping those 8s and, you know, dropping the microphone and gaining a podium win. John, laybacks.
There's never been laybacks like that in powerful, you know, powerful margs. That was extraordinary surfing. Him and Jack Robinson had some amazing finals over those years at Margaret River.
And the box, how when we were treated with a bit of box or big Margarets, rights and lefts.
Unbelievable.
All right, here we go. JS Ahedra, this is next generation. We've just crowned one champion, 7 to go, Rabs. Under 14 boys, JS Ahedra, and I'll tell you what, I've seen him through his junior. Indo-Australian, so smooth, but we are going to go to hear about from this Carbonelli winner.
Oh, beautiful.
Down with Brett. Tell us about it. Celebrating.
Yeah, it's Chris actually down here, but down here with the champ, Crispy, and, Estella Carbonelli. You are a superstar, the winner of the Soundbox Osgrom Open, under 14s division. How does it feel?
It feels pretty amazing, yeah.
And talk us through this event as a whole. Obviously, it's one of the most premium events on the calendar. You must see this event and go, that is the one I want on the mantelpiece.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the biggest events of the year, so I'm super happy to win it.
And give us a rundown on, you know, your preparation, because I got to watch a lot of your heats and commentate a lot of them, and the performances you put on were incredible. Just so consistent, big major manoeuvres. It looks like you had such a good game plan and such good read on the wave here at Lennox. Talk us through it.
I just try to get the ones that have not much wool, but wool, so I can just do my carves and my snaps and just try and find the good waves.
And we look at the leaderboard on the 2026 Surfing Australia Junior Series rankings. You have maxed out the leaderboard, 30,000 points. That's your third win for the year. What is going on in your life that's just clicking into gear now?
Yeah, I don't really know. It's just super crazy, actually.
Well, look, you are a superstar, and we're so pleased to announce that you are the winner of the Under-14 Girls Division here at the Soundbox Osgrove Open, presented by O'Neill. Well done, enjoy it, and have a great afternoon. And you want to thank anyone else, lastly?
Thanks to all my friends, my mum, my sister, my dad, and everyone who, and Eiley and Rosie. Yeah.
There it is, your champ, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Estella Carbonelli, and big things to come in the world of this young superstar. Enjoy the afternoon. Congratulations. Back to you guys in the booth. One champ crowned, plenty more to come.
Well, thanks, Chris Senovar. What a legend. The chicken for North Narrabeen, now Palm Beach. But with that winner, how's that? Just frothing Grom under 14s and just so honest and ocean loving. And what, we could be looking at a championship tour superstar in years to come, like Molly Picklum, Steph Gilmore, Tyler Wright.
We certainly could be. I mean, showing unbelievable potential, and it's just magical, how stoked the kids are. Every finalist, it's special to be in a final here, and to walk away with the win is just so that she'll remember this moment. And I know she's had a couple other wins this year, but this event's just so special. Now we just saw Tully Crompton just came unstuck on a wave that I reckon was heading into the 7-point range easy. He's still got a 5-5, and here we see Jaya. He's got a bit of a wall. He's going to go on his backhand. He's going to use the wind if he get that second turn in, and he sticks it. So Jaya. Wow. Jaya, I was speaking to Jaya's dad this morning. Yeah. They're walking down, and I met him, and I said, look, it's such a magical time to be with your kid and these years and make the most of it. And I said, because what happens, it happens very quickly. Yes. I said, we'll just see Jaya here, and on his backhand. I'm loving it because he's got to deal with this wind in this closeout section, up and over the coping. And I said to him, look, what happens is that one day, your kid will go, Dad, not only do I not want you to push me into any more waves, but I'd much prefer it if you'd stay on the beach. You're embarrassing me. Yeah. And he said to me, yeah, he's already done that to me. Yeah. Get a camera. Can you film me? It's not, can you come surf with me? But right now, Tully Crompton, a 5-5 and a 0.7. Jaya Sahedra, 3.83. Score to come. That last one of Jaya, and I love these two surfing. One's a goofy footer, clinical. He sticks his turns like that big one he fell off. Yeah. He'll be looking at the high numbers. So Tully on the fight back. Yeah. Shout out to Surf Mode. Look at the replay. Look at the nice lefts coming through. Beautiful lefts. Tully, nice snap there, and the timing of this is so good. He handles the bounce, and these guys are going toe for toe. Wow. That was great surfing for Surfer, the goofy footer in blue. And here, the last one, a red coming in. That puts a kick in his step. But then the fight back. And some of these kids, I reckon this is one of their, they've been in the 10,000s at the Parko, the Oki, over at the Taj's Small Fires in WA. They've been privy to a man-on-man or two-person heats in the female division. The last one, it was an 8-1-7. Wow, 8-1-7. This is going hammer and toe. And then blue, the fight back. Doesn't have to match it. He's already got a good score. If he gets another one, he could take the lead, Rabs. Yeah, Jaya laying down that 8-1-7, that has changed the whole complexion of this final. Tully now, well, he did come back on his own wave with two good manoeuvres. Let's see how that one matches up. But we have gone into a whole new realm of scoring, which where it changes things is that these little one-off with one manoeuvre waves are no longer going to be relevant. You're going to have to pick a wave that has got a bit of appeal with a big section to do a big closeout manoeuvre. Okay, get this. Needs a score, posts a 6.33. So blue just drops in a 6.33. He now needs a 5.68. Just got a score, good score, needs another score. He needs another score, but that 8-1-7, it looms large because Jaya now is actually just looking to better a 3.83 to make even more distance between himself and Tully.
Yep.
So they're sitting apart from each other. While they are doing that, the priority doesn't have really come into play. We see Jay making a move now. He might think that...
yeah, he didn't hear you.
Oh, he
Beach
can't hear me.
commentators can't tell
Yeah.
him, but I reckon where the dad's waving his arms, that's why he wants him on the beach.
Yeah.
The
Well,
guidance.
Oh yeah, look, with the webcast, and the surfers can't hear what we're saying, so we can call sets, we can call
Yes.
moves. The beach commentator can't do that.
Alrighty, so priority is with the man in red. That's why he took it with confidence. J.S. Hedger, the natural footer. The Oz Indo, and again the Padmar boys. A shout out to them. That is not a seal. That is our guy in the water. Jam, and then looking to appear. Some good moments.
Yeah, that angle from the drone angle. I tell you what, if he'd pulled that last move, I reckon we were looking at another excellent score. That wave was just such a runner.
Wow, with priorities, just in dreamland.
Let's see from the front. Yeah, look at this wave. It's an overhead wave.
Yeah. Beautiful waves, 2 to 3 foot. Look at that first turn, so clinical, nice and sharp, mature, nice little jam, stayed in it. He lip lined that. He would have wrapped up, put the other surfer in combo, no doubt.
I think that would have improved. That would have bettered his 817 if he'd pulled that off.
So has he bettered a 383 second highest to extend the lean?
I feel he has, because that first turn,
I feel it's going to come just under the last one of Tully Crompton's, maybe around the 5.5, around the 5 range, may even scrape into the 6s.
Well, Tully now with some work to do, but he's a little gun though. You know, these kids. I love how hammer and tong this is. This is back and forward all the way. Obviously that 817 looming large, but now Tully Crompton on his backhand. This wave looks like it's got a nice peel angle to it. Will he get it? Yeah. No, the wind held him up.
Priority change 2, Rabs.
Yeah, so
that is a utilisation of priority. Didn't get a wave. There's the change.
And then look who's right on his case. Jaya, I'm not sure.
And this is the thing.
They've got to learn to look in, right? To look in and see where that priority is. And
that was a commitment, just a bit of off time. And that's where a priority, is done in the final. Can still win, but tell you what, J.S. Hedra just dropped a 717. I love that the judges went bang those 2 turns. Let's look at the replay.
He banked it.
2 major turns, 717 and 817. J.S. Hedra. I'll tell you what, he's been silky smooth, the Indonesian Australian, and I've loved his surfing as a real junior, and he is blasting where it matters in the final.
Yeah, well, look, he was on his way. If he finished that off, he was on his way to a 9-point ride. It was the wave of the final. It was a beautiful wave, the biggest wave we've seen for a while, and he just attacked it. That first big carving turn, surfing with a maturity beyond his years. So he's got the rub of the green out there as far as being in very good rhythm with the ocean.
Well, there he is, and this is where Red's playing the game. He wants the scores. It's going to go over the beach comms. Tell him
in the whole situation he wants the scores. He wants the priority situation. He wants. He probably wants to know what his opponent's got to get.
Blue needs a 901.
Yeah.
Near excellent score. Really the score of the day. No one's got a high score like that.
No.
He needs to bring the razzle-dazzle. Tully needs to bring the progression, the innovation. What does it look like? Something like a nice full rotation.
Yeah.
Maybe 3 turns, just like that last wave of Jaya. But the second thing, and third, yellow flags up, time the enemy, under 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Third thing, he's under priority 2. He's got to sell a wave, or hopefully a set of 3 or 4 waves comes through in 4 minutes' time.
Yeah, well, where time becomes of the essence, at this stage, he's still got time for 2 waves. Like when you need a 9, you nearly need a 7.5 to get back into a place where you can reasonably have a shot at it. But as we're down to under 3.5 minutes, that opportunity starts to disappear, and it's going to have to be done in one spectacular shot. But he surfed well. I mean, Tully has had a great tournament. And Jaya looks like he's just got a bit of a peak performance going in this final.
I'm not sure. Oh, you did see it the first one, but big shout out to Equal Thirds, Jesse Ferguson. You were talking with his dad.
Yep.
love those guys, love the family, and love the, just the support for junior surfing and what they bring to junior surfing as a family. Here we go, live action. This is a ditch effort under 3 minutes. Is he going to the air? Yes, he looked for it, and just incomplete.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, that was a bit of a, bit of a throw of the dice, a bit of a Hail Mary, they call it, because it was only going to be a one-section wave, so he had to do something so spectacular. I go, go for it. Just go for it.
And look at this. Under 14s, knowing the decisions, hitting the time, going, how much time have I got left?
Well, Jaya, the new kid coming from Indonesia.
Surf Mud Replay, look at this. This is what he needed to go for, an innovative, progressive turn. Just went a bit deep off the bottom. It really scrubs away when you go for those airs.
Yeah.
A lot of the high-performance training, really got to get there quick. You watch John, you watch all the super airs, whether it's the Brazilians or Australians, you got to get there. Can't go too deep. You can lose those sections really quick, and there it is. He knows he needs something big.
Yeah, he's going for it.
For a big manoeuvre. I love this surfing. But under priority 2, Rabs, I think Jaya has sewn it up with smart surfing and clinical surfing right where you need it in the final.
Yeah, he's like a little pro out there at the moment.
Yeah.
But now with a minute 30, he'll make his way down. He's got priority. He's got he's just got the whole run of the show out there, and now he's looking to. He's just looking to do what he sees all the pros do. Going to shut down the opposition, getting a freak wave under priority, and of course Tully would do well to keep away from him, but he can't.
Yeah, you can see the frustration, the hit of the thing, but I love the passion pop of Tully Crompton. Jaya Sahedra in the lead.
He's going to try and sucker him into this wave, but Jai doesn't want to know a bar of it because he knows that
it's got nothing.
He needs a 9. I mean, he's going to need a wave exactly like the wave that last wave Jaya got.
Jaya will only swing, and the maturity of this young man under 14s is something to improve a 717 or something that can be dangerously close to give the ramp.
And Tully still, I love the fact that he hasn't given up. He's going to fight to the absolute last second, and that is a good sign.
Time calls, but do your best, mate. Thanks. Yeah, it's like he's trying to put the pressure on, but he has already done that with his surfing. So Jaya Sahedra, he will follow him, chase him like a mouse. And there it is. We have our winner in red, Jaya Sahedra. Excellent surfing in the under 14 girls, and this is the under 14 boys. 817 class act and 8 and a 717. Rabs, great surfing, great final.
Unbelievable surfing and great sportsmanship. Just good vibes all round.
How's the action flying through to the next one? Under 16 girls kicking off Soundbox Osgrom Open. We're going to take a short break, but the winner, Jaya Sahedra, takes a win. The Indo-Australian flies in when Talia Tebb and Madison Kensington, they'll do battle. Up now, we'll just hear from our great sponsors.
Mommy, where does flavor come from?
Well, when people love food, they cook it on a Traeger grill. Meat, corn, even pie. And then the Traeger does the rest, which brings everyone to celebrate this beautiful thing that they've created. Because when you share delicious food with your friends, that's the flavor of life.
Come experience nature's greatest migration with Ballina Byron Marine Adventures. Locally owned, family operated, and passionate about sharing our incredible coastline. Your whale watching adventure starts here. Book now at ballinabyronmarineadventures.com.au.
Hello and welcome back to the Soundbox Osgrom Open presented by O'Neill. We are into the finals day and we are now in the under 16 girls final, and this is a really good heat we've got on our hands here. Talia Tebb in the red and Madison Kensington in the blue.
This is an amazing final. I mean, these are the form surfers. You go back to the Ockegrom. These two were standouts, absolutely. I saw Madison in one of her heats coming back and getting a 9.6.
Wow. And
Talia she's just been the consistent power surfer. So impressive with the repertoire she's got and the power base she's got in her surfing. And you said you were just recently up in the Ments and she was charging.
Yeah, she was charging. There was a bunch of the Talent ID HPC girls. And
okay.
Yep, Talia was there and she was sending it. I was very impressed with her surfing. So she's out there now. She's just got a small score of a 0.5 to start with. And 4 minutes down in this heat, and yeah, I'm excited to see what these girls.
So I would say that Talia had priority. So here she goes. Oh, solid. Just a solid one manoeuvre wave, but powerhouse surfing.
Yeah.
And the winds come up a bit stronger now, so probably a bit harder to do the airs with the wind getting stronger. This morning was nice for it, but it's going to be really timing it now to try to get too big, a big manoeuvre and then a finishing turn. That seems to be in that under 14 boys final. That was definitely the case.
Yeah, and we had Jaya taking the win there in that last one, so congratulations.
Absolutely, congratulations. Jaya had an incredible, it was a peak performance, and there he is, the young kid from Indonesia, and just with all his Aussie mates cheering him up the beach. And he would have seen all his heroes getting cheered up the beach after winning a CT.
Yeah, wow, that's so awesome to see.
Yeah, it really is awesome.
He's stoked.
It's just pure stoke.
Yeah, and surfing's so good. I saw his semi-final this morning. He got a 9.5 and an 8 in that semi, so just on fire this whole event, and yeah, it's awesome to see.
Yeah, I ran into him and his father this morning on their way down to the bakery, and they were just they're just so stoked,
Yeah. This is the replay of Talia Tebb's last, and score still coming.
Yeah, well, Madison, she's a real cool customer. One thing I've noticed about Madison Kensington is that she never gives up. She knows she's got some big moves of her own. She won't be daunted by the fact that Talia Tebb has been just on fire this whole week, particularly when there was a bit of juice running out there and the waves were bigger. But Madison, she's got some game.
So here's that last replay again. Really mature surfing from Talia Tebb. These girls have been on fire all event. It's led them to the final of the under 16 girls.
So cool. And the last heat there was quite a lot of waves. Both Tully and Jaya pretty much got waves the whole final till just right at the end, as we see both those young surfers making their way up the beach, and Tully also with a lot of support. But I guess the winner takes the spoils in any sport really, but in surfing they get that traditional chair up the beach.
Yeah, and so that last wave for Talia for that one turn is coming out of 5.17.
Yeah, well there you go.
Yeah, first proper score so far in this heat. Madison's still waiting to get a score on the board, so she's going to be being picky, but she's got time, 12 and a half minutes.
Yeah, and I feel that Madison, she's a very cool customer. She knows what she's looking for, and she doesn't bother her about the clock running out. She'll wait and she'll use her priority and try to get a wave that offers her, say, 2 explosive moves. She's got a great backhand.
Goofy footer, Madison.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's so goofy. That's the natural. And we've seen some amazing surfing done this morning. Waves are tricky, but still a lot of scoring opportunity. And
Yeah, there is still great scoring. We've had big scores in all the finals so far.
Yeah.
And
for sure.
the thing is that we've got still an outgoing tide. We're starting to get closer to the low tide, but that's great because the high tide's going to be. We're going to wrap this up with good tides.
Yeah, we sure are. As we see, no, Madison didn't like the look of that one. So yeah, we've got.
No, there's Talia. You know, to me, that's probably just a backup wave. It didn't have the same dynamics in the finish as her opening, or as that 517. But it's a backup. We're down to 11 minutes, so hopefully a nice set rolls through for Madison to get on the board.
Yeah. And 5 heats left of a finals day after we wrap up this final here for the 16 girls, followed by the 16 boys. And so they're going to be up out there next, and that's going to be Loki Cullen and Zach Johnson. And wow.
Wow. They've been incredibly, they've been on fire, both those guys. You know, Loki has put in some of the highest combination scores we've seen probably in the history of the event, just consistently.
Every heat.
Every single heat.
Yeah.
So I guess we're going to cross down to Chris, and I think he's going to be interviewing our winner.
Our champion.
Yeah, JR.
Yeah, that's right, guys. I'm down here with the little legend, Jaya Sahendra, the winner of the Soundbox Osgrom Open Under 14s division. Your champ, mate. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling so good. Haven't had a win for 2 years, so I'm really happy.
And, you know, the Soundbox Osgrom Open, a very prestigious event. You must see that on the calendar and obviously go, that is the one you want on the mantelpiece. And now you've done it. You're the champ.
Yeah, it feels good to win this. This big contest. I don't know.
And from Byron Bay, just up the road, so probably sleeping in the own bed, coming down. Do you spend a lot of time down here at Lennox surfing this beachy, or because you seem to have a pretty good read on the lineup?
Kinda. I don't really come down here much, but I surfed the point a couple times, a lot. Don't really surf here though.
And you mentioned as well, I think it's your first year in the 14s, right?
Yeah.
It is, first year in the 14s, takes the win at one of the biggest events on the calendar. And well, you said you hadn't had a win for a couple of years. I think it was 2 years ago you won the Parco. But now, how's that resilience? You had some good, results. You've been consistent, but what did it take to get the win?
Just took good surfing, I guess, and good reading of the waves.
And well, your first year in the 14s, you pretty much almost rocketed yourself to the top of the rankings in the Surfing Australia Junior Series ranking series. How does that feel, mate? You're really close to the top. I think it's you and Talia just battling for first place.
Yeah, it feels good to be in the top of the rankings. It just feels good.
And is there anyone else you want to thank before we wrap this up?
I'd like to thank all my sponsors and all my friends for supporting me, and my dad and my mum and my little brother and my little sister.
Perfect. Well, that's the support crew behind Jaya Sahendra, your champion, ladies and gentlemen, for 2026 at the Soundbox Osgrom Open. Give it up for your man. Back to you guys in the booth.
That's all time, Juniper. Like, wow, what a cute interview, and you can tell he hasn't been in the winner's podium for 2 years, and he probably hasn't had an interview like that for a couple of years. And whoa, so a little bit of a paddle there. No, I'm not sure on the priority situation with that one. I would have assumed Madison still had priority. Not sure if I know that Talia paddled with a lot of intent on that one. No, to me, I don't think Madison showed the same commitment intent that we'll see on the with the priority situation.
It looks like Madison might have had, I'm not sure if that's already updated. that
Okay.
priority. So not too sure what happened there, but yeah, with just on 7 minutes remaining now, and Madison's still looking to get a score on the board. She's been really picky this first half of the heat, and she's still well and truly got time. She only needs a 5.67 to overtake the lead off Talia Tebas. She only has one keeper score.
Well, that score's now come in for Talia on her second wave, so 4.77, and she's on another wave here, so a bit more work for Madison now.
Yeah.
Well, basically, she's obviously going to need 2 waves because she hasn't had any.
Yeah.
You know, so it's not like a one shot here, and she needs to kind of get on a bike and get going in a way, and maybe take off on a wave like this, or like a closeout wave, just to get a score on. And she wasn't interested in that one either, so she's letting Talia get one.
I think maybe she's, holding that priority. She's held it for too long, and now she's getting a bit too picky. She's
Bit too picky.
pressure's on, and she doesn't know which wave she wants to take.
And this is what happens when you're up against the form surfer of the whole, Connors, who has been posting huge scores. You kind of feel that pressure that you need something really special. Like in that last final, Jaya got the wave of the final. It was incredible. It was an 8.17, and it was just a good-looking wave that allowed him to go. And I think that is what Madison is looking for, that Jaya wave.
Yeah. Yep, so yeah, there it is, that score. Locking in at a 4.5, and then her last a 3.5, so it doesn't go into her top 2, but yeah, Madison really needs to get going. She's got 5.5 minutes now, and she's needing a 9.67, so she can still do it in one wave.
She could. She would need something extraordinarily special. We haven't seen a score like that, but I have seen Madison get a 9.6. I have seen her do it in the last minute of a heat at Snapper last week.
Wow.
Amazing it was. And she's up and riding the goofy footer. So she's got that fantastic turn off the top.
Yeah, wow.
She whips it under the lip, and with the board over the lip line, and then whips it under. And if she can reel off, and that's when she gets going in a rhythm, she can reel those off like one after the other, and they're huge scorers. So she's on the board now, which is her timing. She's a bit of the cardiac kid as far as either coaching her or her parents, because she tends to leave it late.
Yeah, so yeah, that's going to be her first score with 4.5 minutes. It's definitely going to help her situation, because yeah, however that score comes in, whatever it is, it's going to lower that requirement of a 9.67.
Only one manoeuvre, but you can see she's
got
a strong backhand.
Yeah.
If she can get a wave that peels off down the line, she reels 2 of them off and then a finishing turn, then she's up and riding again.
Oh, wow.
And
now she's getting busy. She's really left it.
Okay, so there's a second wave. There, Talia. She's going to go for a big move here. Whoa. Wow. That power she's got. And just getting a slightly bigger waves, punchy. She knows what she's got to do, particularly if the wave's not going to reel off down the line. She's got that one big manoeuvre. That was right up there with that 5.17. I feel it was even better. It was a well-executed turn.
Yeah, for sure. And unfortunately for Madison, she has been on the smaller waves, still really strong, powerful manoeuvres, but I just think the judges are going to like this one, as it was a
they're going to like that one.
Section.
See, Madison on her second wave, she didn't even get to do a bottom turn. She just had to sort of take off and just whip straight up.
Yeah.
And it's going to kind of hinder her scoring potential, whereas Taylor was able to wind up and just power out of that lip.
Yeah.
It was a power move for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, so, and there it is. Madison did get the priority just then, so
okay,
ideal for her, because she is going to be okay, and then scores it in. So Madison's wave, her first was a 4-point ride, and her second wave was a 3.67.
Yeah, and that's based on just one manoeuvre on a pretty ordinary wave.
Yeah.
Whereas this is something a bit special. Like, and Talia has been doing that even when it was like 6 foot the other day. She was doing that. She's been so impressive. You know, at Snapper, I thought she was going to go all the way, but she just didn't quite get there in the end. I think she's trying to make sure this one's locked away. But Madison, she's still in this, well and truly.
For sure, and there it is, that last one turner for Talia came in at a 6.83.
Okay, 6.83. Now Madison with under 2 minutes remaining. She needs an 8-point ride. That is well within reach of her, but she's going to need a special wave to do it on.
And
like
she does have priority, so...
Yeah, so that is the one thing in her favour right now.
Yeah, so she's sitting out there, out the back right now, and she's going to be praying that a wave...
Now she's having a look at this.
Allow her for 2 turns, and...
Yeah, no, I'm with her on that one. Not worth going.
No.
This is like a bit of a Hail Mary where she's going to have to pull the magic that she pulled at Snapper.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if a wave comes her way, she well and truly is able to get a score.
Absolutely.
Like that. So it's not over yet. She's needing a flat 8 to get herself the win here.
For Madison, this final is just, the time has just slipped away.
Yeah.
And she just hasn't really been able to get a footing in it. And Talia, she's just been surfing, really making sure of those finishing turns. I'd say that's been her secret weapon. And here we see Talia. She's going to go this one. She'll use priority. A little bit of a ridge. She's going to go to the left. And, she gets that second turn in. So with a bit more time, she got herself back in this heat. And whether it's in the excellent range, I couldn't be confident of that. But
I think it's going to be
her best ride.
It's going to be her best ride, but I don't think it's going to be enough, unfortunately, for Madison. With 10 seconds remaining, it's looking like it's going to be Talia.
It looks Talia is going to be our champion.
Now, score's still awaiting, but from what we can see as we see the replay here, that first turn was really nice and finished it off, stuck the landing, but don't think it was quite the excellent score she was after. And scores trickle in, and there it was, not enough, a 5.23. So officially, it was Talia Teb. Congratulations.
Yeah, and congratulations, because she's been a very deserved victory.
Yeah. So congratulations, and we're going to cut to a quick break and see the action from the under 16 boys final.
All right, we're back, and it is finals day, and we are crowning champions here at the Soundbox Osgrom Open, presented by O'Neill. How exciting is this? Myself, Chris Enever, in the booth once again with another Chris Binns. Binsy, this is turning out to be such an incredible day. We've got the sun out, offshore winds, 3 to 4 foot, and well, it looks like we're going on a momentarily hold for precautionary reasons. And well, while we go on hold, we're going to bring in the champions. There they are, last heat, the final. The winner of the under-16 girls division here at the Soundbox Osgrom Open was Talia Tebb, taken down, well, Queensland surfer, originally from North Narrabeen, Maddie Kenchington, who had a great run through the event. But Talia Tebb, wow, what a performance. She's already locked in a finals appearance in the Pro Junior. And now she's taken out the under-16 girls division, Binsy. She's going to go the clean sweep, maybe.
Yeah, she's on fire at the moment.
Yeah, this is a name that you'll become to hearing a lot more of in the future. A superstar in the sport of Australian surfing. A dual finalist here already. She's got the first win, and there is her competitor, Maddie Kenchington, giving her the chair up the beach as well. How good's that for sportsmanship? That is what surfing is all about. The competitive nature, the fierce rivalries, but also the support and encouragement from other fellow competitors. Doesn't get much better than that. And well, might need to do a few more sand runs, I think, because they're looking a bit gassed on the carry up the beach.
So a reversal of the final from last week's Ockies Grum Comp, where we saw Maddie Kenchington take the win over Talia Tebb. So payback a week later.
Yeah, she's got one back. The rivalry is going to run fierce between these two competitors, and yeah, the premium event on the calendar, the Soundbox Osgrom Open, presented by O'Neill, is now heading to Talia Tebb's house. She'll be taking the trophy home and putting it on the mantelpiece, and that one is a great one on the resume.
Yeah, so Talia Tebb's having a ripper. She won the Surfboard Empire NN Ripper, as well as the Sandbar Cadet Cup, second in Ockies Grom Comp, and now a win here at the Soundbox Osgrom Open. So she'll be holding 3 wins and a second.
Oh, it's incredible.
In her 4-event scoreline.
We're seeing a few surfers in each division just with some incredible consistency. We saw Estelle Carbonelli. She's just maxed out the scoreboard, 30,000 points. She's had 3 wins in the Premier 10,000 rated events. The only other high rated event on the calendar is the Australian Titles, which offers up 12,000 points. And I'm not sure if anyone else has done it, but going back over the records, I saw Lucy Dara. She actually last year locked in the perfect 32,000 points. But she only had 2 wins in the 10,000s and a second leading into the Australian titles, whereas Estelle now has 3. So she's maxed out the 30,000 points already.
Crazy.
And well, she'll be looking to go the clean sweep and go the max again, like Lucy Dara. It's a pretty prestigious honour to be doing stuff like that. And well, it's
and for Lucy Dara, she's competing in the Challenger Series tonight when it kicks off at Bolido. She won a couple of big QS events last year as well.
But that's the thing, you know, you look at this event last year, Lucy Dara, one of the standouts, and had the Ration at the Soundbox Osgrom Open last year, and now she's at the Challenger Series event. So it's wild how quick things can, you know, just evolve for these young surfers.
Oh, she's gone stratospheric.
Oh, she's just a superstar, and there's a bunch of them that are starting to appear in the talent pool in Australia, and with the help of the likes of the HPC and all the support programs up there. And you know, we look down along the beach and we see Chelsea Hedges with the coach's hat on and all the support crew from the HPC. It's really exciting to see what the future holds for Australian surfing. Well, we just saw Talia Tebb make her way in, and she'll be heading up the beach for her post-heat interview. But it looks like we are back underway. So just a momentary hold there. The 16 boys final of the Soundbox Osgrom Open, presented by O'Neill, is Lakana Cullen, the high-flying surfer, in the red, and Zach Johnson in the blue. And so we are going to now throw down to the superstar in Talia Tebb. Pretty sure she's with Britt, so take it away, Britt, down there with our champ of the under-16 girls.
Thank you, Chris. I am down here with the winner of this event, the under-16 girls winner, Talia Tebb. You put on an absolute clinic. How does it feel to take the win? You just had a pretty good matchup. It was a rematch of the Oki Grom just recently. This time you got the win.
Yeah, pretty stoked to get the win over Maddie on that one. We had, good heat at Snapper as well, and she got me on that one, so I was pretty hungry to get the win on this event, and yeah, stoked I could do it.
You've also made the final of the Pro Junior. How do you go with coming off such a high and then having to reset and re-prep yourself, knowing that you've got a massive final coming up pretty soon?
Yeah, pretty stoked to get 2 finals at this event, making the Pro Junior final as well. And yeah, I made it at Narrabeen as well, so stoked to have some good results in that against some of the older girls. Yeah, kind of just go out and do the same thing and push a bit harder as the girls are a bit stronger. And yeah, so yeah, keen.
You're looking so confident and so sure on your feet. You're obviously, quite confident not only in your ability but also your equipment as well. Can you talk us through what you're riding at the moment?
Yeah, got some good boards off Darren Hanley at the moment. Yeah, he's dialed me in real well for the year, and yeah, riding a DNA Roundtail, which has been going super well, and yeah, feeling super strong on my feet. So yeah.
I noticed that you've got a former world champion in your corner there from Surfing Australia, Chelsea Hedges. She's down here helping you out, giving you a few tips and coaching. How does it feel having someone like Chelsea in your corner?
Yeah, Chelsea's so good. She's super nice and friendly and easy to talk to. So yeah, it's super good to have a bit of her knowledge and yeah, help with heats. It's sick.
I know that you're from the Central Coast. Is there anyone back at home that you'd like to give a shout out to?
Yeah, all my family at home and friends watching. Micro, one of my coaches as well. He's been a huge part of it all and helping me get better and everything. And also all my friends in Indo as well watching. I know they're watching on the broadcast probably now, so yeah, shout out to them and yeah, thank you.
Well done, congratulations. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Britt. What a legend. I'm so blown away by how much of a cool cat Talia Tebb is. She is one of my new biggest fans. I'm one of her new biggest fans, honestly. Just so cool to see someone with such a mature approach, being under 16s, and just the way she approaches that interview. Just a few things she said as well, like she's so aware of what's going on and the maturity she's showing there, Binsey, by just even saying things like you've got to push a little bit harder in the Pro Junior final, got to surf against the older girls, being aware of her ability as well. And that's a big future for that young surfer right there, that's for sure.
Yeah, the growth mindset, the eagerness to learn and challenge herself and push herself, that's the good stuff. Here goes Loki Cullen. He's got a 2.33. He's looking to upgrade that significantly now. Up into the lip, the first turn. Gets a second section, releases the tail, and once more. So 3 big turns for Loki Cullen, and that's going to be the best wave of the heat so far.
Wow, I mean, he just blew our minds with some of the craziest aerial approach we've seen in this event since probably Dane Henry. But this is now more of your, stock standard approach, but with the full flair added to it. We're so used to seeing him go to the sky, Loki Cullen, but he's also got an incredible rail game and repertoire of turns up his sleeve. And here's the drone angle, that big lip line floater projected nicely, then whips it in the pocket, and a second one. That was a 2-turn combination, vicious.
Yeah, a couple of judges going, looking like they're going to go excellent. Seems the score's going to come in just under, but it will put Loki well and truly into the lead.
Yeah, it's he's just got he's so many ways he can do it, Binsey. When his back's against the wall or the waves are quite fast, he'll just go to the air and do some of the most crazy aerial antics you can see for someone in the under 16 boys division, and then he gets an open face or a down the line runner and just tees off with turns like that. So, wow, he is very deadly in the rash vest as well. And well, Zach Johnson, he currently held down the 4.83, the single highest wave score of the heat so far, but that's going to be eclipsed well and truly by a 7.5 for Loki Cullen. So the surfer from NASA, down there on the Northern Beaches, North Avalon.
It's one of the great club names, isn't it?
Yeah.
North Avalon, I think it's...
Surf Riders Association?
Surf Riders Association. Could be Surfboard Riders Association.
Sure, Shano and all the crew will be tuning in back home, checking out their young superstar in Loki Cullen. And, well, it was, I remember seeing at the ABB this year, they even threw him in as their power surfer for some of the heats because he's just that good, and that's on an open stage against, you know, former CT competitors and, you know, up and coming, you know, junior and current QS and Challenger Series surfers, all the best surfers around Australia representing their clubs. And yeah, Loki was, for a few of the heats there, they had him repping as their power surfer. Just shows the belief they have in this young kid, and also the skill and the composure he has, maturity. But cannot write off Zachy Johnson because he has been so in form throughout this whole event, dropping huge numbers. And we see him having a look now. So the surfer in blue, Binsey, up and riding.
Oh, Zach Johnson fighting back. Cracks that wave a couple of times. And this is really going to tighten things up, especially with Zach currently holding that 4.83, which will be the bigger of the backups. So he's just chasing a 5-point ride. You imagine he's done that, but he'll know that Loki Cullen is only upgrading a 2.33. Here's the replay, skating down the line. Oh, first turn was great, and it set him up beautifully to collect the end section. So perfectly timed, measured surfing there. Here goes Loki Cullen. Is he eyeing off a left? We've seen him spin aerials in both directions this week and going both ways, whether it's forehand alley-oops, forehand reverses, backhand reverses.
Oh, he's got the full bag of tricks down. And well, looking at the leaderboard, the 2026 Surfing Australia Junior Series rankings, do you notice one thing? Loki Cullen is nowhere to be seen at the top of the rankings, but he's down in 58th, but that's because
he's done one
event and he won it. He won
Hockey's, and then you add
Hockey Grom last week, and
you add at least 8,600 points. I think that's what the second's worth here, and he will be top 10.
Yeah, so really picking and choosing his battles there. He's probably just been off free surfing around the world and throwing the craziest airs you've ever seen and getting tubed out of his mind. He's obviously a big part of that free surfing scene, and also the wave pool scene as well, just bringing some unbelievable innovation to the sport of surfing. And we look at Zachy Johnson. He had a 5th place up there at the Billabong Oki last week, so he's eclipsed that number. He had a win in the Queensland State Titles event earlier this year, and a 3rd at the NN North Narrabeen Ripper. So he's had one win this year in the state titles, but not in any of the premier 10,000 rated events yet. This is his best result, and it'll be his highest keeper in terms of points for this year, at least 8,600, as you mentioned before, Binsey.
All right, right, here goes Loki Cullen. He's deep. He's going to have to put the foot down to find a section. Now he takes to the lip, does it beautifully once and twice. Had to really put some weight on the heels to dig that one out, but just timed it perfectly, and that is going to be a decent number.
Yeah, Zachy Johnson locked in a 6.67 for his last. But let's see the replay of last Lakana Cullen. That was incredible surfing again. It's so powerful. So the first turn, he was almost a little like he got a little bit upright on the first turn, and you'll see this one as he takes off deep behind the pocket, comes up here, hits his first one. He's a little upright on the back foot, but then this one he just drops the hammer, really puts the pressure on the back foot, almost lays back slightly, and a different variation of that turn there was very critical. It was like one of those turns that I feel like Sammy Pupo just has on lock, you know, when he just wafts the tail and drops the hammer.
Oh, Sammy's been good this year, hasn't he?
Yeah. And like Philippe as well, they have that turn on lockdown. They just decimated the lineup of Snapper earlier this year with turns like that.
I throw George Pitar into that conversation as well. So
yeah.
You'd imagine on the Northern Beaches, Loki and GP have surfed together a bit over the years. Big number coming in for Loki. So this is going to well and truly put Zach Johnson up against the ropes, but 7 minutes to go, plenty of time. He is holding on to a 7.5. There it is, last score for Loki Cullen, an 8.33. That's a 15.83 two-wave total. Zach Johnson now chasing a 9.16. And the scary thing for Loki Cullen is he hasn't really taken to the sky yet either.
I know, and he's... well, this is where it gets really scary for someone like Zach Johnson, because you can see him hunting around the inside now. It means one thing, that he is going to start doing things like this, because he's got the 8.33 and the 7.5. A 15.83 heat total. The foundation is laid. It's the most solid concrete foundation, and the walls and the structure for this house are up. He just needs to start adding levels to it.
Yeah, the pressure's off for Loki Cullen now, so it's all kind of a free swing from here. He can really push the boat out and go for some big stuff without too much fear. If he doesn't make it, he's still a mile out in front.
Yeah, you can expect some fireworks in the back end of this heat, that's for sure. And well, as surf fans around the world tuning in, that's exciting, because we might see some pretty crazy things being thrown down. And here's the first roll of the dice in terms of progression. And he ices that one. But that was a tricky wave. Didn't really offer up the big section to boost. But also with this northwest wind, it's going to, you know, probably stick the board to his feet nicely. And yeah, I can expect some pretty big things to come. But Zach Johnson, he's still in this. He's got a single wave requirement, a 9.16, so he's not out of it at all. And here he goes and hucks the board to the beach, but just goes down there.
I like it though. 5 minutes to go. He knows he just has to go for broke. So that's what he did. Got the section, went for the big punt. Unfortunately, lost his board pretty quickly, but you do like seeing when they keep swinging.
Yeah, so 4.5 minutes. We can't see the time on this screen there, but we just heard the beach announcer give an update. 4.5 minutes to go. So Lakana Cullen holding down the lead, looking to, well, keep his perfect run so far. His perfect run in events this year going. He's had one win, one start. Looking to make it 2 from 2. That'd put him on 20,000 points, and well, and then he'd probably just pull an eye off the Aussie titles at the end of the year for a 12,000 and max out the scale. Do a Lucy Dara. But he was in the Pro Junior event and went down early in the draw in very tricky conditions, and Well, he's definitely made up for that so far. He's made sure he ironed out any creases in his performances because he's been pretty much bulletproof since that moment in the Soundbox Osgrom Open, presented by O'Neill in the 16s division. He's just had it on an absolute string and surfing with lots of confidence. But also has the man in blue, Zachy Johnson. He, the surfer from Queensland, is just looking to stay in touch here with Loki. And Loki's going to let him have a roll of the dice on this one, so he's going to need something pretty special. See him race down the line, plenty of speed. Expect something big here. Goes for, well, the Superman.
Was it a Superman or a backflip attempt?
Yeah, maybe a backflip attempt. Trying to out Loki.
It was definitely eyes on the sky. Had a big section. Went for broke. A 9.16 the requirement. I
feel like
our photographer was right underneath that as well.
I feel like as well this number is extremely hard to get out here at Lennox because all week we have seen it become the very few and far between 9-point rides that we've seen this whole event. It's going to need to be something pretty special because the way that the competition zone does break, it does offer up limited sections, and to drop the nines, you're going to have to be going something pretty spectacular. So, I mean, the backflip, that would do it. Could do a Dane Henry and throw a backflip and find yourself with the 10.
All right, 90 seconds to go.
But if we think about back to yesterday when Loki was just throwing down those alley-oops and full rotations into the flats, that's going to probably need to be what it is to eclipse that 9.16. But right now, as we see that beautiful headland in the background, the drone angles from Fresh Air Broadcast, it's just an iconic part of the world here at Lennox Head. And look how clear the water is. You can see the shadows on the sandbank below, glistening blue water. It's just a pretty spectacular scene down here today on finals day. And two mates that are going to have a long-standing rivalry, I tell you that much, because they've been both the standouts in this event. Zachy Johnson glancing his watch. You hear the beach announcer, 40 seconds. This one's counting down. And, well,
looking like Loki
has priority, so he's going to make sure... Well, nerves of steel there. He's going to let him go, so...
backing himself.
He is backing himself. And
all right, Zach Johnson, something special. Goes past Wes Thompson, our legend photographer who's been in the water all week. Throws the reverse up, nice and tail high. Whips it around with 10 seconds to go. So, signing off in style.
Yeah, that was really cool to see. That's one of those ones they say keeps you coming back, you know. It's like, you know, you might not have won the war, but, you know, to grease an air reverse on one of the most premium surf events on the calendar on your last wave must feel pretty good.
Yep.
We'll wait for the numbers. We'll get a replay of that.
Zach Johnson can definitely walk away with his head held high. That's beautiful.
Oh, that was so
rotation.
Sick.
Tail nice and high.
I love that to finish and gives a little stare back to the beach and says, you know what, guys?
It's going to be a decent number.
I've got the tricks up my sleeve as well.
Chance of threatening the excellent range, and he'll really tighten it up on the scoreboard. Don't think it's going to be the 9.16 that's required. There it is, a 7.6. So Lakana Cullen is your under-16 champion for the Soundbox Osgrom Open, presented by O'Neill for 2026. I'm going to go run down and have a chat to Loki, and I'm going to leave you guys to commentate the all West Australian under 18 final, Olive Hardy and Layla Fraser, right after this quick break.
Yeah, get down there, Binsey. Well done, Loki.
In a place where every corner tells a story and neighbours are more like family, having someone you can trust by your side makes all the difference. For over 100 years, Somerville Laundry Lomax has been a cornerstone in our community, supporting individuals, families and businesses through the moments that matter most. When you need legal support, someone who'll stand beside you, turn to the team trusted by generations. Somerville Laundry Lomax, for all matters when it matters most.
We are back to all the live action here at Lennox Head for finals day of the Soundbox Oscrom Open presented by O'Neill. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Juniper Harper, and well, we are now into the under 18 girls final. It is the two Western Australian competitors up against each other. Olive Hardy in the red, Layla Fraser in the blue.
Yeah, this is going to be a really good matchup. These under 18 girls, these girls have been on fire this whole event. And yeah, I can't wait to see what they've got. Both girls, I believe, competed also in the Pro Junior. So getting in the final for the under 18 girls, massive deal here at the Soundbox Oscrom Open presented by O'Neill. It's one of the biggest on the event calendars, so these girls are going to be fighting for the win here. And there it is. Loki Cullen, winner of that last final, with a 7.5 and an 8.33, so he smashed it. Not far behind him, Zach Johnson, amazing surfer, surfed so well the whole event. He had a 7.6 and a 6.67, so he had some really nice scores as well, but it was Loki taking the win. As you can see, he's got his cheer squad there on the beach waiting for him, and yeah, he's going to be stoked. And I mean, who better to have taken out that division, because he was on fire the whole event. And there is Olive Hardy up and riding her first wave. Couldn't quite stick the landing on that one.
She is fresh off a recent second place at the Oki Grom Comp last week.
Yeah, so she'll be fired up for that win. She won't want another second place.
Can she go one better and take the win?
Yeah.
Great sportsmanship between those two competitors from that previous final. Informed surfer Loki Cullen.
Yeah, he was just on fire the whole event. Like, his surfing has been absolutely mind-blowing. He's a freak. Just pulls out excellent scores in every heat, and there he is. Got his brother, Barlin, cheering him up.
Big smiles. Look at the little grommies holding the surfboard in the background.
Yeah.
Doing a great job.
Yeah.
There we go. That is the winner.
Under 16 boys champion of the Soundbox Oscrom Open presented by O'Neill. Congratulations, Loki.
Just waiting for some scores to drop in. With just under 15 and a half minutes remaining in this under 18 girls final. Surf Mud replay on screen. Nice first turn there from Olive Hardy. Just not able to get the completion. She copped that bounce on the way down. Not able to stick the landing, but well, she's found her feet. I'm sure she'll head back out, hit the reset button. She's, of course, up against Layla Fraser, as we were just talking about, both competitors from Western Australia, so putting in a huge effort, coming on over to the East Coast to compete in these iconic Grom events. Can Olive Hardy get the win over Layla Fraser? Only time will tell.
Yeah, it's been a pretty slow start to this one. I was 6 minutes down and we haven't really seen much of a score from either of the girls, but yeah, as you can see, we've got really, really nice conditions here for finals day. Sun's out, clean offshore winds, and the water's really, really clear and beautiful at the moment, so Layla's going to have to let her go because she was a bit too deep, and wow, first turn was really nice. Second turn, bring it back to the whitewash, and she gets a nice finish on that one. So that will be Olive's first keeper score, and yeah, I really like that wave.
I did too, as we watch the Surf Mud replay. Blue had a look, but Red must have had priority. Taking off on this one, drives hard off the bottom, straight up into lip. I feel like she got the money shot with the water photographer right in the perfect position as she linked this one all the way through. The Hardy team is going to be happy with that one. And well, Willow Hardy is also in the WSL Pro Junior final.
Yeah,
they're going to be happy about.
Yeah, might get a double win for the sisters.
Perfect combo.
And that will be coming up in 2 heats time. Well, following this final, we'll have the 18 boys final, and that's going to be Benji Lowen and Leo Matchett, and these two have been ripping this entire event. So that's going to be a great show, so stay tuned for that, and then we'll finish off the event with the 2 Pro Junior finals for the men and women's.
Veggie burgers, are they? I'll be back.
Red, you have a 1 and your second wave was a 6.
There we go, we've got scores locked in for Red. Olive Hardy, she is off to an early lead with 12.5 minutes on the clock. First wave was just a 1, but that wave that we just saw a minute ago was a 6 as she takes off again, staying nice and busy, Juniper.
Wow, yeah, so just 1 turn on that one, but it's going to be a nice backup. She'll get rid of that 1 point ride as we see Layla up and riding. Just the 1 turn there. Not sure if she got anything done before that. Now we're going to look like we might have a bit of a paddle battle here. For priority, it does look like Layla's going to be out in front. Yeah, 6 point ride for that last of Olive. And just the 1 turn for her last, but it's going to definitely better her back up of a 1 point ride as we see the replay from Layla's last. Just 1 nice turn in that end section, so that will be her first score on the board. There was Olive's last, so pretty similar waves just now for both Olive and Layla, and yeah, Layla did end up with priority, so she's going to have first pick on the next wave that comes through, and we're getting down to half time in this final. We're just waiting for scores for both surfers.
He's gone. Yeah. Sweet. Yeah.
Looks like Olive Hardy might increase her lead ever so slightly from early indications on the live scoring system. We've also got that score to drop for Layla Fraser. We watch the Surf Mud replay. Surfer in red paddling on into this one. Straight up into the lip. Not much else on offer, and answering straight back was Layla Fraser on her forehand. Comes hard off the bottom, belts that section. Just the 1 turn, but she's going to put a score on the board, and well, this is live action. Surfer in red, super busy in the lineup. Wow. Beautiful first turn, straight into the second. No downtime between that combo. With 10.5 minutes on the clock, there'll be another score to drop for Olive Hardy. And here we go, Surfer in blue on a backhand. Beautiful first turn, straight into the second throw, and a massive fan of spray, and a third. It's a better looking wave there for young Layla Fraser in the blue. That was one of the scores she'd be chasing. if she's wanting to put herself into the lead for this under 18 girls final of the Soundbox Osgrom Open presented by O'Neill. We'll wait for those scores to drop in, but I feel like we are going to have a much tighter battle on our hands now.
Yeah, so this last one of Olive was really nice first turn, and wrapping back around with that second turn, and that wave didn't really offer another section, but this wave from Layla, that first turn was really, really nice. Same with this second turn. Read that wave perfectly. Turns were timed really well, and that was one of the nicer, bigger waves we've seen this heat. So both surfers locking in decent scores now. So the heat.
And while we've got a bit of a lull in the action, I do believe that we have Chris Binns down there with our previous final winner. Take it away, Bidsy.
Sure to, guys. Loki Cullen, congratulations.
Thank you.
Mate, it's been quite a week. How do you explain this one?
Yeah, it's been a sick week. I've had pretty fun waves the whole time. This last 2 days have been epic, so yeah.
Conditions are a bit slower today. We've seen you just punt non-stop through the whole event, but was it a conscientious decision just to take it to turns to start things off?
Well, I was actually planning on going out and just like doing airs every wave, but the wind went really offshore, so I was like, oh, I better just stick to turns for this one, and yeah.
Just in case winning 2 events in a week doesn't give you enough confidence, there must be some lessons to be learned from, you know, just being able to go out and change a game plan like that and win on turns.
Yeah. Yeah, it's 2 different ways, and yeah, I don't know.
You've sort of made a name for yourself doing air shows and whatnot lately. Is it hard to avoid that temptation sometimes and just focus on the basics and know that if you want to be a well-rounded surfer, you've got to work on all the facets?
Yeah, it's definitely hard just to go out there and just do turns when it's like pretty perfect air sections, because in a comp, like, airs are a very risky manoeuvre, but they score high, so you can either do them and get a high score, or you can fall and like wreck the whole heat. But yeah, it's just a decision you got to make.
These things don't happen by yourself. Obviously, you got friends and family you need to thank.
Yeah, I'd like to thank my mum, my dad, my brother and sister supporting me, and yeah, all my sponsors, and yeah.
What's the rest of the year look like for Loki Cullen?
I got Worlds in September, which I'm looking forward to, and then whatever comes up, I guess.
Surfing and having fun?
Yeah.
That's the recipe. Congratulations, mate.
Thank you.
All right, Loki Cullen, back up to you guys in the box.
Thank you, Binsey, and well, what another win for Loki Cullen. He is looking pretty unstoppable at this moment in his career, hard to beat. And well, yeah, he's been winning heats with aerials the entire event. But keeping that board in the water for the final, really having to adapt to these conditions. As we have the surf mud replay on screen, we just saw a wave from blue and also red. We've got some scores locking on in. So the wave that we watched before, that backhand wave of Layla Fraser, was a 5.73. We also had a scoring for red, Olive Hardy, a 4.5. So with 6.5 minutes remaining, it is Olive Hardy in the red, still out in first place. She's now got a 4.5 and a 6 in her scoreline. Layla Fraser in the blue in second. She's got a 5.73 and a 2.93. She's only looking for a pretty small score in that mid-range of 4.78 if she's wanting to take the win in this under-18 girls final. And well, looks like the competitors are having a look at this one. Red, Olive Hardy up and riding on her backhand. Comes hard off the bottom lip. And again, huge 2-turn combo from Olive Hardy.
Wow, that was a really nicely surfed wave from Olive Hardy. I definitely think that is probably going to be the wave of the heat. Really powerful surfing on her backhand. And here's the surf mud replay. Coming off the bottom here and just throwing buckets, and again on that second turn. So 2 really nicely timed and powerful manoeuvres. I think that's going to be a pretty healthy score for Olive, and she'll definitely drop her sorry, getting the sisters mixed up. She'll definitely drop her low score of a 4.5, that's for sure. So she's sitting in a pretty good position right now.
There it is, an 8-point ride. So Olive Hardy extends her lead. She's now got an 8 and a 6. Layla Fraser in the blue Now chasing an excellent score of an 8.27, highly achievable. Olive Hardy just showed us that you can get an 8 for the two big solid backhand hangers. And well, these two competitors, both from the same region, that Margaret River region over in Western Australia, I'm sure that they've competed against each other multiple times over. So
Yeah,
feel like they're just surfing at home.
They probably have a huge rivalry going. I'm sure they're great friends. And yeah, it's coming down to the wire here with 4.5 minutes to go. And 8.27 is what Layla is chasing to take the crown and win the under 18 girls Soundbox Oscrom Open presented by O'Neill. And she is sitting out there with priority, so she well and truly still is in the game at this heat. And yeah, that last one of Olive Hardy, really impressive surfing there, getting an 8-point ride.
Just under 4 minutes on the clock. First priority is with blue, second priority with red. So blue will have right away to any wave in the lineup that she wants. But it is Olive Hardy in the red in first place in this under 18 girls final of the Soundbox Oscrom Open presented by O'Neill. Olive's sister Willow also making the final here at this event. She's in the Traeger Wood-Fired Grills WSL Pro Junior Women's Final. The Hardy clan would be absolutely stoked with how both of these women have performed throughout this entire event, both making finals.
You're going to be some proud mum and dad out there. And yeah, it's at the moment it's looking like this heat is going to go in Olive's favour. Still 3 minutes remaining though, so anything can happen. Layla Fraser is sitting out there with priority as we see Olive couldn't quite finish that second turn, so just keeping busy here, and don't think that wave will go into her scoreline as we watch the replay. First turn was really nice and came to get the finish and couldn't quite stick the landing, so Olive just hoping that clock ticks down. She's keeping herself busy. Won't go into her top two as we see Layla looking, but deciding not to go. She definitely is going to be wanting to get waiting for a set for that excellent score. It's going to need to be a nice wave like Olive's 8-point ride was.
For sure, if Layla can get one of those lefts that come on through, that 8.7 is highly attainable. But time may be the enemy with just under 2 minutes on the clock. Wave selection is crucial. Blue having a little look at this one. She has committed to the paddle. She's up and riding. Surfer in blue, Layla Fraser looking for a section, puts it up into the lip and just not much on offer in that section.
And yeah, that was a pretty fast wave. I guess she just had to pull the trigger.
I think too, you know, knowing that she had first priority and she'd already committed herself to that paddle, it was kind of, I just have to go.
Yeah.
Run off way too quick. A little late to that section, but still putting in a solid effort. With just over a minute on the clock.
Wow. And now, yeah, it's now Layla is in a tricky position because it is gonna. I doubt that Olive is going to let her catch a wave here. If a good one comes, Olive is definitely going to be taking it and making sure Layla cannot be on it. So she sits out there holding priority with 40 seconds remaining, and well, both ladies really going really mature and great surfing this whole event. Looks like Layla's going to get this one, so Willow's going to let her go, knowing that, yeah, that wave probably didn't have 8.5 points to offer. Coming down to 10 seconds remaining, and it looks like it's going to be Olive Hardy. taking out the under 18 girls here in Lennox for the Soundbox Osgram Open, presented by O'Neill.
This is a victory lap for Olive Hardy. Belts that last section, and there is your winner on screen of the under 18 girls final. Olive Hardy taking the win over Layla Fraser. The Soundbox Osgram Open presented by O'Neill.
Congratulations, ladies.
Mommy, where does flavor come from?
Well, when people love food, they cook it on a Traeger grill. Meat, corn, even pie. And then the Traeger does the rest, which brings everyone to celebrate this beautiful thing that they've created. Because when you share delicious food with your friends, that's the flavor of life.
Come experience nature's greatest migration with Ballina Byron Marine Adventures. Locally owned, family operated, and passionate about sharing our incredible coastline. Your whale watching adventure starts here. Book now at ballinabyronmarineadventures.com.au.
Welcome back. Sundays don't get much better than this. The Soundbox Osgram Open presented by O'Neill. We are in finals day. And there it is, up on your screen, the under 18 boys premium Premier Division.
Yep.
In the Soundbox Osgram Open presented by O'Neill. We still have the 18 boys final, then the Pro Junior finals to come for the Traeger Woodfire Grills Pro Junior 2026. Myself, Chris Enever, in the booth with none other than the local lad, one of the brains behind the operation here, Michael Crisp. Crispy, talk us through what you've seen today, mate. We've crowned plenty of champs already, and more to come.
Yeah, totally. We have crowned 5 champions, and we've got 3 to go. And wow, great waves, great community, best judges in the world, best location. And right now, here's a quick start. 90 seconds to pack your heat. Benji Lowen started with 250 surfers. We are down to 8 final. Last. Yeah, we kicked the time at a 25 minutes next heat for the Traeger, so 50 minutes after this one, but right now Benji Lowen in 90 seconds is packed on some points. So stand by for first 2 of Benji Lowen. Everyone cutting their heats different. But I'll tell you what, we've seen some amazing champions already crowned today. And don't forget, presentation to follow, the Traeger Pro Junior Women's and then the men's crowning. Barbecues going out, Soundbox live systems going out, and our presenting sponsor O'Neill being a massive injection into this 2026. Best in the business, the Wimbledon of junior surfing, and that's why we call it. We are here at finals day. 3 minutes gone, 17 remain. There it is. Benji Lowen, first waves, 4-0, 3-3-3.
Oh, Leo Matchett, silky smooth style. He's got a very good connection with this wave.
Yes.
Pretty sure, did he win it last year? He got a win last year.
Yeah, he got a win, and he's had some great podium bursts in the rankings of the Australian Junior Series, but this kid goes in the Pro Juniors as well. I think he got an equal 5th, and tell you what, made the quarterfinals this morning, bowed out, but he's still in his main premium division, whereas Benji Lowen looking for the layback. He heard the John call, still around, as Rabs was saying. Surfers tilting the time back into their way of big airs or big turns or big laybacks, making the judges deliver some big scores.
Actually got a second last year. I looked at the results. So he's matched at least his result from last year, but that was his first year in the 18s and had a real breakthrough event in that in this event last year. So showing that he has a great relationship with his wave. Here at the iconic Lennox Head Beachy Pub Outies, is that what it is? Or
Yep, here we go, Surf Mud replay. Look at this one of Leo Matchett. He is at pub, and he comes down here a couple of weeks before. Free surfs here before the regional titles. Comes down here a week or so before. So very smart surfer, getting to know the banks.
Pub outies
and putting
specialist.
his time. It is pub outies, and it's off the shower. My place.
Whereas you're just a pub specialist.
Well, not really, because I was first home last night in bed, and I tell you what.
Man, I had to make sure that pool table didn't get taken over.
Yeah,
what a good venue it is. The Lennox Hotel, the Leno Hotel, just it's the best food, the best vibes. I had Brucey Butler playing some tunes last night. The band was incredible.
Yeah, night
One
before.
of the local lads
Yeah.
just busting the tunes out. The DJ earlier.
Party winner, under 18s, and wow. Congratulations, takes the win over a friend. That's a best friend from WA, Australia. She has been in blistering form, and it's exciting to see. One more to go for her as well in the final.
Well, there's something in the water in WA because they're breeding some incredible talent in the Australian pool of surfers right now, and we just see that. For example, 2 West Australians in the final for the under-18 women's.
Saw our Victorian take the under 14s. Our Byron Bay Indonesian take the one for the under 14 boys, but then 16s Loki Cullen. Now 18s, that was Olive Hardy.
You know, one thing I've noticed, Crispy, about this final in particular here, the under 18 boys, every other final we've seen so far has been a real, showcase from a lot of the top seeds on the rankings. A lot of the top seeds, the cream's risen to the top, and they've really come and stood out here. And if we think back to all the winners that we've seen so far today, most of them have been right up the top of the rankings. I mean, Lakana Cullen's only had one event this year. He's had 2 wins now, so he's going to be rocketing himself right up to that top end of the rankings with 20,000 points.
Totally.
And but this event here, the under-18 boys, one thing I noticed is it's a bit of an underdog battle here because 2 surfers that aren't up the top of the rankings when we have a look. We'll have a quick check at the rankings right now. We scroll down. Leo Matchett sitting in 9th. So his best result this year in the premium rated events has been a 9th at the Billabong Occy. Well, he had a 5th down there at NN in the Surfboard Empire. So a quarter-final finish has been his best so far, and now he's found himself in a final as he did last year. But Benji Lowen, this has been a breakout event for Benji. He is, further down the leaderboard. We'll actually try to scroll down to see where Benji is sitting on the leaderboard. Where is Benji? Can't even find him. Here he is, 68th. So he's done 2 events this year. The Billabong Occy last week, he cut a 13th.
Yep.
And now he's found himself into the final. So this really is a breakout event. I mean, he hasn't done many events this year, so probably a big reason why he is down the rankings. But, I mean, with the surfing he's been doing, he's been one of the standout surfers. The goofy footer just squares up. He's got that real lanky style, but it gives him so much extension and reach through his turns.
Yeah.
He can really square up and...
Well, beautiful images, and again, thank you to Surf Mud, our great replays, and great silver sponsor of this event. There it is. Look at this one. It looks like a bit of Owen Wright, Allah.
Yeah.
Ryan Callanan, look at the deep bottom turn. Look at the foot placement. Just on the centre line, one on the tail, and really low reach. I love the biomechanics of beautiful surfing, deep bottom turn, big top turn. Let's watch it again. Surf Mud replay.
Yeah, I love the Owen Wright reference. Real, he's a tall athlete and got a lot of reach on him, and those long limbs.
Yeah.
Does give the good reference to
Yeah,
Lennox
thank you.
Head local, and
born Culburra, the Wright family, always doing it right. 2 world titles and free surfing competitive savviness. And shout out to Rob too, such a legend coming up here. Hey, just saying that, reflect back to, I remember a junior series, Ryan Callanan, Owen Wright, going hammer and tong, Coffs Harbour at a big junior series yesteryear, literally about 10, 15 years ago before they're on tour.
But that's where it all
That's
begins.
a reference, that's right. Junior sets the pace for world's best surfing.
Exactly, and we're seeing it here, and this is where it all begins. These are the stepping stones. We've got these premier events, the Soundbox Osgrom Open, and, well, for someone like Benji Lowen, who, hasn't had a lot of finals appearances, this is what it can take. All it takes is one finals appearance, just that one major result to click into gear, and it just sparks that level of confidence. It unlocks the mental ability that I can do this, and people just go on a roll.
All righty, we're going to hear from our last heat's winner. I think we're down with Brett. What's going on down there, champion?
Thank you, Crispy. Well, talk about drawing confidence from a win and setting yourself up. I have the finalist, Olive Hardy, taking the win in the under-18s. I do believe it's your first win in an under-18s event like this.
Yeah, it's my first win in the 10,000 under-18, so yeah, I'm so stoked.
I know that you had a fellow competitor out there from the same region back home in Margaret River. I assume that you guys are pretty good friends and come up against each other all the time. How do you prepare for a heat like that when you're up against one of your best friends?
I think it's kind of relaxing coming against each other almost, because throughout the whole comp we're just fully rooting for each other, and then whatever happens in the heat happens in the heat, and I've just grown up competing against her, so we're just so used to it. What happens in the water stays in the water, and we're best friends out of it. So yeah, it was really, really good to share a heat with her, especially because there aren't loads of West Aussies that come over and do these comps, so to get to share a final with another one is really special.
It is, and talking about special, I know that your sister Willow Hardy is in the final of the WSL Pro Junior. What is in the water over there in WA?
Apparently a lot of good stuff. No, but it'll be really good to watch her. It's really good that we both made finals, and yeah, hopefully we can both come home with a win, but yeah, hopefully.
I know that the Hardy clan's pretty well known in the industry, both surfing and bodyboarding. What's it mean to you to have family members in your corner like that are so well versed in the ocean?
Yeah, it's so good. My dad's my coach, and actually Dad's not here right now, so it's my mum is my coach today, and yeah, it's really good. We all travel together as a family and we all surf, so it's really fun.
Well done to Mum, well played. Is there anyone back home that you'd like to say a shout out to? Maybe Dad's back there.
Yeah, definitely a big shout out to Dad. He was here the other days, and all my friends and family and sponsors, and yeah, everyone else for the support.
Congratulations to Olive Hardy. Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, thanks, Brett. And wow, well, Mum might be getting the call up for future events, one for one, after Dad's gone home. But just shows that such a good family support in the Hardy clan. And yeah, Willow into the final of the Pro Juniors. So that family is doing something right. And it's going to be a great sit around the dinner table after this event, debrief from the Soundbox Osgrom Open, the premium event on the calendar in Grom surfing and junior surfing, and how exciting. And it looks like, based on my calculations with that win, Olive Hardy will probably rocket herself up to second place on the rankings, just hot on the heels of the current leader in the rankings, and that's Alice Hodgson. So
yeah,
there it is.
Great win, great reward. Don't forget Australian junior titles that come up at the end of the year, and a couple of keynote events. Check them out, surfingaustralia.com, and also the state chapters, Surfing New South Wales in our quadrant. Great to see Luca, our CEO, and all the crew. They'll be watching and listening, watching their statesman. Again, Leanne Match from Surfing Queensland. A shout out to them and the team. Events, judging courses, surfer rescue programs, and women's programs, and get amongst the board riders, the grassroots where it all starts. And a big shout out again, Lee Bar Board Riders, the chef special. Check it out, the Traeger tent, smoking up the Traeger wood-fired grills. That'll be up next. Don't forget, 25-minute women's division up next. Talia Tebb versus Willow Hardy out there again. Dual finals. Nixie Ryan has won dual finals in previous. 100% record. Also, Dane Henry. Every final he's been in, he's won. 100% record. Thank you, Live Heats, for those stats. Big shout out. There we go. Leo Matchett needs to move. Needs a 5-3-3. Look at this. Takes it with priority 2, but he's way. There's a bit of separation. Big smart pickup here. Stayed wide.
Wow.
This will be a gain on.
Combo.
How was that?
Incredible.
Under priority 2. We'll get that replay. That's why Red went. He was trying to play catch up. Maybe get a bit of a, we saw it yesterday. Bit of a win with priority.
Yeah, he was further up the bank, Benji, and I think Blue may have had priority anyway, but he did take off and whipped in the pocket. That turn was great. And another second one, Craig Anderson-esque style in Leo Matchett. That skinny frame, but plenty of power and super whippy and smooth. I mean, it's like butter.
Yeah. Smooth and precise.
Like, when you get a piece of toast out of the toaster and it's scalding hot and you just whack some butter on it and it just melts perfectly.
The raisin toast. Here we go. Surf mud replay. Going to the left, going to the air rev. That's what you do. And rolls the dice for a great little celebration. Thank you, Benji Lowen. Going to the air. That was under the skin of Surfer. Waiting for scorer Blue, Leo Matchett. Green Apple Zone. Wow, we'll get Live Heats up. Look at the replay. Again, I think that one was under priority 2, but it didn't matter. He had the distance. First turn, what do you think at home? All those watching and listening, right with our cameraman Wes here at Soundbox. Under 18s, firing up.
Well, let's break that down, Crispy. You got that first nice backhand whip.
Yeah.
Got the check turn still with spray and power into another whip in the pocket at the end. Little caught up on the end turn. And I'm thinking around about the high fives, maybe. Yeah. That's just my initial interpretation, but I'm not a judge here.
5-5-5. Let's go there, but then go to the innovative, the one turn where he's on the inside, Benji Lowen. That'll throw away as a 3-5, not his top 4-8-3.
Mid to high fives.
But I feel that air rev. Are we going higher than a 4-8-3 for the air rev? That one big progressive manoeuvre.
Well, there it is. So last of Leo Matchett did fall in the 5-point range as we expected.
Nice.
And Benji Lowen eclipsing that, a 5-8-3. I'm just checking if that was his last score. We'll jump on a Live Heats and we can see exactly the numbers that have been locked in. Yep, so no scores to come. A 5-8-3 was his best. So the judges rewarding progression. They're loving the commitment, the risk factor, the wow moments. It's been that way all event. They've been super consistent. And Benji now is understanding that, and he goes again. So a double air rev on the left. So you can see the contrasting approaches here. We got Leo Matchett, silky style, combination of turns, 3 turns. But Benji Lowen identifying that these wow moments, the progression, the airs into the flats are scoring.
Yeah, I think that's an air rev on replay. And again...
I think he did another one now.
Yeah. Well, he's a bit like Lakala Cullen. He did 5 airs yesterday to find himself in the final and take a win. Here we go, previous red. Look at the speed, pop, lift the tail. There's the rotation, boom. It was, because the left hand shake, then the right hand shake. 2 different ways.
2 different ones. So, yeah, that's the quick one, because that one was really fast. He took off and did 1 or 2 pumps. The other one had a bunch of pumps, and he's mixing up the claims too. So he's throwing some variety in with the hands of the claim.
Cork, tail high.
That one was lofty, and it had a big, wow factor to it, which I liked. So, well, I can't tell which one was the first one or the second one. The 5-8, it maybe have been the flat spin one. First pump of the fist. The second one, bit more pop, bit more height. Probably going to go into the mid-6 range, I think, if you compare the two. But, I mean, that's just my interpretation, and we're not judges, but we're just having a little bit of fun throwing out some numbers here.
And look at this.
Everyone at home, you can do the same throw your judges had on and, well, break down the scores. And, wow.
Ooh, well, that was a priority sell. Had a look at it. Leo had a little look at it. He took the bait. Priority now goes to Blue, but Blue needs a 6-8-3.
And there it is, 6-3-3. So
whoa, it was.
Mid-6. We've got our eye in today, Crispy, and Well, we've been watching these surfers
many
just tear the bag out of Lennox pub outie section for a week straight now. And
well, going into the Traeger, if the girls take a note and a leaf out of this, you're going to see the women's Traeger Pro Juniors. They go for airs. They're going to be rewarded and throw a turn in. Big numbers, because under 18s, a 5.83 one manoeuvre, 6.33 one manoeuvre. Benji Lowen's in the lead in red.
Yeah, well, we look over the results of Benji Lowen back in 2025. With 45 seconds on the clock, he had some wins in some 6,500 rated events. He had 2 wins, but yet to have a win in the 18s division in a 10,000 rated event. So this is going to be a big breakthrough event win for Benji Lowen. And, well, he's been so sure-footed this whole event. This is going to be the longest 30 seconds of his life, and doesn't look like there's a wave coming.
And I love it. He looks good. He's got the indication. He can hear the time, see the yellow, see the ladies in their next heat. This is a lap of honour, but what you got to watch with priority. Hopefully blue's not in the end. This is a victory lap. He's going to go left. Benji Lowen. One big bash, and it doesn't matter, Parramatta. He's going to take a win if nothing happens. Was he up?
Oh, wow. Oh, that could have been a real nail-biting finish for Benji Lowen. And you can see Leo Matchett, he threw for the fence. That was a great air reverse, but he came unstuck. So the winner of the 18 boys division is going to be Benji Lowen. Wow, he gets his first win in the premium event, 10,000 rated event in the under 18s division. What a legend. He's been on fire this whole event. Very well-deserving winner.
Yeah.
I'm stoked for him, you know.
And I love that's what Lachlan Argios said. He's up next in the last heat in 2 heats, but he said he's had his ups and downs, he's worked on it, and he's looking for the win. And Benji Lowen has done that. He has come from some disappointing podium finishes or losses, and he's taken the under 18s at the Premier Division. Soundbox Osgrom Open presented by O'Neill. My name's Crispy. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with the Traeger Grills 25-minute Women's Division. Talia Tebb takes on Willow Hardy. See you soon.
Mommy, where does flavor come from?
Well, when people love food, they cook it on a Traeger grill. Meat, corn, even pie. And then the Traeger does the rest, which brings everyone to celebrate this beautiful thing that they've created. Because when you share delicious food with your friends, that's the flavor of life.
Come experience nature's greatest migration with Ballina Byron Marine Adventures. Locally owned, family operated, and passionate about sharing our incredible coastline. Your whale watching adventure starts here. Book now at ballinabyronmarineadventures.com.au.
Welcome back to Lennox Head for our finals day of the Traeger Woodfired Grills WSL Pro Junior. It is, of course, part of our Soundbox Osgrom Open presented by O'Neill. We are now into our Women's Pro Junior final. It is Talia Tebb in the red up against Willow Hardy in the blue. My name is Britt Nicol, joined back in the booth with Rabbit Bartholomew. How you going, Rabs?
Oh, yeah, excellent. This has been a great day surfing, and the conditions have just hung in there. luckily we've got the tide working in our favour, slightly diminishing swell, but still some nice sets.
Certainly, the sun is shining, the waves are still pumping, still plenty of scoring opportunity. Has backed off a little bit, but still clean enough on those wave faces as they come on through. Well, Talia Tebb in the red, she's already taken a win here today in our Sandbox Osgrom Open, presented by O'Neill.
Yeah, that was a strong win. She beat young Madison Kensington, and Talia just had she powered through that division. She looked like the winner from day one. You know, when conditions were pretty wild out here, she was handling it so well, and then adjusted her game to today. As we see the winner getting the traditional lift.
The chair up the beach, that is of course our under-18 boys champion for the Soundbox Osgrom Open, presented by O'Neill. That man in the red is Benji Lowen. He would be absolutely thrilled with that win. He took the win over Leo Matchett. Great final between those two competitors, but it was Benji getting a 6.33 and a 5.83 for that win. We have moved into 25-minute heats for our WSL Pro Juniors final. Our second last heat of the day, I do believe.
Yeah, we've got 2 Pro Junior finals to conclude a wonderful 6 days. And it's come down to the very point again. And of course, there's incredible incentives here, because this actually leads to a big deal. These two combatants out here, Talia and Willow, both trying to gain a secure position in the WSL World Junior Championships. It's going to be held next January. But of course, the big prize there, Britt, as you know, is the winner gets straight onto the Challenger Series. That's the winner of the WSL World Junior. A massive prize, a massive goal to go for, as you know, we saw it this year with Dane Henry winning, Ola Huppets.
Yeah, it's certainly a great platform to jump on through to that next transition onto that Challenger Series. At the moment, I've just pulled up our rankings for our Australia-Oceania region on that Women's WSL Pro Junior Tour. Willow Hardy's sitting in 4th place at the moment, and well, Talia Tebb pretty close behind her, sitting in 6th.
Yeah, well, they'll leapfrog a few of their higher ranked surfers with this final positioning.
Well, the thing too I'm noticing on that rankings is the fact that both of these surfers don't actually have a third event locked in on their ranking scores, so whereas all the other surfers in front of them do.
Oh, so this goes straight on the board. And this is big points right here. So that's brilliant for both the stocks. And it's going to come down to, well, we're down to a normal heat time now, just under 20 minutes, as we see surfers paddling for this wave. And Talia, she's a strong paddler as well. She likes to get off to a good start. Great. Starts with a great sort of layback snap, and I think the wind kind of held her up a little bit there, as well as the board just stopped, and she didn't quite get that second turn in, and she's deadly when she does.
Still quite young too. She just took that win, and it was in the under-16s division, I do believe, because Olive Hardy, the sister of Willow, took out the under-18s. Willow up and riding on her backhand. Nice first turn, straight up into the lip for a second. So she manages to get the 2-turn combo, and both surfers now on the board.
Yeah, well, an interesting statistic is that Talia Tebb going for her second title of the day, and this is obviously a big one at the World Surf League level. And for Willow Hardy, a second one for the family.
They would be absolutely wrapped over there in Western Australia, the Margaret River region, coming from that Hardy clan, family of bodyboarders and surfers. Definitely got that ocean knowledge and background. But in the water, Talia Tebb up and riding from the Central Coast, flying down the line, looking for a section, gets the first turn in and just gets bobbled as she looks for the second.
And she really is looking for that second turn, blasting that finishing turn off on the closeout section. That has been a trademark feature of her surfing. Not quite getting it in, starting with a nice first turn, and this is her first wave. And there we see Willow. She does get the finishing turn in. Probably not a strong first manoeuvre. And here's a second wave, and she's looking down the line, thinking about getting around this section, but it just doesn't happen for her. Kind of ran away. What's important though, Britt, is that they know they've got to get a first turn in.
Well, I do believe we have a post-heat interview down there with Chris. Take it away.
Yeah, cheers, Britt and Rabs, mate. The Kiwi, he got it done. Under 18 champion, you absolute legend, Benji Lowen. Mate, talk us through it. You had an incredible run through this event. You know, did it for the Goofies. How does it feel to get the win, mate?
Yeah, it feels pretty good. First win in the 10,000, so super stoked. Waves are pretty tricky. Like I just had a couple one-turners at the start, and then decided that go left and do a couple airs at the end, and that was what I got my scores on. But yeah, super frothing.
And you've had some great results before in the past in some smaller rated events, but obviously to see this one on the calendar, the Soundbox Osgrom Open, it must be the one you look at and go, that's the one I want on my mantelpiece. How does it feel to get the 10,000 win? And obviously probably your biggest win of your career so far.
Yeah, it feels amazing. Didn't really think it was going to happen, but yeah, super stoked. It's my last year in the 18, so actually my last 10,000, so super stoked to take it out. I got the Osgrom. Starts on Wednesday, so actually won that one last year, but yeah, hopefully we can go back to back.
Well, mate, all it takes is one, and the confidence builds. And mate, you're a huge unit as well, 18 years old. But congratulations, you put on a great display of surfing throughout the whole event. Anyone you'd like to thank as well?
I just want to thank my mum, Johnny, Avalon for letting me stay at her grandparents, just everyone for coming down, supporting, watching, all the boys back home, Dane, Creed. Yeah, cheers.
Well, you mad dog, you're the champ. Soundbox Osgrom Open, under 18 division, presented by O'Neill. Well done, Benji Lowen. Go enjoy the win, brother.
Thank you.
Back to you guys up in the booth. Enjoy it.
Thank you, Chris. And yeah, what a win for Benji Lowen. Be absolutely ecstatic with that one. On screen, we've got Surf Mud replay. Surfer in blue cracks out section. Just the one huge turn there for Willow Hardy. There's also a wave for Talia Tebb as well, Rabbit.
Yeah, this wave here, backhand special. Talia gets a great first turn in. The second turn, she's looking for it, makes no mistake. So two-turn combo there for Talia. Of course, Willow on a bigger wave. Always a bit more consequence on the bigger waves, but it's good to see both Talia and Willow getting their wave count up and really just sort of positioning themselves to lock this away.
This is what I like to see, the fact that there have been waves coming through the lineup, allowing both surfers the opportunity to catch waves. We have seen various times throughout this week where some heats have been a lot slower than others, and there hasn't necessarily been the opportunity for that second surfer. So just the fact that we've got pretty consistent lines that are coming on through, but wave selection is still crucial.
Yeah, well, they're both sort of pretty much hanging on this bank that's been the most reliable today. As we saw, as you said, alluded to, that earlier in the event, we saw some surfers, both men and women, boys and girls, were coming in. How she approaches her surfing. She's so strong, she looks so stable on her feet, and I think Talia, that's going to serve her very well as she progresses. And of course now they're really dipping their toes in at the Pro Junior level. I mean, the next level is qualifying, and of course as we talked about, the big prize that they'll be going for if they can make it to the World Surf League World Championships, the World Junior Championships, and the winner, the world champion, getting that ticket straight into the Challenger Series, which is one step away from the CT.
It is a huge ticket that any surfer in these divisions would be wanting to take. It's just the perfect transition onto that Challenger Series.
I mean, because it's a big deal, because it's super tough having to go through the regional qualifiers. you've been there. I mean, it's not an easy pathway. You're battling it out with really like 40 or 50 others that hungry and vying for the same prize you are.
For sure, and even just that exhaustion of, back-to-back events, travelling, the extra fatigue and stress that sometimes people don't really consider if they're not really in it. Just those extra elements of, even the finances, things like that. If you can get a step on straight into the Challenger, you can skip that qualifying series altogether and just really focus on your approach to the Challenger.
It's the most massive prize there is in surfing, up to and beyond up to the age of 20, really. And as you said, because when you're 18, 19, you probably haven't learned to be a great traveller yet. And you alluded to such a good point. There are just so many little in-between 1%ers that you've got to get on top of. Otherwise, they become a distraction.
For sure. Even things, like with international travel, you've got different time zones, you've got planes, airports, and even things like, speaking different languages, walking into a grocery store and not knowing what you're looking at because it's all in a different language. Food is a big factor as well.
Yeah, and, knowing where your passport is.
That's a good one. We need that.
That's right.
Hopefully all these surfers have well and truly got their passport ready to go. I'm sure they've already racked up a heap of stamps in those passports.
God, it's just, it's one of those things you always say, like, just put it in the same spot every time. Don't be loose with it. It's like the most vital thing. Without your passport, you are screwed when you're overseas.
Certainly, it's your most prized possession when you're in and out of travel all the time. 11 minutes on the clock at the moment. It is the Central Coast surfer in first place in the red. She's already had a win today in the under-16s division of the Soundbox Osgrom Open presented by O'Neill. Talia Tebb looking for another win. A huge win it would be here for the Traeger Wood-Fired Grills WSL Pro Junior. Willow Hardy also here in the final. She's looking for an 8.17 if she wants to take the win. And if she was to win, it'd make 2 wins for the Hardy family today, with Olive Hardy just recently taking out the under-18s division. So great day all round, regardless of who wins this event.
Yeah, a great day for the Willow family. For the Hardy family. But she's got all the work to do because Talia Tebb has once again laid down a big score, a 7.5. She's also got the second highest score of the heat so far, 5.17. So it certainly puts her in the box seat, and we're down to 10 minutes. So 10 minutes, that's half of a normal's heat. Obviously, we've at a WSL level, we've moved out to a 25-minute final. But Willow, she needs to get a wave that's going to allow her to do a couple of big moves. She needs to get at least a 6.5 on the board, I feel, to have a shot at this.
For sure. She's more than capable of locking in that 8.17, but if she can, like you said, Bugs, just get even like a 6.5 in her scoreline, it's going to really chip away at that requirement.
And that's where the time comes into the factor. Like, you don't want to get down to that 3-minute mark and then you're going, okay, now I need the 8.17. It's they're not easy to come by. It's well within her wheelhouse to get that kind of scoring potential. But, you can make your job a lot easier with that 6 or 6.5 under the belt.
For sure, it's just extra pressure that you don't necessarily need. You're sitting out there, with maybe 3 minutes left and needing an excellent score. Can be a make or break situation, as we see on screen there. The surfer in red, Rico Haybiddle. He is coming up in approximately 9 minutes' time for our final of today. He'll be taking on Lachlan Agaros from the Kingscliff area.
Yeah, well, they've both been form surfers. Incredibly knocking out some big names along the way and great performers, guys like Jesse Ferguson. He's been on fire. But this is going to be a great climax and some big World Surf League points on offer. Bit of prize money as well.
Always certainly helps when there's money on offer, but it's those seeding points, those rankings points that these surfers are really wanting to bank.
Oh, yeah.
The money's just a bonus at this point.
Yeah.
8 minutes on the clock. Willow Hardy playing catch up. Looking for that 8.17.
Yeah, Talia Teb, I mean, last week at the Ocky Grommet Snapper, I mean, she because you got that point break, that down the line, you can really see them putting a whole wave together. And right through that tournament, I thought she was looking like the winner there. She didn't quite get the job done, but she's been the form surfer of these two events.
For sure, and what's interesting with that too, Rabbit, is her win today with the under-16s division was a direct rematch. It was Madison Kenchington that she's up against today, and that's who was in the final with her at Snapper. And it was Maddie who got the win at Snapper, and Talia took the win today. Yeah,
and the thing is that, Madison came back earlier on the tournament on a couple of incredible comeback situations. She's a cool customer. But Talia, throughout that event at Snapper, looked like she went into the final as the favourite.
The favourite, the most consistent. She's certainly been that throughout this entire event, locking in really good scores the entire way through and just not looking like falling off either.
That's the thing, and that's been the difference, just how stable and solid she looks not just on a board, but when she does on those big closeout manoeuvres, like, she goes up early and she stomps it. Like, there is no way she's going to fall, and that's been the most impressive thing.
6.5 minutes on the clock. We'll see beautiful drone footage there. That is Lennox Point in the background. We are, of course, in the beautiful Lennox Head area, thanks to the Ballina Shire Council.
Yeah, it's the most amazing looking headland you could ever see. It's like something like a pharaoh out of the Egyptians, like it's just incredibly iconic.
I was going to say it looks a bit like Jurassic kind of feeling.
Yeah, there are a few dinosaurs lurking in the area. A few T-Rexes.
It is certainly a beautiful part of the country, and if you're tuning on in and you've never been here before, be sure to check out this region.
And you just got to love the fact that, there's the housing, it stops. I mean, from there on in, they may as well call it a national park. It's just so, you've got to hand it to New South Wales government, successive governments. Their foreshore development is just brilliant, how they protect the foreshores and the headlands.
Certainly a beautiful part, and like you said, it's just nice to see there's not many high rises at this point, and hopefully it stays like that way. There's plenty of other little coastal villages that have kind of been taken over in that sense, but great to see that Lennox, even though it has expanded a lot over the years, it still does have that like hometown vibe with that little coastal village vibe. Everybody's fairly friendly. Happy to have you here, unless you're in the lineup. Maybe you feel the locals will be wanting to take a few of those waves, but obviously always respecting them.
Yeah, it's definitely a beautiful little surf village, and it's incredible that these youngsters get to come here every year and compete in such a prestigious event, but such a well-run event. Libar board riders, the volunteerism. I really tip my hat to them. They run such a professional event.
Certainly an iconic event on the calendar. This is, of course, the Traeger Woodfire Grills WSL Pro Junior, which is part of our Soundbox Osgrom Open presented by O'Neill. This is our finals day. Beautiful conditions on offer here today compared to what we had earlier in the week.
It's pristine. I mean, it has really surprised me just what this place handles. I know we had some very wild and woolly days in the beginning of the waiting of the event. However, it handles so many different wind conditions. This morning when early in the morning I could feel that nor'wester. I went, wow, what's that going to look like down there? It's been just pristine.
I had the same thought, and I was actually having a coffee really early this morning in Coolangatta. And the breaks along there were all blown out. There was barely any swell. And then I quickly checked Surfline. I'm like, I'm just curious as to what it's going to be like when I arrived this morning. And it was just glass.
I know. That's when I got here and looked out there and went, well, there you go. Because, for Coolangatta, a nor'wester is the shocker. It's the worst wind in the world.
3 minutes on the clock, or just over. It is still Talia Teb from the Central Coast in first place. This would be her second win of this event. She's locked in a 7.5 and a 5.17. So if she can get something higher than that 517, she'll make things a little harder for Willow Hardy, who's sitting out there in second place, chasing that 8.17.
Yeah, we've got look, we've just passed low tide as well, and we've got a dropping swell, but this wave here is what set her apart. Here's a 7.5 for Talia. Great first turn, and this second turn here, she just gets up over the coping, over that lip line, and just lands just so flush on a surfboard. And the judges rewarded that, not just for the manoeuvre, just for how much control she had.
For sure, her surfing is quite flawless at this point. She's just got such a mature approach for someone who's still quite young.
You know, it's kind of really reminiscent of watching a young Stephanie Gilmore, a young Tyler Wright when they were at that age. Obviously, in those days, they were getting wild cards into major events and winning them. and Carissa Moore too when she was young. They just showed that potential. They had that power in their surfing. They also had the control and style and the variety of manoeuvres, and this is what this young girl's got. But it's definitely going to be her power base that serves her well into the future. She's still surfing in the under 16 division. Willow is well, gosh, I mean, we're talking Pro Junior here. It seems like Willow's been around forever. she's had a big career. She's still a Pro Junior.
It does get like that. You've got surfers who have just been surfing what seems like forever. I guess they do start so young these days. But yeah, she's a well-known name, but still in a Pro Junior series.
Yeah, I was so glad when the World Surf League went back to under 20. As we see the prizes here, always great trophies. The Traeger Grill Pro Junior, first place on the show there. Absolutely classic. Under a minute to go, Brett. There's been a bit of lull in the action. Willow has been holding on priority. There's a big movement here, and she'll go this wave. She'll go on a forehand. She's only going to get one big manoeuvre, and she nails it.
She nails the one turn, but that's all that was on offer. No judge, but I don't think that's going to be the 817 that she is searching for. And look at these lines coming through the lineup with 30 seconds on the clock. Talia Tebb had a little look, but identified that was just going to run off way too quickly. So she'll hold down first priority and the lead with 20 seconds on the clock. I feel like she's going to paddle in a bit and sit nice and close to the surfer in blue potentially.
Yeah, that's... there's a well-surfed wave, only the one manoeuvre, but clean. She sat for a long time, but she's still nice and loose and in control. Her composure was great.
Certainly was. Judges still locking in that last wave for the surfer in blue, Willow Hardy, but it looks like early indications show that it is not going to be enough. So congratulations to our champion of the Traeger Wood-Fired Grills WSL Pro Junior Women's Final, Talia Tebb, taking her second win for today, and Willow Hardy finishing in second.
Talia Tebb has announced her arrival today, a World Surf League Pro Junior victory and she's still in the under 16 division. That is something.
Where does flavor come from?
Well, when people love food, they cook it on a Traeger grill. Meat, corn, even pie. And then the Traeger does the rest, which brings everyone to celebrate this beautiful thing that they've created. Because when you share delicious food with your friends, that's the flavor of life.
Come experience nature's greatest migration with Ballina Byron Marine Adventures. Locally owned, family operated, and passionate about sharing our incredible coastline. Your whale watching adventure starts here. Book now at ballinabyronmarineadventures.com.au.
Well, it's been a big 6 days, but we are down to the final heat. I couldn't even begin to guess how many heats we've run this week, but this is the final of the Traeger Wood-Fired Grills Pro Junior. The men are in the water. Rico Haybiddle from New Zealand via Burleigh Heads and Lachlan Argros from Kingscliff, North Coast, right here in New South Wales. My name's Chris Binns, joined by the one and only Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. And Bugs, what a week!
Yeah, it's been an amazing week, and you know, Binsy, I really feel like we're just squeaking it in now. Like it just started to really slow up during the last couple of finals. Still, enough, and obviously at the World Surf League level, we've got a 25-minute final, thank goodness. But it just seems like it's just hanging in there. You know, we've had the tides turned. It's going to come in. I feel if this went till 4 o'clock, I think it would get skunked.
Yeah.
So we'll just pull this off.
Yeah, huge week. Over 200 competitors with the Pro Junior. That does give the competitors the option to compete in multiple divisions. And we just saw Talia Tebb in the last one, so she's taking home 2 trophies today.
Wow.
What a weekend.
2 trophies, and one of them is a big one because it gets her along the track towards the World Surf League World Junior Championships. She's not there yet, but wow, is she impressive. Her surfing well beyond her years.
And being cheered up by Willow Hardy as well, so that's cool.
Oh, how good's that? That's so good. Now, I don't know if Rico or Lachlan have made any Pro Junior finals lately. I haven't seen their name at that level, but this is a good one for for both these guys. Win or first or second, they're both keepers.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, a little bit of, see a line coming on the outside. We've got a diminishing swell. And what we have seen is that we've seen some good lefts coming through at that, just on that bank, on the corner of that bank. A couple of lefts, but that was a bit of a mirage I saw. Looked like some lines coming through, but they flatten out when they get to that bank. That's one of the factors that the tide will really come into play in the next hour or so.
Yeah, so pretty low tide right now, and you can see the reef in the foreground of the beach.
Yeah, luckily we're just still yet to see movement in the tide, but this diminishing swell, we won't need much tide to make a big difference.
And we started off this week, waves breaking way out on the back bank, a couple of 100 metres off the beach.
Jeez.
And then reforming through to the inside.
Yeah, what a challenging couple of days that was.
Oh, get the binoculars out, that's for sure. But plenty of waves and the joy of...
Okay, a little bit of action here we did see, and now is Lachlan going to get this one? There's a lot of water in front of it, and he's up and riding. Oh yeah, this kid's backhand is so deadly.
Oh
God, he did that in the semi-final and got himself a couple of good scores, and he was paddling with such intent on that wave. He had to get over that lip, and we've got a final on our hands.
Yeah, we sure do. We saw Lockie Argros, a 6.83 and a 5.67 to account for Mitchell Peterson in the semis. And we saw Rico Haybiddle take out Jesse Ferguson, who's been on a bit of a tear as well.
Yeah.
So perhaps...
Well,
2 underdogs taking the win in the
Yeah.
semis, and that's, sets the table for a great final with one of these guys looking at the biggest result of their career.
Well, we're going to see the judges really set the scale on that ride, because to me that's a keeper. That was a good ride. I like both the manoeuvres. That first snap really set it up. That was a point scorer, and then he finished it off nicely. Yeah, he was undaunted in his semi-final.
There it is, first score for Lockie Argos, a 5-1-7. That's a solid number, if not a great one.
Yeah.
It also, I think the judges have nailed it this week. That gives them plenty of room for the surfers to go bigger and better above that. They're not going to back themselves into a corner at all.
That's right. And it just becomes the measuring yardstick for, for the next exchanges, really.
Yep, that's the scale right there. Pretty as a picture. Feel New South Wales, and you can feel the vibes looking at that shot up towards the famous Lennox Headland. And as we see both of our surfers in motion, Lockie Argos is having a look back up the beach. Rico Haybiddle looking for a wave.
And I think we've got an interview coming up.
Yeah, we're going to cross down to the winner of the last heat, Talia Tab.
Yeah, cheers guys. Talia Tab, you are a freak. You've just taken out not only the Soundbox Osgrom Open Under 16s division, you've just taken out your very first WSL Pro Junior event, and you are the winner of the Traeger Woodfire Grills Pro Junior event for 2026 here at Lennox Head. How are you feeling? What's going on?
Oh my gosh, I'm so stoked. I can't believe I just won the Pro Junior as well. Like, coming off the 16s win felt good, and then, to go out there and back it up was pretty crazy.
And obviously you had a second place to Willow down at Narrabeen, and you flipped the script. You've got one back on her. Mate, she's a really tough competitor. Must have been cool to share the lineup with her again, another final.
Yeah, it was actually Osha Curtis down at Narrabeen, but super stoked after Narrabeen. I was feeling good and feeling super confident with my surfing, so so stoked.
Well, that's epic. And look, obviously you got Chelsea in your corner, one of the coolest cats, former world champ. How does that relationship help you in this event? You seem to have just had, a real good read on the lineup. You seem to be so in tune with your equipment, and obviously just the heats, the way you're surfing the heats has been so incredible. I'm a huge fan of Talia Tab right now.
Yeah, Chelsea's an absolute legend. She's so good to work with it and so easy to talk to, and to have her in my corner for this event and a bit of Oki as well was super helpful. And also Micro at home, he's been a super big part of my surfing, and just stoked to have so many good people in my corner.
Yeah, well, you seem to be doing the right things. Well done. I'm so stoked to see you go back-to-back in these two events here. And you're the champ, mate. You've absolutely blown it away. Well done. Anyone else you want to thank back at the Sunny Coast or around Australia? Because I bet there's so many fans of Talia Tab now.
Yeah, so many people to thank. Thanks everyone at home for watching, my dad for always supporting me and bringing to all these comps. All my friends too, my friends in Indo and my brother. DH for all my boards and all my sponsors. Just everyone. Thank you.
Well, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Not just the Soundbox Osgrom Open champ, your Pro Junior champ for 2026 here at Lennox Head. Well done, Talia Tab. Enjoy the afternoon, and look forward to seeing a lot more of you. Back to you guys in the booth.
You beauty, Chris, as we cross to Lockie Argos into his second wave. He's already got a 5-1-7 and some solid surfing. He's going to build on that 2-wave total. And Talia Tab also wins the Traeger Wood-Fired Grill, which that is a heck of a prize.
Such a great prize. They're the best. They're so amazing. Yeah, that's a cool prize. Wow. Lockie Argos, he just looks alive. I mean, his energy level is incredible. He's done a fair bit of surfing, but day 6, and obviously the Pro Juniors, I don't know, they didn't start day 1, but look at the energy he's got on this wave.
Oh, a couple of really meaty turns.
And here he is again. His backhand's been the one though.
Was this the opener?
Boom.
I think that's the
opener, yeah.
The first wave, the 5-1-7. So waiting for a second score to come in. Now we've got live action once more. So he's staying really busy and active through the opening half of this heat. Not
Whoa. Yeah, there's the answer. That's what we wanted to see. We want to see these guys going toe to toe. And Rico, what a great response. I'm approaching the halfway mark of this final too.
All right, well, we've got a ton of scores to drop in.
Yeah, this wave not quite as snappy as his first one, I feel. Kind of got caught up a little bit in that on that first turn. The left was a good one though.
Yeah, this was great surfing from Rico. Just a
Bang.
huge sheet of spray twice.
I think we're looking at the best score of the heat so far.
I think so. So Lockie Argos, second wave comes in at a 4.67.
Now that was for the left, yeah?
Yeah, and I feel like we both agree his third wave's probably not going to top either of those. Rico Haybiddle, this could well be the best score of the heat so far. 2 turns, but just really going vertical, stabbing his board up into the lip, and just those big twisting helixes of spray going skyward.
No, he waited. His patience was so awesome. Yeah, this wave there. It's a solid ride. I'm just not feeling it for...
A little bit flat.
I guess a little bit flatter, but this is just, is crisp.
Yeah, as
Crisp
opposed
surfing.
to...
Wow.
So
I think it was really good that he went up early for that second turn and didn't wait.
And he'd be enjoying the fact that it's replayed side by side with that last wave of Lockie, because you can just see straight away how much more vertical he was getting. Throws the tail to the sky. We saw him do that in his semi-final. Can't ride out of that one, not to be. Yeah, just beautiful surfing here. Hard off the bottom, plenty of rotation, and belting it twice on his backhand. And pretty seamless between the turns. No downtime, no sort of extra pumps or... kept the body language pretty quiet, just let the board go.
And Ben, he just looks like that nor'west has swung a little bit. I'm seeing a few ribs in the face now. They weren't there like 10, 15 minutes ago. Gone from really glassy to the wind's a real factor now. A good wind for airs on the right, so.
Oh.
Ooh.
All right, opening score for Rico was a 6.83, so that does not quite put him up into the lead, but it definitely gives him the upper hand at this stage. He's now chasing a 3.01 to move up into the lead, but no one's looking for a 3 in a final.
No, and I'll be interested to see what Lockie's response to that is now, because he's had a couple of good goes, but he hasn't quite put an entire wave together yet. He needs to break into that 6-point range himself. He might look at the left here, or is he looking at the right? He's looking at neither.
So 10 minutes remaining, and we've got a battle on our hands right now. Lockie Argos with a 5.17 and a 4.67 is in the lead. Rico Haybiddle has a 6.83 for his opener. And that's the high note to this point. Currently he's chasing a 3, but another 6 would really start to put some pressure on Lachlan Argos.
Yeah, when I saw Rico stop paddling there, I thought maybe he's just going to sit right on the bank and get that 3, because he doesn't want it to go flat. He doesn't want it to low out for the rest of the heat. It's been an amazing, you came over for the Oki Grom. What's your movements now, mate?
On a very early flight first thing tomorrow. 2 flights via Sydney and then a 3-hour drive and home by tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, it's a full day mission to get to the southwest, isn't it?
That's huge, yeah.
Oh, look at that. Rico having a good look at that one. He only needs a 3. I'm sensing that he's super aware of that now. Like he's thrown the board in these wild moves in the last couple of waves, but now I think he'll just tap it along and get a finishing turn, try and get a 3.5, and then go out there and get something. And I only say that because there's been long lulls.
Yeah.
Like he's basically in the box seat. But he's actually got to bring it home.
So in the semis, Lockie Argos brought it home with the 6.83.
Exactly.
And Rico Haybiddle has opened up with the 6.83.
Yeah.
So
No, I was very aware of that. The Lockie 6.83 was a brilliant ride that he got.
And Rico also got a 6.83 on his last wave in the semis. So
Yeah.
it's been a curious number, that one.
Yeah.
The one consistency so far has been that it's been the feature of a winning score. So
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Okay, 7 minutes to go. The boys are... I think Lockie, I don't think he'd be wanting to go flat. I think he'd like to, he's got priority. I think he'd like to put a number on the board himself. He'd back himself. The way he's surfing, he'd so back himself. I mean, by rights, we should still see a couple of exchanges in this final.
Surely. It looks like that wind might have just backed off a touch again.
Now, from this angle, it looks like it has backed off.
Let's just get a couple more sets to really settle this one in fine style.
Okay, see Lockie on the move. He's on the move for the corner.
And Rico just keeping a close
eye. You know what?
on
They might split the peak on this. Oh no. Rico is got it.
So one strong turn, chops out another one quickly. It's interesting watching him paddle in. He was looking right, he was looking left.
Yeah.
He was never 100% sold on either direction.
No.
And then settled on the left. Bashed out a couple of turns. He only needs a 3 to move into the lead.
Yeah, it was a smart move. It was a smart move. Did he get it? First turn, pretty nice. Caught up a little bit, but he just brings it around. I'm feeling he got it.
I feel like he's got it, but I don't think that
he's got it by much.
He'll want to hang on to it.
No, absolutely not.
So a little bit of scoreboard pressure, maybe, if Rico's flipped it. But
yeah, because if he did get it, then Lockie is going to need close to a 5.
Yeah.
And that's not an easy score to come by right now. You're going to need a set wave.
And then Rico will also know it's not going to take much for him to upgrade.
And here's that replay. Okay.
All right, there's 5 minutes to go. We're still waiting on that score to come in.
They're deliberating.
Rico Haybiddle's
fiercely.
Last number.
It'd be good for them to know. I think Lockie needs to know.
Look how far apart they are.
I know. Lockie
Priority
needs to know.
out the window.
Oh, it's out the window. But Lockie needs to know. Rico needs to know. 4.5 minutes to go.
So Lockie Argos, as you could see, that was the 3-3-3 of Lockie's.
Yep.
So Rico doesn't need quite as much. Oh,
it was a smaller wave, that's the only thing. It wasn't as crisp as anywhere near as crisp as the 6.83.
I think everyone here would be happiest if a set came through and they both got to tee off and
exactly
sort of settle it that way.
Let's
4 minutes remaining.
It's going to be right there. Oh,
3.1. Rico Haybiddle moves into the lead. So Lachlan Argos is now chasing a 4.77. The beach cheers, but they'll be confident, but definitely not comfortable. There's still a lot of time, and neither surfer into double figures yet. But it is Rico Haybiddle by 0.09.
Well, it's at 6.83, Binzi.
Yep.
That has been
the magic number.
The magic number in the quarter semis and the final.
3 minutes.
Come on, one more exchange for both of them. That's what we want to see. Now, Rico has got the lead, and he's sort of
Making
powering
his way over, yeah.
Even though he doesn't have priority, he wants to be thereabouts.
Yeah. You have to. Just need to be there. And priority could flip if Lockie was to paddle for something, and you just need to be able to play that defensive role.
Yeah, here we go.
You don't necessarily want to do it, but you have to. And now we see him pull in. G'day, mate.
Yeah, I'm in the neighbourhood.
Yeah, what do you reckon?
And I'll be sitting right here.
477, that's pretty tough.
That's a tough one. You're going to have to get a good wave. It'll be your second highest score. It's nearly like your highest score.
Were you a trash talker in this situation back in the day?
I wasn't kind of like that. I mean, no, not really. Not trash talking. Not in the heat.
Just pose a question. Let them think about it.
We didn't have priority, so...
True. "90 seconds. Lockie Argros standing up on his board, looking out to sea.
The situation is that Benzie, but if it's a one wave set, the advantage kind of goes to Lockie, I feel. So it's still way open.
477 is back up at the moment, a 467. So
wow, look at that wind.
Be much tighter. And here he goes. Under a minute to go. Lockie Argros on his backhand. He knows where the bar is set, takes to the sky, and if you want to win an event, that's one way to go about it. Lockie Argros not holding back. We've seen the judges all week reward surfers who take the risk.
Wow.
And that was really courageous surfing from Lachlan Argros. Wow.
And he used the wind perfectly. Not easy.
I mean, that has to be the score. Rico Haybiddle, he'll want to get rid of his 3.1. There's just about 10 seconds to go. Lachlan Argros, that was so good. That was hard in the mouth stuff. And there goes the siren. You would imagine that Lachlan Argros has done enough.
Let's see the replay, because his first turn was pretty nice. Look at the wind. You can feel it coming.
Oh, that's so good. It wasn't the biggest of waves, but I just love the fact he looked at that section and went, do I do another turn?
He thought about it.
If you want to win it, you want to really win it.
That was brilliant.
I love the fact the judges are taking a while here. I was kind of thinking,
oh my gosh,
just punch it out. So all eyes on the WSL app to see the scores as they filter in. Talk us through this replay once again, Rabs.
Now that was his 517. That was his first wave of that 517, yeah?
Yep.
And here's the 683.
Yeah,
beautiful surfing by Rico.
That's probably the wave of the final.
Yep.
But Rico couldn't find a backup. A 3.1, his second score. And just the pump eyeing off the target. It wasn't a huge section, but he spun that rotation so quickly and cleanly. And that was the 3.1 for Rico.
I mean, I'd be pretty surprised if they don't give 5+.
You almost... You want to reward the courage for just... It would have been so easy just to crack it twice, and if it fell short, okay, but...
Yeah, we can speculate on anything here because the judges can't hear us, no one can hear us except the folks at home.
Going to go down swinging. Lockie Yardgross needed a 4.77. And panel upstairs will be watching 1,000 replays right now.
God, he's made his way all the way back to the shore and he's just hanging there. Yeah, I thought it was going to go. It had to go better than 5. And it's starting to come in that way. Although we've only had 2 scores, that the 5-5 could be, oh no, he's there.
Looks like he's
There's
done
one
enough.
score below.
All right, that was Rico's score that got flashed up. But last wave for Lockie Yardgross comes in at a 5.1. He has taken the win. A 5.17 and a 5.1. Give him a narrow victory by just over a quarter of a point. Now the emotion hits. He's pumped, and why wouldn't he be? That was awesome. You just love to see a surfer go for it in a situation like that.
So do I. And today, he is the pride of Kingscliff.
Yeah, he sure is. Oh, that was brilliant. Well done, Lockie Yardgross. Take a bow. Well done to Rico Haybiddle as well. Runner-up here at the Traeger Grills Pro Junior. Is no small feat. A bunch of handy points for WSL Australasia Pro Junior rankings. Oh, and that's us for the week. 6 days of sensational action, 1,000 heats, Pro Junior Division, all the way down to under 14s. There's Lockie Yardgross making his way into the beach. He is pumped.
Yeah, it's a great victory for the young surfer.
All right, well, as we see Lockie Yardgross getting chaired up the beach, we're going to throw to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. All the celebrations from the Soundbox Osgromov Open presented by O'Neill and the Traeger Wood-Fired Grills Pro Junior coming our way right after this.
Mommy, where does flavor come from?
Well, when people love food, they cook it on a Traeger grill. Meat, corn, even pie. And then the Traeger does the rest, which brings everyone to celebrate this beautiful thing that they've created. Because when you share delicious food with your friends, that's the flavor of life.
Come experience nature's greatest migration with Ballina Byron Marine Adventures. Locally owned, family operated, and passionate about sharing our incredible coastline. Your whale watching adventure starts here. Book now at ballinabyronmarineadventures.com.au.
That was so clutch. The winner of the Traeger Grills Pro Junior here at Lennox Head, Lockie Argyros. Mate, talk us through that last wave. You needed a 4.77 or thereabouts, and you did that first nice turn, then went for the air rev in the howling nor'wester and just greased the landing, mate. How does it feel? Your first ever Pro Junior win. Wow.
I don't even know what to say. Like, there was so much going into that wave that was just bizarre, because like right before I went out for my heat, I was talking to Darby about trying to do a punt, and my other heats I tried to and just got nowhere near it, and I was like, I really want to stick one before this comp finishes. And then I waited with priority, kind of had to pull the trigger on that wave. Did the first snap, and it kind of didn't click as well as what I thought it would, so I was like, I'm gonna have to go big here to get a 4.7, and then stuck that punt I was trying to do the whole time, so it was just kind of meant to be, so I'm pretty happy with that. I'm stoked.
So good. And you look at this event on the calendar, the Soundbox Osgrom Open, the Traeger Grills Pro Junior event, mate, it has to be one of the premium events on the calendar, and to walk away as a Pro Junior champion here for 2026, what does it mean to you?
Oh, it means the absolute world. Like last year I was watching Dano, I think he won it last year, and I wasn't really expecting much. I think that's what kind of brought me to the win, because I was just I don't know, just surfing, kind of just not putting pressure on myself, and sometimes that's the best thing that can happen, and it worked out.
And you think about last year's winner, Dane Henry, he's gone, ballistic since he's taken that win here. So sky's the limit for Lockie, mate. What do you got planned coming up, and how does that confidence of taking this win now help you out moving forward?
I don't know, like my goal this year was to make ISAs. When I made it last time, I kind of never got to show my surfing, so I mean this is a good step in the right direction for just confidence and mental space, so
We got my vote for the ISAs. What do you reckon, everyone? ISAs for Lockie? Well, give it up for your champion. Is there anyone else you want to thank lastly? Of course, you've got a huge support crew here, and obviously a bunch of sponsors. Mate, a lot goes into these wins, behind the scenes. A lot of hard work, we know that, and we can see what it means to you. So who do you got to thank as well?
One of the biggest supporters in this event was Ethan from FUWAX. He, after every heat, I was kind of talking through like what I was going through, like mentally, like before this whole comp. I want to give a big shout out to him. He was helping me heats with everything. Mum and Dad, Ava, Darby, just all my friends and family for supporting me. It means the world.
Well, guess what? You are the champ for 2026 in the Traeger Grills Pro Junior. Give it up for Lockie Argyros, ladies and gentlemen. Bring it in, guys. And everyone, we will see you over the presentation. We got to give him his trophy. We'll see you there right away. And I think Crispy will be taking that all on. So thank you, everyone, for coming down. We got a couple of minutes, so don't go anywhere. We'll throw to a quick ad break and we'll be back shortly.
Mommy, where does flavor come from?
Well, when people love food, they cook it on a Traeger grill. Meat, corn, even pie. And then the Traeger does the rest, which brings everyone to celebrate this beautiful thing that they've created. Because when you share delicious food with your friends, that's the flavor of life.
Come experience nature's greatest migration with Ballina Byron Marine Adventures. Locally owned, family operated, and passionate about sharing our incredible coastline. And then come back out. Your whale watching.
Righty, so all competitors finalists. We're going to present the winners and the runners-up. 8 crown champions. What a 6 days. And again, in the background, all the soldiers from Lee Bar packing up. We're going to start the official presentation and present our winners with amazing products. Look at these soundbox speakers, these Traeger Ranger and Woodridge first prize and runners-up will be presented. We've got here Liba and also Connor O'Leary, one of our championship tour surfers. And Chelsea Hedges, our 2005 world champion, to congratulate and present the winners with their trophies. Head on over to the presentation. We're going to be a couple of minutes. Get on over. Thank you.
kind of just a giant peak. It looked like it was squaring up to the reef really good. It just felt like a crazy amount of draw, and it was like I was riding uphill. I was on my back foot pretty much doing a wheelie in the barrel. I just held it for as long as I could until it just sucked me backwards and ended up going straight to the bottom. It was a pretty crazy feeling. I haven't really had a feeling like that in a barrel.
In a place where every corner tells a story and neighbours are more like family, having someone you can trust by your side makes all the difference. For over 100 years, Somerville Laundry Lomax has been a cornerstone in our community, supporting individuals, families and businesses through the moments that matter most. When you need legal support, someone who'll stand beside you, turn to the team trusted by generations. Somerville Laundry Lomax, for all matters when it matters most. In a place where every corner tells a story and neighbours are more like family, having someone you can trust by your side makes all the difference. For over 100 years, Somerville Laundry Lomax has been a cornerstone in our community, supporting individuals, families and businesses through the moments that matter most. When you need legal support, someone who'll stand beside you, turn to the team trusted by generations. Somerville Laundry Lomax, for all matters when it matters most.
Alrighty, looks like we're ready to go. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, let's do a round of applause for not only the Bundjalung Nation, everyone here, all the visitors, and welcome to the Soundbox 2026, and this is an amazing Osgrom Open presented by O'Neill. Thank you to Traeger, everyone here. But before we begin, I want to acknowledge the Bundjalung people, the traditional custodians of the land that we meet here today, and we've been here for over 6 days. Pay our respects to the elders past and present, and also the ones, the storyteller from our elder, Chris Cook. It was a special day one, and it always, every year, special to welcome us to the Bundjalung Nation. Firstly, and sincerely, thank you to the Ballina Shire Council and Seabreeze Supply Co., including all their supports for Soundbox and Traeger. Your ongoing commitment plays such a vital role. Look at all these prizes, look at the amazing surfers, 250 athletes over 6 days, local, around Australia and international in this event. A huge thank you. Let's put our hands together for Rob Bain, JD and all the team from O'Neill, our presenting sponsor, watching and listening on this webcast, and that are here representing O'Neill. Well done, Australian Premier Junior events. They're a big part of it in their second year. A huge thank you to all our local sponsors. Let's give them a round of applause. They're still packing up now. They've fed us. They've donated all their time and money to make this a world-renowned, the Wimbledon of surfing, the Soundbox Osgrom Open 2026. All right, big shout out to they're still packing around us, all the mums and dads, but let's get to it. We celebrate the finalists of the Soundbox Osgrom Open presented by O'Neill and Traeger, the grills for the Pro Junior. Let's give a round of applause to all our finalists today. Win, lose or draw, incredible week from squalls of 50 Ks and big waves to offshore sunny and beautiful waves today. I'd like to welcome up 1978 World Champ on the webcast. He's going to call him up. Right before that, we'll ask Eli to say a few words from our major sponsors. Look at these trophies. You don't get better than that from Soundbox and Traeger, a Ranger or a Woodridge. Let's give a round of applause for Eli from Soundbox and Traeger. Thank you, Eli. Sorry.
Yeah, thanks, Crispy. We might be the title sponsor, but to me, this is the Lee Bar Osgrom Open. So I just want to thank everybody from Lee Bar and the surrounding areas for putting all their effort in for this amazing week. Thanks.
Let's give a round of applause. Humble supporters, but look at this. Is there any other better competitor packs or prizes? Thank you, Eli, Soundbox and Traeger. All right, I'd like to invite up our pro surfers, but another world champion, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Come on up, Rabbit, say a couple of words. Let's give a round of applause. Busting down the doors, Mr. Rabbit, co-webcast commentator. Rabbit, what a 6 days, the Wimbledon of junior surfing, the Osgrom Open.
Yeah, thanks, Crispy. Yeah, it is. I think I'm the one who called it the Wimbledon of junior surfing because it's just such a magical event. And, I mean, what I just want to say to all the kids and all the parents here, you know, this is really is a magical time in your lives. You know, bringing your children, watching them go through this week of surfing in the holidays. You know, it's our kids have all gone through it, and you know, just cherish it because. It doesn't last forever, you know. One day you'll be pushing your son or daughter into a wave, and then they turn around to you and say, "Dad, not only do I not want you to push me into a wave, but I'd really prefer it if you stayed on the beach. You're embarrassing me." And then it all changes. So this is a beautiful time in your life, so enjoy it. I just want to invite up here a couple of amazing people. First of all, former world champion Chelsea Hedges. And along with her, the runner-up in the Gold Coast Pro this year, the J-Bay champion, Connor O'Leary. Yeah, mate.
Yeah, Connor, local Cronulla, local Lennox, and Chelsea Hedges, world champion. They're going to present the winners. Yeah, come on up. I'll go down, you go up.
That's sick. How sick are these trophies?
Yeah, well, let's hear from
Ladies first, Chelsea, amazing support you got in the background, amazing world title in I5 in your career, and you're still giving back. What did you see the last 6 days?
Surfing was incredible, and it's quite fun to be a part of this event because I think I surfed probably one of my best memories was surfing the Rusty Gromfest back in, I don't know, it was in the 90s, so still going and still amazing to see how many amazing surfers, like from obviously, the under 14s all the way through the Pro Juniors, absolutely ripping. Like Jaya was shredding today, he was on fire, both lefts and rights. And then, the Pro Juniors, obviously just here supporting Talia and a couple of the Groms, but it's good to see him get a win at the end of the day. So, but everyone's surfing so well, and the standards just getting higher and higher every year.
Yeah, well, thanks for still being a part of it with all the Surfing Australia high performance crew. Connor, your hometown, Cronulla in here. How good was it to watch the surfing and the level? What did you see?
Yeah, it's funny to think that, I used to come up here as a kid for the Rusty, like what Chelsea was saying, and, it was a little holiday for us. I never did any well in these events, but I feel like Lennox was one of them holiday destinations, and now to be able to say that I live here and get to surf the waves that we get to surf up here every day, it's really good for what I am as a pro surfer, get better at surfing every day, and it allows me to do that. So it's sick to see the level of surfing, rising and rising. I'd be terrified to have a heat with one of those kids today. So it's good to see, and sick to be a fan of surfing.
Well, there it is. Let's give another round of applause for our world champion Chelsea Hedges, 05, and Connor O'Leary. Championship tour still on there, and winner and runner-up at Snapper this year, and local. Alrighty, let's get the under-14 girls in second position. In red, Rosie Annesley. Round of applause to her. Rosie, come on up. Yeah, just head up on stage.
There you go. Put it on loud and just...
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner come out firing with a 717 and a 723. Estella Carbonelli in the blue for Torquay. Look at this.
Are we going to be able to hold this thing? Congrats. Good job. There you go. Put it up high.
All right, couple of shots here.
Go.
With the help from Connor O'Leary, look at that, the sound box. The under 14 girls, couple of words from the champion, Estella from Torquay. Well, how did you enjoy the last 6 days?
Yeah, it was really good, yeah.
Tell us about your heat plan when you go into it. What did it feel like when you got that first score and the second? How did you feel then?
Definitely felt a bit more comfortable, just like keep building on the scoreline, yeah.
Who we got to thank? Anyone at home? Anyone here?
Thanks to my mum and dad and all my friends and Rosie for a great final.
Well, there it is. These two little champions, well, they will have it great years in their time. Congratulations. Let's get some shots and round of applause. The under 14 girls, the champion, Estella Carbonelli, and runner-up, Evie Bowden. Couple of media shots, jump in mums and dads. And a big shout out to all the media crew here, Fresh Air Broadcast, and all the crew here at the Soundbox Osgrom Open. All right, thanks to the ladies. The under 14s, congratulations. All right, under 14 boys. Let's get him up here. Round of applause. Tully Crompton, ladies and gentlemen, 11.83. Runner-up, Tully. What a 6 days for him. And your winner from Broken Head, and he just looked silky smooth and detonated some waves out there. Jaya Sahedra, ladies and gentlemen, the winner for the Padman boys, Indonesia and Australia. Well done to Jaya Sahedra. Winner of under 14 boys, these two doing battle.
Love your head.
There we go. There you go. Great shot there, mum and dads. Let's give a round of applause. The under 14s. Congratulations. All right, a couple of words from the runner-up, Tully. second, but great surfing the last 6 days.
Yeah, there's just pumping waves. Me and Jay are surfing, just pumping waves out there. So stoked to get a couple clean conditions.
Awesome, mate. And Jaya, taking a win, take it away.
It was pretty fun out there. Just got a couple good ones. I don't know. I like to thank all my sponsors, Volcom, VX, and I like to thank my parents for supporting me, and my grandma and my grandpa.
Well, mature and well done. Thanks, Mum and Dad. Thanks, all the sponsors. That's J.S. Sahedra, the winner, under 14 boys, and Tully Crompton. Enjoy those prizes. And wow, under 14 boys. Big future for them. Okay, under 16 girls. All right, what a final here for under 16 girls. In second position, they're two friends. Here we go. Madison Kensington, ladies and gentlemen. Under 16 girls. Lift your applause to that. Well done, Madison Kensington. All right, well, here we go. She has been ripping as well the 6 days, as with all this division. Into division, Talia Tebb, ladies and gentlemen, winner of the Soundbox Osgrom Open 2026, presented by O'Neill. 12-point combo, 517 and a 683. Talia Tebb, the first couple of days, how'd you like that? The big waves, big win?
Yeah, it's always good to have a bit of swell here. It always seems to hold some good waves, and yeah, coming from Snapper with pretty grovelly waves was good to get the bigger boards out, and yeah, it was sick.
What do you love about coming down here to Lennox? It's just a stone's throw away, 50 to 100, minutes on the thing. How do you like it coming down to this 6-day event? What do you like about it?
Yeah, it's so fun. Beaches are what I love most. I surf them a lot at home, so yeah, surfing fun waves and with everyone's super sick.
Anyone to thank?
All my sponsors and Chelsea for all the help and being in my corner for these 2 events. It's been super fun, and everyone at home watching, everyone, yeah, Micro as well, one of my coaches, yeah, so good.
Well, that's awesome. Round of applause for these 2 podium finishers, Talia Tebb, the winner, and Madison Kensington. Hold them high. Wow, congratulations, the under-16s division, and this is your winner, Talia Tebb. Runner-up, Madison Kensington. Congratulations. Anyone got a trailer hire for Talia? All right. Let's get him up here. Under 16 boys. Zach Johnson, ladies and gentlemen, the finalists in the under 16 boys as we grind through. Thank you, Zach. Again, congratulated by Chelsea Hedges, our female high performance coach at Surfing Australia and world champion. Ladies and gentlemen, he's been getting tubed here days 1, 2 and 3. He's the airman. He's got more frequent miles than Richard Branson. Ladies and gentlemen, Loki Cullen, Lakana Cullen, the winner of the under 16 boys. Well done, Loki. Come and get your prizes and soundbox. Loki, amazing waves, amazing combos. You're just such a freak, 110%. We call you Batman because you don't know where you're going to come out of with those deep tubes. Amazing air show. How do you feel with the win?
Yeah, I'm stoked. It's been a fun comp.
That's awesome, mate. And what about you, runner-up? Any words of, thanks and everything?
Yeah, this comp was super fun. Bit of a mix of conditions, but yeah.
Well, that is Zach Johnson. And any final thoughts with thanking everyone, Loki?
Yeah, I'd like to thank all my sponsors and my mum and dad, my brother Barlin, and my sister Dara for coming down and supporting me, and all my friends. And yeah, I'm so stoked.
Well, that's it. Let's raise the roof for the man Loki Cullen taking the under-16s. Big waves, big combos. The champion 2026. Loki Cullen, a 1583. Zach Johnson as well, close second. Well done to our finalists.
As I get older, it gets a lot of
Alrighty, here we go. Our next division, the under 18 girls, like to welcome up again, shredding for the 6 days, and the most consistent getting through to the final, 2 buddies from WA, Australia. Layla Fraser, ladies and gentlemen, in blue. Congratulations, finalists and runner-up, 866 West Australia. Such a power punch on the junior series here. All right, let's round of applause for the family. Olive Hardy, ladies and gentlemen, from WA, the Hardy family, paying excess baggage definitely with the way they're going home to WA.
Enjoy that. Yeah, what are we blasting through this thing? Oh, you can think them together.
All right, Olive, you know, a couple of stoppages, couple of big waves, couple of rain squalls. It had it all these last 6 days. How did you enjoy the Soundbox Osgrom?
Yeah, it's been so fun. It's so good to have a comp over here with proper waves and yeah, get to do some good surfing.
Oh, that's awesome, man. And the division, what do you think about? You know, do you change equipment from the big waves of WA? How do you get supported and what do you change? Because I believe that your mum was here today.
Yeah, I had Coach Mum helping me with my board decisions. But no, on the big day I was definitely on my step up and then changed over to my smaller board for today. But yeah.
Well, you found it in the final and you had that nice time to think about it. So congratulations. Anyone else to thank at home over WA or here helping you out?
Yeah, big thanks to all my family and friends, sponsors for all the support. And yeah.
Well, there it is, your champion, ladies and gentlemen, Olive Hardy, 14-point combo on an 866 under 18 girls. Congratulations, a win for the WA Australian, and Layla Fraser, second. All right, one last division, the under 18 boys. And again, all right, a big shout out again to Labar, all our committee, 10 months of planning, so much support for these 6 days. The under 18 boys now, let's get him up here, and this Gold Coasting is such a shredder on the back end. He took a runner up today, but always looking dangerous and taking down the big rankings leaders. Leo Matchett, ladies and gentlemen, second place, under 18s, the Queenslander. Thank you, Leo. Does look a little like Rob Machado, but surfs like Leo. All right, let's get the winner. He's had his ups and downs, like Lachlan was saying. He's had his podium berths. He's had the wins taken. Ladies and gentlemen, the win, the under-18s boys, Benji Lowen, winning from the get-go, 12-1-6. The goofy footer, dominating form, looking a bit a la Owen Wright, Ryan Callanan, or Connor O'Leary. All right, guys, a couple of words from the champ.
Just want to say thanks to everyone who helped make this comp happen. Soundbox, Lebo, all the other sponsors of the comp. Shot to the competitors, Leo. Not many waves in that final, but I've got a couple. Thanks, Mum, Dad, sponsors, and just everyone else who helped out.
That's awesome, mate. And anyone at home in New Zealand and the local beaches, board riders?
I just want to say thanks to all the boys who I know, we've got a couple of friends who've been watching on the live stream, grandma, dad, everyone back home. So yeah, cheers.
Well, there it is, Benji Lowen. Round of applause to these two legends. Benji Lowen, huge win under 18s. Hold those soundbox up. I know you're tired from paddling 6 days. There we go, our champions. Leo Matcher, runner-up, Benji Lowen, under 18 soundbox. Congratulations. Enjoy those sound systems. All right, just before we present, we go over now the soundbox. Stay up here, Chelsea and Connor O'Leary. Present our Traeger, the Ranger, and the Woodridge. Right before that, I'd like to say, come on up, our president of Lebar, to say a few words. Head on up. Former qualifying series shredder, team manager for another brand, and well, this guy's come through the juniors. He's got a great junior career here too, great experience on the pro surfing as well. Zach Whiteman, ladies and gentlemen, our young president here at Lebar steering the ship. Zach, say a few words.
Thanks, Crispy. Just want to say a massive shout out to the Lebar crew. So much work goes into this event, especially for Tonio and Jake Baker. They spend so much time behind the scenes. So many late nights, meetings from I think we started in February or something like that. Oh yeah, maybe 12 years ago by the sounds of it. But yeah, just a massive shout out to all the Lebar committee members. This is all done on their back and their time, so big shout out to those guys, especially Carly on the barbecue. Absolute weapon. Everyone's well fed. I've travelled a lot and done a lot of surf comps. There's no better food than this one, so thank you, Carly. And Eli and Bainey for jumping on and sponsoring the event. Does not happen without their support, so thank you very much, and we'll see you next year. Cheers.
Yeah, and a big shout out to our president, our vice president Johnny, and a big shout out, one more for all the committee, the judges, contest director Cam Lindsay, Tony O'Brien, Jake Baker, everyone in the background. One more cheer before we get out these barbecues and fire up the Traeger. All right, Pro Junior women. Back up again, changing rash shirts. In second position, Willow Hardy, come on up, the Hardy family. Again, hopefully they're on staff travel. Cheaper excess. Congratulations, the Hardys, wow. And then the winner, dual winner, not many people have done it. Nixie Ryan's done it, the local, and now today, Talia Tebb, 2026, Traeger Pro Junior, 12.67. Congratulations, Talia Tebb. One's got to raise the Ranger over their head, the other's got to do the big one. Are you ready? They won't do that. A couple of words, Willow. Thanks for coming, WA again. A couple of words.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Thanks everyone at Lennox, all the Lebar board riders, the event sponsors. It's such a sick event, and Talia was obviously absolutely shredding. So yeah, I was stoked. Thank you so much.
Let's hear from that. And let's hear from our winner. Well done, Willow, and our winner, Talia Tebb.
Yeah, so stoked to share a final with Willow. She's been ripping, and yeah.
Any questions? Anyone? Or what kind of board are you on? Tell us a bit about something about your equipment.
Yeah, thanks to Darren, he's hooked me up with some pretty sick boards this year, and yeah, riding a DNA 5.8 roundtail, which has been going super good out in these conditions. So yeah, thank you.
Well, there it is, the winning surfer on the winning equipment, DHD. Well, ladies and gentlemen, give your Pro Junior women the Traeger Ranger and the Woodridge Talia Tebb taking an amazing 6 days win, dual winner of the Junior Series of Osgrom and the Traeger Pro Junior for the women. All right, our final, and didn't it go down? It was the Haymakers. And again, the Pro Junior men, the runner-up. This was quite the final. Treated with 6 days, treated with extension of 25 minutes. Let's get him up here. The runner-up, Rico Haybill from Queensland, Australia, New Zealand. What a fight on the lefts. Runner-up gets the Ranger Traeger. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, he said it all in his pre-heat interview. He's had his ups and downs. He's had his wins, his losses. This guy come back with a few seconds remaining with priority, stomped a nice snap and an air rev. Ladies and gentlemen, from Kingscliff, Australia, Lachlan Argios raise it up for the Pro Junior. 1,000 points on the WSL Pro Junior. Thank you, Traeger. A brand new Traeger Woodridge. Oh my gosh, how do you feel, Mr. Lachlan Argios?
I don't know, I pretty much said everything before, but yeah, I'm over the moon. Yeah, can't really believe it, so many ups and downs, so many things that go into all these comps, and then when you get the results that you want, it's the best feeling ever.
Mate, think about it. What you've learnt through your junior series and this, all for this moment. Congratulations. How's it feel now standing up here being the champion 2026?
Yeah, can't believe it. Standing next to, Rico is a really good surfer. Going into this heat, I kind of didn't know what to expect. I was just going to trust myself and just go out and then just surf. Yeah, and now I'm here with the win, so yeah, it feels super good.
Last question, Traeger, who's it going to? Are you going to give it to mum or dad at home?
Well, Dad, but I'm going to use it too, yeah.
Well, there it is. There's your champion, ladies and gentlemen, the men's. The Traeger Pro Junior WSL. A big shout out to all the WSL crew watching and listening. And there are your champions. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had crowned 8 champions. That's a wrap from all of us here. If you can lend a hand packing up, that'll be great. All those watching online, these are your champions. Lachlan Argios taking the Pro Junior men's, and runner-up Rika Haybiddle. Thank you and see you next year.
Cheers.
Mommy, where does flavor come from?
Well, when people love food, they cook it on a Traeger grill. Meat, corn, even pie. And then the Traeger does the rest, which brings everyone to celebrate this beautiful thing that they've created. Because when you share delicious food with your friends, that's the flavor of life.
Come experience nature's greatest migration with Ballina Byron Marine Adventures. Locally owned, family operated, and passionate about sharing our incredible coastline. Your whale watching adventure starts here. Book now at ballinabyronmarineadventures.com.au.